Hello everyone, welcome back to day 2 of the Datawrapper conference Unwrapped. It's so nice to see so many of you here again. I'm very excited for today's talks, and I'm very excited to tell you in the next 10 minutes what to expect from today and how to make the most out of Datawrapper. In case you're wondering who I am, my name is Lisa. I'm the head of communications at Datawrapper, and you might know me from a blog post or two I've written. That's what I usually do. But I'm also kind of responsible for organizing this conference. So if there's anything that goes utterly wrong, I'm the one to blame. Whoops. Who are you? That's a more important question here. Well, what do you want? We did ask you what you want. What do you want to learn at Unwrapped when you signed up for the conference? And you told us so many beautiful things. You told us you want to discover what is possible. That was really the underlying theme of most answers. You want to take your Datawrapper skills to the next level. You want to know what's possible in terms of automation, in terms of communicating to policymakers, in terms of better Datawrapper workflows for your organization. You do want to become a more advanced user. And I was so happy to read all these answers because that's exactly what we're planning to show you at Unwrapped. We have a packed agenda full of talks. We have 3 days with 33 sessions and 36 speakers. That's a lot of speakers in a lot of sessions in 3 days. So to not get totally lost in all these talks and know exactly when the talks you're interested in will happen, we designed a few different ways for you to learn about that. So when you go to our conference website, datawrapper.de/unwrapped, you will see the full agenda right there. But you're coming from lots of different places in lots of different time zones. So half of you are coming from Europe. We have like a third of you who are coming from the US or like North America and in general. And all these places, continents, have a lot of time zones. There are daylight saving time zones. There are some that are not quite there yet. And anyway, we really recommend you actually get all the talks into your calendar, because this is the only way to make sure that you get the talks, that you get to see the talks when they actually start. You can add the talks to your calendar, or you can download the talks as a calendar file and then get it, for example, in Apple Calendar. You can also download the agenda as a PDF for some visual suite. That's what it looks like, the agenda as a PDF. And also you can see that's how it looks like once it's in your calendar with all the events, all the talks. You can also see there that we kind of try to cluster the talks a little bit. We group them together based on what they talk about. And we call them blocks, and that's what I want to talk about now. So yesterday we had 2 blocks. We had like an introduction to Datawrapper and examples of use. This was all about the basics of Datawrapper. Like this was there so that you get to know Datawrapper if you've never ever used it before. And at the end of the day, we had a peek behind the curtain by our head of visualization development, Ilana, who also explained to us how which features actually implemented in Datawrapper. So that was yesterday. You can still watch recordings of this day, of yesterday. If you go to our conference website, you will find a link there. So if you've missed that, there's still a chance to see that. So what will today be about? Well, we have 2 blogs, which are Datawrapper across fields and news and designs. Then we have a keynote and a product news and Q&A. So basically, this is what this talk will be about. When you signed up, we asked you in which organization you are. And that's what you told us. At least a third of you are in media organizations, publishers, newspapers, news sites. And it makes a lot of sense. A lot of good data visualizations come from you. But I'm also super excited that so many of you are not from media organizations. You're from nonprofits, on universities, government organizations, research, business. There's a lot. And that's what we want to show you today. We want to show you Datawrapper across fields. So in the first block, we'll have 7 talks from people from design agencies, research, businesses, government organizations, nonprofits, who tell you how they solve the problem with Datawrapper. Then afterwards, we focus more on this media side, on the 1/3 of you who are coming from that. And we have 4 talks from people who work in newspapers, in news agencies. And after that, we go slowly into the more general dataviz talks. So we have a talk on right to left visualizations, and a talk by my coworker Rose about trends in data visualization in the news. And immediately afterwards, we will have a keynote by another person who works in the news, Amanda Cox from Bloomberg, will talk about making better simple charts. And at the end of this conference day, we will have a product announcement by our Datawrapper CEOs, David and Elana, and there will also be a Q&A with them. If you have any questions for the 2 of them, you could already vote on them and also ask them in our conference Slack. I will talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, that's what today is about. We will have 2 main blocks, Datawrapper across fields and news and design. Then we have the keynote, and then the product announcement and the Q&A. Tomorrow then, we hope you come back, because you will get to see how people are bringing Datawrapper to the next level. Basically, that's what it's going to be about. When you signed up, we also ask you, what's your Datawrapper proficiency level? A 5th of you said other people are coming to them for Datawrapper help, and it's amazing to have so many Datawrapper professionals really at this conference. But also a 1/4 of you said they've only used it once or twice, and 20% haven't used it yet. And the rest of you know it pretty well, but are not quite there as the pros. So tomorrow will all be about bringing you to that next level, like basically moving you to the next color, to the next segment. We will see some beautiful examples of highly customized locator maps in the first hour of the day. Then we have a big blog on the creative use of Datawrapper, like with tooltips, scatter plots, HTML use, stuff like that, tables that have amazing hacks in them. I can really recommend to check that session out. And then afterwards, we have 5 more people talking about how they automate their charts. Like they don't really touch the interface anymore, the Datawrapper app, but they use it all. They do it all automatically, automate their chart workflows, and use the Datawrapper API. And then right after the end of the official end of the conference, we also have a Dataviz book club. That's kind of a tradition at Datawrapper. We've hosted a few of them, and the one tomorrow will be with Alberto Cairo about his latest book, The Art of Insight. So that's the whole agenda, and these are all the blocks. And all these blocks in the whole agenda are also a beautiful way to get to know the faces at Datawrapper, like Datawrapper employees. So you will actually get to know a 1/3 of us, because we host certain blogs. Like, for example, Elliot will host a news and design blog, or like Gregor will host a creative use of Datawrapper blog. And we might give talks, like Ilana did yesterday, and Rose will also give a talk today. And yeah, so we really want you to get to know us a little bit, and that's why we included a lot of people who also host at Datawrapper, at Unwrapped. That's something I want to quickly talk about, these buffers, especially if you download the PDF agenda. You might see like these little buffer rectangles, and you might ask like, what's this all about? So we want to be kind of more flexible. Of course, we gave all talks kind of like a starting point, or like a time where they start, but we really don't mind if they extend it a little bit. So the buffers are not so much, don't think of them as breaks, think of them as extension times. Like Matthew's talk might start a little bit later, and that's totally fine. Like we really want to foster discussion. We want to not stop interesting questions and answers just because we kind of run out of time officially. So this is what these buffer times are for, these buffer zones. They want to be filled. And yeah, I mean, if you are part of Unwrapped, we really want you to take part. So let's talk quickly about how to make the most out of attending this conference. The first simple way is ask questions, like right there. Should be a chat window, and you can interact with other people there. You can ask them questions, but of course also the speakers. There will be a Q&A session after every single talk. So we have always time for questions, and we encourage you to ask them during the talks or right after. You can also introduce yourself, say hi to other people. You can really use it as you want. To even to talk to more attendees, even also before and after the talks, we also set up a Slack workspace, and we would encourage you to also join that. 200 of you already did that, and you can join by going to datawrapper.de/unwrapped/chat. That's how it looks like. There are lots of us there too, so this is really like, these are the 3 best days to have questions about Datawrapper, because we are all there in the Slack basically. But yeah, introduce yourself there, chat with other people. Please do so. All right, I'm coming to an end here. Without further ado, I want to introduce you to the host of the next blog that starts. Datawrapper Across Field, I already mentioned, is about all the organizations that make use of Datawrapper. And there will be a host of this blog, which is Michael from the support and customer success team at Datawrapper. You might have met him when he replied to a support email of yours, or like in an individual onboarding to Datawrapper. And yeah, Michael, please host this next session.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Lisa, for the introduction. Thanks to everyone who's with us today for joining us. I'm really excited about hosting this block. There are going to be some really great talks from speakers who use Datawrapper in a variety of different contexts. So I'd say there's a lot to be learned and a lot to be inspired by. The first speaker that I want to introduce today is Anna Lombardi. Anna works as a climate data visualizer at the Copernicus climate change service, one of the preeminent sources of climate data. Before that, she worked as a senior data and graphics journalist at the Times in London, and completed degrees in experimental physics, science communication as well. So I'm very curious to hear how using Datawrapper in these different environments has been for you. So Anna, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right? I hope so. Hi, everyone. My name is Anna, and I'm currently based in the UK, where I work as a climate data visualizer for the European Climate Agency Copernicus. And the first time I actually came across Datawrapper, it was back in 2016. After a few years in academic research, I was attending a master in science communication, and this tool was listed as a possible tool for data visualization. There was a free version, it was very user-friendly, so I had a go. And this tool has become part of my professional life ever since, in a way or another. And today, in these 10 minutes, I would like to give you a brief overview of how and why I've been using data visualization while working in 2 very different organizations. The Times newspaper, where I worked as a data and graphics journalist for 5 years, and Copernicus, where I now help scientists visualizing climate data. So when I first joined the Times in 2018, at first I thought I would be able to swim in these open waters easily, but actually I soon discovered that I really needed a sort of life vest to avoid drowning in all the requests that were coming our way every day. I really needed a toolbox I could easily go to when needed, and Datawrapper definitely has become part of this toolbox for me. I've been using it on a daily basis from day one. Actually, when I joined, the Times already had a company license and a custom design fitting its own style guide, which made our life a lot easier because it meant it was extremely easy for us to create several charts and maps every day in a uniform style, all ready to be featured on our website or to be picked up for the print edition of the paper as well. So over 5 years, I've created over 3,000 charts and maps. And of course, across the team, we have produced many more for daily news stories, but also investigations and features. I've really used it on a daily basis. And today I would like to give you a few examples of our work. And if you want, for every chart that I will be showing, there will be a tiny QR code next to them. So if you have a phone and you want to scan it, basically you can interact with the chart yourself in real time while we talk through them. So this first example is to show you how basically a chart can help you find stories, especially when working in media. This chart was done in 2022. It was a very hot summer in the UK, and the news editor asked me to look for some data to back the story, and if possible to find some extra news lines. So I've been looking at rainfall data for the first 6 months of every year since 1931. And instead of simply looking at the numbers in a dry CSV file, I've plotted them in a scatter plot instead, as you can see here. And a clear message came out straight away. Actually, 2022 has been the driest year in 46 years, which was quite a strong statement, a strong news line. And actually, it ended up being a top story for the next day. It was featured on the front page of the next day edition as well. And this is all to show you how a chart and a data visualization can really help you find some very interesting stories behind a list of numbers. In this case, the story was about skiing in the Alps and the lack of snow in recent years. We wanted to give some extra context to that story, so we looked at temperature data to see how countries across the Alps were warming up over time. And we created this table. We used the heat map option that is available in Datawrapper to actually recreate these climate stripes for every country. And we fixed the bottom row to be the global average. So any country you look for, you can basically quickly compare it with the global trend. And we fixed the top 4 countries to be actually 4 countries across the Alps. So it was really fitting nicely the story. But adding also the search button at the top left, actually users could also look for any country they wanted to know about. So this extends the scope of the chart outside the news story that it was sitting in. And this was, again, a chart for the same story. We wanted to show the glacier mass change over time in Europe. This could have been a simple column or bar chart, but I really wanted to give an extra visual element that makes the chart stand out a little bit more. And to give this idea of like melting ice, I've used a scatter plot. I've used a light blue color to give a sense of ice, and also some custom lines drawing from the top, just to give that extra bit of data visualization that gives a bit more sense of this ice melting over time. And over my 5 years at the Times, we've also experimented a lot with mix and match of various chart types. And in particular, we tried, where possible, to also mix them in bigger and more complex infographics to give some extra context to the stories they were sitting in. This specifically was used in a story about deforestation in the Amazons, and we've used the choropleth map to give a sense of the deforestation by region in the area, and a stacked column chart on the top right to actually give the main causes of deforestation, again, across time. Of course, another way we've been exploiting Datawrapper is to track real-time trends and changes. We've all been through a global pandemic, and we were tracking number of cases, hospital admissions every day. At the very beginning, we tried to, maybe in a very naive way, to track and update the charts manually every day, updating the numbers. We soon realized it wasn't sustainable, especially on the long term. So what we did was to write a few scripts in R and link our charts to through the Datawrapper API, which meant we could easily update them on a daily basis whenever new data were coming out. And we use the same approach in various different occasions. We wanted to track, for example, political polling data, weather warnings, any story where data sets were basically updated periodically. We adopted this approach to try to automate it, to automate the process. And then last November, I left the Times and I joined the European Climate Agency, Copernicus. And here I have the great pleasure to work with a lot of brilliant scientists who often focus a lot on their research and a little bit less on their data visualization. So Datawrapper came in very handy to show them the difference that just a little bit more love for your data visualization can make in communicating your research and your key results. And to give you an example here, this was supposed to be a column chart. This was a chart done a few months before I joined, and it was showing temperature change over time, and in particular the top 30 warmest months on record globally. And the key message we get from this chart is that July 2023 was actually the warmest. But my question was, is there any other key message that we can get from this data set? So I plotted them in a different way. And using a scatter plot, again, we have the key message that July 2023 was the warmest month on record. But we also see straight away that actually the 10 warmest months all occurred over the past 7 years, which is another interesting message coming out from the data. So really the use of the chart and the choice, the chart choice that you make can really change the messages that go through. And Datawrapper, I think, is very good in this because you can easily switch from one type of charts to the other for the same data and really check what works best without the need of complex coding. Another way Datawrapper was very useful in these first few weeks in the new job was to preview some data and draft and prototype a more complex tool. In particularly, the team wanted to create a dashboard that people can use to navigate climate data. And they asked me to think about navigation for this new tool, what I had in mind. So I created a simple line chart again in Datawrapper, but I've added a few buttons at the bottom. And this allows you to basically navigate the data and to clearly see different decades or specific years and compare them together. So instead of a chunky data set, now you can actually look for different bits of it using the chart. And this was really the starting point for the development of the dashboard that we recently launched. It's called Climate Pulse. You can look it up online and it's all free and open. And again, it all started from that simple chart with buttons to actually show different things. So to wrap it all up, this is all I've been through today in terms of what you can do with data visualization and how you can use different types of charts to deliver your message in the clearest possible way. So thank you very much, and please do keep in touch. You can find me on X, LinkedIn, and I've also added my work email. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that talk, Anna. It was really, really fascinating. I have a question for you, if that's all right. And also the audience, I encourage you to put them in the chat if you like as well. And we'll pass them on to Anna. So if you had to select 2 projects, one from each work environment at the Times and also now Copernicus, that in your opinion really illustrate the difference in doing data viz work at these organizations, what would they be if you're able to also reveal those, perhaps?
I would say probably the COVID tracker was kind of the key project we've been basically working on for months, unfortunately, but we had to keep it updated for really a few months. And I think the strength in that case of the Datawrapper API really was really clear, because without that, as I said, manually would have been impossible really to track all the changes. And here I think, this dashboard that we created, again, it's a nice way to, provide people with a quite complex data sets sometimes, but a way for them to navigate it at their own pace, look for the details they're interested in, without just throwing a chunk data set at them all at once. So giving that extra option of like navigate it for yourself and look what interests you more, and inspire curiosity as well in this topic, which is so complex.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw an example that you had with the buttons that just makes the whole thing also significantly cleaner and easier for someone that isn't maybe familiar with this data and the complexity to sort of just zoom in on sort of bite-sized chunks. Yeah. We have a question from Elana here, relatively long one, so I won't necessarily pull it onto the screen, or I guess we can. Regarding your work at the Times, you mentioned the use of the API for some automation, but I'm wondering if there are any particular workflows or processes that were built around the use of Datawrapper there. The team is producing so much great work, both in terms of quality and quantity, that I'm very curious if you have any insight you can share about how that worked.
Yeah, it's a great question. Working in a newsroom is never easy for the number of requests you get every day. So we trained our team internally. So whenever someone new joins, we give them a full overview of Datawrapper, of our, we have a custom style and also some guidelines like what to do, what to avoid for each different type of visualization. We also tried over times to involve the daily news reporter more and more every day in trying to do as much as they could if they have a simple data set that didn't really need much of analysis, can they actually try and give it a go, basically themselves, play around a bit with Datawrapper. They could always come to us for questions if they got stuck, but quite a few actually picked it up and actually saved us some work. So yeah, just to share the workload a bit more with a broader newsroom as well. And I think, the more we went through it, and the more people actually got involved and excited about using this new tool.
Nice, thank you very much. There's no more additional questions at the moment, but Anna did share her contact details. So if you have any more follow-up comments or feedback or questions, please do get in touch with her there. Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you very much.
Of course. So our next speaker that we have is Anna Bertol. Anna is a data leader at Orth Data and Design Studio, which is a Spain and Brazil-based information design studio. She holds a doctorate in physics and has experience as a data scientist and data translator. But a lot of what she's been doing with Datawrapper has been in the context of teaching data storytelling to scientists. And that is also broadly what her talk will be about, but no spoilers from me. So Anna, if you're ready, I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be presenting after Anna because she said a lot of the things I need people to understand. So for those that are seeing the record of this presentation, please go take a look at Anna Lombardi's presentation before, then come back, please. So today I'm going to talk about how at Orth Data and Design Studio we are helping scientists to make their data speak using Datawrapper. And if you don't know if you haven't worked with any scientists yet, this is a typical scientist. They are really intelligent people. They have a lot of creativity, especially to solve problems. They are really good at discovering new things, new ways of solving problems. And science requires a lot of dedication. So they are the type of people that are going to sleep at the lab to create a vaccine or something like that. And I think the main thing about scientists is that they have a passion for learning. And that's why we always say that kids are born natural scientists, because kids are born with this this feeling, this passion to learn everything. And if you can keep this passion with you till you are a grown-up, then probably you are going to be a scientist. But they are not the best at communicating, especially if they need to communicate the results to other audiences outside the academy, and they can be the worst at data visualization. But you might be thinking, oh, this is not nice. She's making fun of scientists. They need our support. They need our love. And she's making fun of her clients. But you are wrong. I am not making fun of my clients. I am making fun of myself. And I've been waiting for so long to make fun of my old charts. You have no idea. And these are my charts from my dissertation. And I think they could be worse, to be honest. They at least they are in grayscale. They could be using like the full color palette of the software, like these ones. Those are also mine. Those are from my thesis. So let me introduce myself properly. My name is Ana. I'm from Brazil. I am a mother of a really brave and strong-willed girl, 3-year-old girl. I am a physicist. I have a doctorate in experimental atomic physics and 13 years of experience as a researcher. But for the last few years, I've been working as a data analyst, a data scientist, a data and science translator, and a dataviz expert, because I can assure you that my dataviz game have improved a lot in the last 10 years. This chart you are seeing is at least 10 years old. And my work is basically to bridge knowledge between scientists, designers, developers, and business people to help everybody work together. And I need to say that even at the time, even 10 years ago, I was one of the best scientists at data visualization. And if you don't believe me, just take a look at my husband's charts. And I can make fun of him too. He allowed me. And I think that's why we get married, right? To make fun of each other. So what I'm really trying to say, jokes aside, is that communicating science, translating science, especially visually, to other people outside the scientific world, it's really difficult. It's not an easy task. It requires a lot of different expertises. And a researcher is going to bring to the table a lot of knowledge about the research. And this is a full-time job. So this requires everything they have to create the research, to make science. And they also understand how the results of their research impact different users. But they might not be the best communicators or the best at data visualization, and that's okay, because nobody knows everything. So to efficiently communicate science, we need to gather a group of people, gather a team with different expertises. That's when translators and designers work together with researchers. So a translator will be the person that is going to learn a lot about the research and about the data and how we can use this to create a communication, to tell a story, and how we can use this data to convey these messages into data visualizations. And the designers will be the persons that will be creating the final product, that will be creating the data visualization and understanding the needs of the users. So this is a teamwork. This is not something for only one people to do or only a group of researchers to do. We need a lot of people. But in science, we have budget, and sometimes it's not viable for like the department to have a communication team, or for this research group to hire a team to communicate science in this specific project. So I want to open a parenthesis here because, as I said, I'm from Brazil and I'm working with Brazilian scientists mostly. So you need to understand that in Brazil, we do a lot of amazing science with almost no money. For you to have an idea, until 2022, the monthly payment for a doctorate student was approximately 400 euros a month. And this person wasn't allowed to have a second job to pay the bills. And in Brazil, you have to have a master's degree to enroll in a doctorate program. So it's a person with a master's degree that is receiving €4 a month to survive. And Brazil also allocates around 1.2% of its GDP to science, while countries like China, Germany, and the United States invest more than 3%. However, Brazil ranks as the 13th place in number of scientific articles published. This is huge. This is a lot. And also the University of São Paulo, that we call USP, ranks in position 85 in the World University Rank. And one of the reasons that USP is so well considered is one of the best universities in the world is because of their research program in nutrition. If you know nothing about Brazilian research, one thing you need to know is that this group, this nutritional research group of USP, was responsible for the classification of foods according to their processing level, and the theory that consuming ultra-processed food is leading to the obesity epidemic that the world is facing, and a lot of diseases, non-communicable diseases that are in a rise. So they are amazing. And one of the research groups in this department of nutrition came to us with the challenge. Let's say the challenge. They have 2 months and less than €3,000 to build a website with interactive visualizations to be accessed by public health workers. And as I said, it's not always available, it's not always viable to have or to hire a team to communicate science, especially in Brazil. So the researchers, they want to learn everything that we will do while we are doing, because after our partnership is done, they will need to keep the website working. They will need to add information because the research will keep going and continuing. It's their life work, right? So they need to understand what we are doing, because maybe another time they won't have not even €3,000 to hire a team. So they want to learn everything. I said they have a passion for learning, right? But the thing about learning new stuff for everyone and anything, not only for data visualization, is that we have this learning curve, which is something like this. In the beginning, we are going to learn a lot of new concepts, a lot of new things that we didn't even know existed. And until we reach a point when we can criticize and understand some of other people's choices about the subject. But if we won't apply, if we won't exercise this new knowledge, we are going to start forgetting stuff because we are not applying. We only have another jump in knowledge when we start exercising and applying, until you reach a point when you can finally apply, not really well, but you understand everything and can do by yourself. And then only after a lot of applying and learning from your mistakes, you are finally going to reach the level of knowledge when you can apply things well. And the real problem is that usually the deadline of these scientific projects working with us is in this region. I hope you guys can see this shade. Their deadline is in this region when they are starting to forget things and they can understand some of our choices, but not all of them. And they are not yet applying the things they are learning. So for this project, we needed a tool that was free of charge because money, that was easy to use because we didn't want to add another layer, another thing for them to learn. They are already learning a lot about data visualization and to convey messages using data visualization. And because of the same reason, we wanted a tool that didn't need many layout adjustments. Otherwise, it would be another thing for them to learn. And these 3 restraints, let's say, were enough for me to choose Datawrapper for this project. But we also needed a tool that allowed us to co-work asynchronously and online. And I just thought that it was too good to be true, a tool that have this in the free plan. So I didn't look in Datawrapper if they have this tool. I just went full Brazilian way of solving problems. And I know this expression sometimes is used in a negative way, but I like to own this expression because to me it means that we will always find a way of making things work, even if it's not ideal, even if we will put a lot of work, a lot of effort in this, and even if in each step of the process we will need to duplicate files and publish and send a new link and then work a little bit on a new file and send another file. So even if this is the way, we are going to find a way. And I believe this is one of the reasons we can do such amazing science, even with almost no budget. Until I found out that there is this functionality, this feature in Datawrapper, which is called Teams. And in fact, it's really easy to find. I'm not ashamed to show you this. In the main menu, it's the second option, My Teams. There is a huge button, Create Team. You just click, choose a name, and then you can edit the settings of your team. You can add members and choose the role for each member of your team. And then you will have your archive with your share folders, and every file in this folder can be edited by anyone in the team. So we could, working this way, we could like fast their learning curve because they were working together with us in the same file and practicing while they were understanding our choices. So our workflow was way easier than I was thinking it should be. We started with the online meeting. First half of the meeting was like a class with DataViz 101, a few concepts of data visualization for them to understand what we are doing and why we choosing the things we were choosing. And then the second half was applying these concepts in their story, their results, the things they are trying to tell people, and then choosing chart options for their data. Then our team created a draft of the visualizations. Their team uploaded the real data. Our team refined the layouts, applying the visual identity that we defined for the project. Then we all co-worked on titles and comments, but asynchronously, until we reached the final version of the visualizations for the project. And for you to have an idea, the scheme on the left that was created from scratch took our team more than 20 hours of work, like making a draft, sending them, receiving feedback, applying feedback, sending again and over again. 20 hours of work in one scheme. And the 6 visualizations on the right, there were interactive visualizations created with Datawrapper, took us less than 10 hours of work, 6 visualizations. And they understood it so well that when I was preparing this presentation, I was going to pick the charts to put in the slides, and I found out they created a lot of more for things that happened after we ended the project. So it was amazing, and they were really beautiful. But not only time and money, as I said, but also sustainability of the project. And so I want to give you a final example of a project that we haven't used Datawrapper. It was a project of similar projects, a science project, and we are translating a lot of information into 43 visualizations. And we decided to do it from scratch using a graphic design tool and not a tool as Datawrapper. Because at the moment we chose the freedom to do any visualization we wanted over what now I understand is sustainability of the project. And it took us more than 100 hours and 3 professionals to create everything. And I'm not complaining about the results. I really like these charts. I think they are uniform and they have a visual language and they are amazing. But right after the end of our partnership, they needed to add 3 more charts to the set. And they were in that point of the learning curve where they understood some of our choices. But since they haven't co-worked with us, they haven't applied that knowledge in the choosing the same things. They were understanding everything that we were choosing. So what happened was a small difference. You can see the resemblance between what was our original map and the map they added. They really understood some of the choices, but they didn't even have the same tool to create things. So you can see that the font is different, the line stroke of states is different. They kept the colors, but the color key of the map is a little bit different, is in the same position as a little bit different. And even in a bar chart, they tried to do the most similar they could, but maybe you can see that they kept the grid lines that maybe was the default option of the tool they are using. So if I would do this project again, like today, after the experience with the nutritional research group, I definitely would use Datawrapper. I definitely would choose sustainability over the freedom to do anything that I imagine. And that's why Datawrapper is now our go-to tool to not only help scientists make their data speak, but keep their data speaking when we are not working with them anymore. And this means a lot in a team that is proud to be too agnostic, as we say. So thank you so much, and you can reach me and reach us in any of these contexts. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, so much for that. It was a very, very sort of gripping story, but also interesting to hear the sort of cultural differences, both within sort of the science environment, but also in Brazil. We had also a bit of love for you for representing data visitors in Brazil in the comments from some of the watchers. We have quite a few questions here, actually. We have the first one from Annabelle, and they're asking, I'd be curious to know how Anna approaches scientists and acquires projects. Also, does her team create dataviz design systems to help scientists replicate styles and charts down the road?
Yeah. Okay. Let's begin with the last answer. Yes, we do. But as in the last example I gave, I think the tool plays an important role for them, because it's really hard for them to apply a design system if they are not using the same tool. And this is a knowledge. Working with designers, I feel like designers think their work is really easy, that anybody can do what they do. And they think, oh no, I will give you a design system and you can apply. And for scientists, it's like, this is terrible. You need to be born with this talent. It's not so this easy to apply. So we do create, but we work a lot in methodologies to help scientists apply this in their work. And how do we approach scientists to acquire projects? This is a tough question. We are working in this. All of our projects were from one scientist telling another scientist that we are a good team to work with. So it was one talking to another by now. But we were working ways of making more scientists in Brazil know that we are a team that can support them to communicate science and to translate science.
Amazing. Thank you. The next question from Mandy is actually somewhat related to that. Mandy says, hi, Anna. How do you, pin it up. Hi, Anna. How do you manage to convince scientists of the value of design aesthetics in communicating their work? In their experience, it is often not worth their time and resources, resulting in difficulty finding projects to work on.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's something that you need to show them. It's not just explaining. You need to show them the difference. You need to show them cases where they are not applying aesthetics and how this can lead to wrong interpretations of the data. So this is the best way of convincing them. Otherwise, it really is common, this thought of this is not enough, and this is maybe make my science look less serious than it was. Yeah, this is really hard to work. But also, I think we need to respect their needs. If they want something that looks more serious, that looks more simple, we need to understand this. So like reach this middle ground where they are comfortable with the things they are creating together with us. So co-creating is also something if they understood why you are choosing this, and not because it's beautiful for someone, it's beautiful for other people. If they are co-working with you, it becomes easier.
I guess that's also where a lot of your translation work between these sort of stakeholders plays a big role.
Usually they trust me because physicists are the worst at this, like super hard science and stuff like that. So I know how to work with health professionals. They are more like, oh, I want to do something beautiful. I want to talk with people that don't understand science. Yeah, especially because we are living this moment where people are disbelieving in science. And there is this importance of making people like scientists again and believe in science. So some of them are harder to work than others.
Yeah, Val Robbins still, and I think will be the last comment before we move on to the next speaker. Sort of had the comment that maybe your work also, or those, what you do helps expand the audience for these scientists and makes them more accessible to people outside of the scientific community. Lovely.
Yeah, that's.
Well, do you still have some comments on that?
That's the main goal, to make a lot of people understand science. This is really important.
I think that's a really great note to end on. And thank you so much for the presentation and your time, also for fielding the questions like that. Hope you'll stick around for the rest of the conference. But otherwise, we'll move on to the next speaker. And we have Alex Hamilton. So Alex Hamilton comes to us from dealroom.co, which is a data platform on global startup and venture capital ecosystems. And Alex has been using Datawrapper for quite some time now, I believe over 3 years, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, also in various roles, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And I think that's given him a really interesting perspective on building a variety of new tools using Datawrapper. And so I'm very much looking forward to his talk on this. Alex, are you ready?
Yeah, sounds great.
Maybe.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the introduction there, Michael. Yeah, very delighted to be here today following some very great speakers who'll be also presenting over today and tomorrow. I'm going to be talking today about the transformative impact that Datawrapper's had on our work here at DOHMH, presenting our startup insights and how to leverage the live updating functionality in order to be able to build impactful tools and products. So yeah, just as an introduction, Michael's already done a little bit explaining that I already have a little bit of experience with Datawrapper previously, and I'm going to take you a little bit on that sort of journey, bringing that into DOHMH, and sort of the sort of transformative effect that sort of had with the work. So I'm the data visualization lead at DOHMH. My job is to build data visualizations and products that help communicate startup insights at scale. As part of my introduction, I'll just sort of give this a little bit of an overview of my economics background and then the work that I'd done on a side project with some friends, trying to visualize data visualization insights for Northern Irish politics. And for this project, we needed a tool to be able to sort of present these insights with the public, and came across Datawrapper on a Medium article, and just found the tool very user intuitive, very easy to be able to pick up. With really good documentation, and we're able to embed these really professional looking visualizations and charts onto the website. And yeah, so that was sort of my background there a little bit. And I was able to bring a lot of the sort of experience I had on building Datawrapper sort of tools in this sort of website into the work at DOHMH. And it's also where I gained all the sort of knowledge for the different settings and adjustments that can be made in Datawrapper to my colleagues at DOHMH as acting as customer support there. But speaking of DOHMH, What is DOHMH for those unfamiliar? So DOHMH is a data platform for market intelligence on startups and technology companies worldwide. We're based in Amsterdam, and we act as a sort of central hub connecting lots of different players in the startup ecosystem. So this can include the likes of governments, startups, VC investors, job seekers, amongst others. Each of these have their own unique interests and information needs. However, a common sort of theme across all of them is that they will have the desire for up-to-date startup insights and want to know what's happening in the startup global ecosystem in order to sort of inform them with their decision-making. And this is where Datawrapper has really proved instrumental in its ability to streamline a lot of our processes and present our live startup insights in a really coherent way. Continuing on that story of previously using Datawrapper, as part of this politics project, I was able to bring this work into the job that I had at DOHMH in the intelligence unit. So the main job that I had was to build sort of startup insights research, covering lots of different European geographies and emerging tech trends. So this could be, for example, the state of startup jobs in the Netherlands, or the Spanish startup ecosystem, as well as other industry segments. And we had some sort of challenges in our sort of workflows for the report building process, where Datawrapper was really supportive and being able to sort of improve these tools. So I'll go over some of these here and then talk about the evolution of the use of Datawrapper at DOHMH and how it's been able to be fundamental in us being able to present startup insights with the live updating chart functionality. So prior to DOHMH, prior to my time at DOHMH, I think a lot of the data visualizations that we were building in part of reports were manually created and quite static by nature, which meant a lot of time being spent back and forth with the design team and the analysts in order to be able to build these visualizations. So implementing sort of Datawrapper in part of this report building process has really saved hundreds of hours, probably estimated on a yearly basis, of just removing the sort of time being spent going back and forth in these issues, and allows us to be able to also repurpose to these visualizations. So not only in a PNG or an image formats for reports, but also online, as Datawrapper has really fast and dynamic visualization benefits once embedded online. So it means that we don't need to repurpose and rebuild a lot of visualizations or ask the design team to be able to build these specific graphics. And it really improves the sort of user experience, allows them to really dive into the insights there. So as anyone who's ever embedded a Datawrapper visualization onto a website, it's just sort of an example of some of the charts that we have online and how it allows sort of the users to be able to dive a little bit more into the data itself, and uncover trends that they may not have been able to do just with a static screenshot. So working with Datawrapper at DOHMH first came as a point of how can we improve the report building process so that it isn't as sort of time consuming or manual for certain parts. And obviously with the ability to embed the charts into the website or online, and with the live functionality, think how are we able to sort of present up-to-date live information with our audience so that they can see the most current trends in the startup ecosystem. So this is where we sort of started to implement the functionality of the live chart visualizations into the products that we were building. So I'm going to cover some of the live updating chart functionalities that we've been using here at DOHMH, the value that this brings, and also later on cover just a short segment on how that sort of works at a very high level, along with some Datawrapper sort of resources if you're interested. So one of the sort of products that we've been developing ourselves have been these deep dives, which are free, user-friendly guides covering technology and startup topics, featuring live updating charts, which provide users with all the sort of up-to-date, need-to-know information about segments such as generative AI or the startup ecosystem in various different countries. We're able to, do the analysis, present the information, and leverage the live updating functionality as well as the API to be able to bring this information in. So that's whenever journalists, users, people interested in the tech ecosystem read these guides, they can know that they're getting the most up-to-date numbers. So a couple of examples can be seen here. So we have guides on all different types of topics seen on the left-hand side, and a couple of visualizations that would be embedded on the page on the right, and the different topics. So these could be tables on leading investors into a certain area or segment, maps showing venture capital distribution across a country or region, and all these up-to-date numbers and bar charts and all the different chart types that Datawrapper offers. The fact that we're able to sort of live connect a lot of this data from already having a database and being able to present the same information that is available on the platform is super beneficial. And with the API, being able to manage this is super helpful. I know there'll be other speakers talking about how to leverage the API. So I'll give a little bit of a very brief overview as I talk about it in my speech. Another sort of tool that we've developed in order to be able to help our users to search for these emerging startups and all these sort of sub niches is that we have this dashboard, which essentially allows people to use natural language to be able to search for startups across different segments. So even working in a specific segment, it can be quite hard to track all of the different startups and the niches that exist within that. And since we host over 3 million, we have data on over 3 million different companies, it can be hard to be able to find where all these different niches are, and using a lightweight tool like Datawrapper's table is really easy for us to be able to sort of showcase how to be able to find these types of startups across 500 different industries, sub-industries, segments, etc. So this is like a really good sort of use case that we've been able to build with Datawrapper's technology. And yeah, just as mentioned in the guides, we're able to sort of distribute these live charts that are updated in real time across the platform and on the website. So we're able to sort of customize these to our needs or leverage different sort of templates that we already built. And yeah, the live updating side of things and the API really makes this a very streamlined process. So in this segment, I'm just going to demonstrate a little bit about, on a very high level, how this works with some information that you can get on the Datawrapper website for the documentation. So I'll talk about how to set up a single Datawrapper charts, which automatically links to a Google Sheet spreadsheet. I'll talk about like generally how like a pipeline of creating various data visualizations would look like with the Google Sheets option and the Datawrapper API. And yeah, in this example, I'm going to go over using the easier methodology of using Datawrapper's own servers, using them to fetch the data periodically, which can also be done yourself, but I'll show the case the easier method this way. So the first question is how is the data itself connected? How can we make this a live chart per se? So in this sort of graphic from the Datawrapper website, it shows that you will upload a CSV file, an Excel file somewhere on the internet, and Datawrapper will fetch the information from that data set once you've given it the permissions, and we'll use that to update the chart. So this way that there's no sort of complications, it's very straightforward and easy to be able to do. And the link on the right-hand side will be able to sort of give a little bit more of a step-by-step process and guide on how to be able to do this. So this is the sort of methodology that I'll go over. In terms of how this is done, this is just a very simplified sort of way. For maybe Datawrapper users who are already familiar, you want to prepare your data already in Google Sheets that's already sort of cleaned and formatted in the right way. Then you go to the Upload Data tab and the Datawrapper Create a Chart section, and then you link the URL with the permissions that have been granted for Datawrapper to be able to fetch that information into the search box seen on the far left-hand side. And then once you have 2 green ticks showcasing that you've got a positive connection, that means that you can move on to the next step, which is the check and describe, and then making all the different sort of visual annotation changes that way. So yeah, as mentioned, here's some sort of the documentation, though I imagine the Datawrapper team are also sort of on top of this in the comments as well. How often is this information sort of updated? Well, it's updated pretty often and more than enough for what we need. It's on a daily and a minute basis for the first day, and then after the first day, it's updated every hour until the end of the month, and then it needs to be republished. Again, as mentioned, this can be hosted on your own end if this isn't sort of suitable for your own needs, but it's great in the fact that Datawrapper is able to sort of pull this information and give a very easy option for this to be able to be done. And yeah, just at a very high level, you know, I'm sure the API people later on will be able to give this in a bit more detail, but this is just generally speaking how one would make many charts from you know, a database to a Google Sheets using the API. And you know, basically from left to right, you want to sort of query your database with one data set and build a connection between the database and the Google Sheets. Once you get the data into the Google Sheets, just as you would for any other chart, you'd want to transform it in a way that can be used for other, you know, properly into the chart without having to make the changes in the check and describe tab of Datawrapper. As Datawrapper will be able to pull the information from one specific sheet, you'll want to make sure that you have one sheet for each of the charts that you would want to make if you want to make multiple charts. So once you've split the data set into the smaller sub data sets, which will have its own dedicated charts, you can create a Python or an R script and sort of leverage the API to be able to batch create, edit, and publish tens or hundreds of charts. So this general process has been sort of like really helpful. And you know, I think it's like a really beneficial tool to be able to sort of manage data visualizations at scale with Datawrapper. The fact that this is also as part of the free plan, whenever I was working with this in my previous project, meant that like it's not necessarily a difference between the enterprise plan and the free plan, and it's a really big beneficial thing to have. So yeah, in summary, I just sort of want to sort of conclude and just sort of say that, you know, it's been a real pleasure to sort of learn a lot more about data visualization with Datawrapper, and it's brought a lot of benefits working at DRM and using this technology to be able to streamline our report process, making a lot less manual. We can be more creative, and we can repurpose a lot of the insights that we have in the reports into online sort of methods. And you know, using the live updating functionality and the API, there's lots of different use cases, from updating maybe one specific Google Sheets and connecting that online, or making this whole sort of pipeline of live charts distributed across your own website. But yeah, I hope this is a general overview about how Datawrapper can be used for various different ways, not just for presenting one individual insight, but sometimes as part of a dashboard, sometimes just to build like this big sort of live library of data visualizations. And yeah, I hope that's sort of been useful. I'm going to link here the guide deep dives that we have across all these different tech segments and geographies that would be of interest. And yeah, thank you very much for listening. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn if you have any questions as well.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Alex. I just briefly want to highlight, because someone mentioned in the Slack comments that sometimes they can't see the comments inside the live stream, and there's some really helpful links that are posted there that they can't see in the recordings. So I do want to give it a shout out. It was in your slide at one point, but dealroom.co/guides, where you can find more of these deep dives where a lot of Datawrapper charts are used. I was really impressed by sort of the breadth of variety of charts that you use and chart types that you use. So that was very nice to see. We have one question here from Ariana Brown. They say, great example, Alex. Thank you for your clear explanation and usage. Will you describe this as an example of transferable knowledge and adding value to the company through other tools? They also add that you did a great job or great work adding value to the organization.
But yeah, that's very kind. Yeah, I think it's important with, I guess, any role as you go into to be able to share the information and the knowledge that you have on, you know, be that, you know, with programming or with Google Sheets or Excel or data visualization. And that's something that I feel I've been able to bring at DRM. But it's just been very exciting to be able to, you know, have something that I've worked with Datawrapper beforehand in a very small scale. And then really to be able to sort of work with the insights team and the intelligence unit at DRM to be able to build and distribute startup insights across a really big audience in a way that's visible for a lot of users. So yeah, I hope that sort of answers the question.
I think I have a sort of follow-up question in some sorts, also with regards to the fact that you've been using Datawrapper for quite a while. You're obviously quite skilled at it. And then there's also a lot of people that are watching now who either have never used Datawrapper or are only using it or beginning their journey, so to speak. What would you, as a seasoned pro, give them as sort of a pro tip for people that are starting out?
Yeah, whenever I started Datawrapper, I didn't really have the biggest experience with data visualization and analysis in that sort of specific niche. I did find the documentation and just the explainer articles on Datawrapper's own website that I've linked in the speech to be really, really helpful, because that's where I was able to learn a little bit about how to, annotate different charts or the HTML and CSS little tips and tricks, as well as that Datawrapper has a really good library of the Datawrapper River, with different sort of examples, the dispatch that you do on a weekly basis. So sort of using a lot of these charts and sometimes duplicating existing charts where they're able to do so in Datawrapper, and then just trying to reverse engineer what is that you want to do. And that's generally how I built a lot of the initial data visualizations that I've done. And sometimes I see ones online, and that's generally the process. So yeah, it's, it sometimes feel like, saying the work that your team does at Datawrapper, you see all these extremely complex data visualizations. It can seem quite complex, but once you start to unpack it one piece at a time, it gets a little bit easier to be able to do.
I think that's a great answer. I mean, I'm biased, but I would definitely echo that in terms of the Academy and also the River being perhaps very underrated resources for learning Datawrapper. Alex, we're sort of tight on time.
Yep.
So I'm going to move on to our next speaker, if that's right. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers.
Thanks. Next up, we have Taylor Orth from YouGov, where she is the Director of Survey Data Journalism. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with YouGov. It's a great source for data on public opinion, whether they be political or social or cultural topics. And Taylor's created thousands of charts in Datawrapper at this point based on this data. And what I really loved about them is just the visual and narrative clarity that they have with some very clear messaging. And so personally, I'm very excited to get some insight into your process. So whenever you're ready, Taylor, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here talking about two of my favorite subjects, polling and data visualization. As you mentioned, I'm the Director of Survey Data Journalism in the US at YouGov, which is an online polling firm. I also have a PhD in sociology. I'm currently based in Austin, Texas. I work with a small team that brainstorms ideas for public-facing polls for YouGov. We write stories about them, and most relevant to why I'm here today, we visualize the results using Datawrapper. We do national polling on a really wide range of topics, including politics and elections, especially recently, culture, technology, sports, entertainment, you name it. We use Datawrapper on a daily basis. And when I started a few years ago, I was hooked pretty much immediately, primarily, as other people have mentioned, by its ease of use. In my opinion, it's a tool that strikes just the right balance in being adaptable enough to use in a variety of situations, as well as being intuitive and just really user-friendly. Today, I'm going to give you some insights into how and why my team at YouGov uses Datawrapper and offer a few tips that we've picked up along the way, which in some cases are specific to public opinion data, which is the area that I'm most familiar with, but also will be helpful in some other contexts. And then I'm happy to take questions at the end, or you're also welcome to reach out to me. So in order to keep up with recent news and events, the polling that we do is often really quick turnaround. It's also public facing, which means that we need a system that's both streamlined and also looks good. For us, Datawrapper really fills both of those requirements. At YouGov, some people might say that charts are our love language. They're the primary way that we share our findings with the public. They're on our website, on social media, embedded in news stories of organizations that we partner with. And we take really seriously the responsibility to make sure that we're accurately and fairly conveying the opinions of respondents who took the time to participate in our surveys. We make a lot of charts. I've been at YouGov a little over 2 years, and according to their website that I looked at last night, I've made over roughly 3,000 charts using Datawrapper. I even attempted to I made this slide using Datawrapper, and it's really our primary tool. While we have explored other options, it's not our primary tool just because we haven't looked for any others. We've definitely looked, and honestly, there's really not any other software that I found that checks all of the boxes that Datawrapper is able to. In terms of our style, our signature style is typically horizontal bars in our standard color scheme. But that said, we really do try to explore a lot of different styles of charts. Most often to look at either how opinions vary by group, which we typically use bars, over time using lines, or by place using maps. When it comes to charts, clarity and transparency are really top priorities for us. We want our findings to be shared far and wide, and Datawrapper has a lot of tools that further that aim. Features like tooltips, data download, embed links. And in terms of clarity, we typically opt for chart designs that are really simple and can be understood in pretty small bites, which Datawrapper makes really easy to do quickly. One thing that's great about Datawrapper is that it's really versatile. People on our team have different backgrounds, and have found different ways to work Datawrapper into their unique workflows. Some colleagues use the API using R, as others have mentioned so far. Other people tend to feed the data directly into the browser. But what I really like is that regardless of the roads that we take to get there, the simplicity of the platform means that all of our charts end up looking consistent in our style as we would like them to. Okay, now I'm going to talk about a few tips for visualizing survey data. And a little Easter egg here, this chart here is who people expect to win the 2024 election using our most recent data from The Economist. Okay, the first tip I want to touch on is planning ahead. And by that, I mean that it helps to think about visualization before you've even begun to visualize the data. My primary job at YouGov is conducting surveys, and there are many factors that a person needs to consider when designing a survey. Some of these are given more attention than others. Perhaps the most obvious consideration is the experience of the respondent, whether the response options we provide are inclusive and will accurately reflect their views. And this really is a top priority. But there's another step that many people skip that is possible to do here as well, which is to consider another audience when designing surveys. And in this case, that is the audience who's encountering our results and making sure that they're able to have a clear understanding of what we're conveying to them. So I'm going to show one example of a question that we frequently ask about the legality of abortion. You can see here the response options are quite long and might take a while for someone glancing at the chart without much time to digest. One way that we might go about fixing this is by adding a little note at the bottom that explains the full response options while abbreviating them in the legend. We always want to be transparent in trying to make sure that the responses that we show our respondents are the same ones that people who are viewing the charts see, so that they're both saying the same thing. And one way to do this is through a note. But if you're able to design your own surveys and want to take this into consideration, one alternative is to consider what the visualization will look like in the planning phase of designing a survey. So that might mean coming up with different response options, which I'm just showing one example of something we experimented here, asking the question in a different way with shorter response options that might still be able to capture the same information as the longer ones, but might make for a better visualization. Now, this won't always work. This is something that you have to test, and that it can take some consideration in terms of making sure you don't lose anything in what you're conveying to your respondents. But overall, the point here is that if you spend some time up front in questionnaire design, you might end up with an overall simplified visualization. The second tip I want to touch on is about balancing simplicity and transparency in charts, something that Datawrapper makes really easy, in my opinion. We're regularly faced with a question that I'm sure many of you are familiar with: how much data should we show? Will we lose anything? Will we lose people by overwhelming them with too much information, or possibly cause misunderstandings by oversimplifying our findings? For these types of decisions, Datawrapper has become almost, I think others have mentioned this too, an exploratory data analysis tool, in addition to a tool that we use to present and explain results to others. On the next few slides, I'm going to talk you through the process of exploring a few different ways we might consider presenting results from a survey that we did on whether or not different US military interventions were successful in a variety of countries. I want you to keep in mind, though, there's really not one right or wrong way. There's just different considerations that you can take as you work through the process. So we're going to start with the most condensed version here. And this is looking at the net success of each military intervention that we asked about. That means the bars here represent the share of US adults who say that each intervention was entirely or mostly successful, minus the share who say each was entirely or mostly unsuccessful. You'll see World War II at the top, Vietnam at the bottom. But for this instance, let's take a look at one specific example of the civil war in Yemen. The takeaway from this chart might be that more people think it's unsuccessful, net -12, than successful. But one thing with netted results is that we don't know what share of Americans think it's been unsuccessful. It could be a majority of people, say 57%, or it could even be as low as 12%. We also don't know what all the response options were. In the next version, you'll see that we separate out the shares who say that interventions have been successful and unsuccessful using the mirrored bars here. This chart shows that it's far less than a majority, in fact, just 28%, who say that the US intervention in Yemen has been mostly unsuccessful. In the next slide, we'll see what's missing. The often overlooked not sure response, something that comes up really often when visualizing public opinion data. It turns out that most people, 55%, aren't sure about the success or failure of the US intervention in Yemen. Perhaps fewer people have strong opinions or opinions at all on the issue than we initially thought. You can get even more granular here by using the stack bars here that we often use, looking at separating out even further the categories. So when I say Datawrapper is an exploratory data analysis tool, I mean that one step that we're often doing is putting the full data in and then trying out these different scopes, zooming in and out of different ways to look at the data. And in this example, what you'll often find when I mention the not sure responses is that sometimes these can be a story all on their own. Here we looked at the percentage of men and women who said they weren't sure about these different interventions, and found that it was actually pretty interesting that women were far more likely than men to say that they weren't sure about the success of these interventions. So don't drop the not sure responses right away is the message here. A third tip I want to give is talking about separate scales. So by separate scales, I mean response scales. Oftentimes, we're visualizing survey questions and they don't always have the same response options, which can make it difficult to combine them into one chart that we might embed. So one thing we do often is what you can see here, which I'll add a note later about, or I have one here, indicating what kind of code we use to create these sorts of this sort of display. You'll see here, on the left, we have different issues. This was in the midterm elections, asking people whether their votes were for or against different things. We wanted to put all these results in one chart so people might be able to compare across, but the response options were different, so a shared legend wasn't going to work. The same thing on the chart on the right, asking about horror movies, and just a few more examples here. Anyway, this is a quick tip, but it's something that's really come in handy for us in using color coding to include many different types of questions in one chart without having to split it up. But the last thing I'll note is that you can avoid this problem by planning ahead. And if you have the chance to design a survey, one thing you might consider is trying to coordinate response options so that you can include them all more easily in one chart with a shared legend. So that's all I have for today. I want to thank Datawrapper so much for having me speak. It's been a really, really wonderful tool. I absolutely love it and was really honored to have this opportunity. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Taylor. That was a really fascinating talk with some lots of great insights into your process. I especially love the way that you also showed the different sort of ways that you could present, in theory, the same data, and it comes up with a completely different message or focus. So thank you very much for that. To everyone that's listening, feel free to post any questions that you have for Taylor in the comments, and we'll pass them on. We have the first one here from Eike Hoppmann, and it is, what is your approach to visualize margins of error?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we don't typically visualize margins of error in our charts. We usually include that information in the text, but it is something that that we've definitely considered. And I think our main priority is keeping the charts as simple as possible. And sometimes adding in margins of errors can complicate them a little bit, but it's definitely something that can be helpful.
Thanks for that. I have two questions, actually. We still have a bit of time, so I'll just go with them. The first one, and I don't know if you can answer this one, or if it's sort of private information from YouGov, but what I loved is the uniformity of all the different charts, and they're all really slick and still actually quite complex on the back end. And I'm wondering how, when you get new people coming into YouGov in general, what is the process there for getting people up to speed and ensuring this kind of uniform design?
Well, it does help that we work on a really small team, so there aren't that many people to get up to speed. But I think Datawrapper really just makes that easy. Like you could imagine with another tool, I mean, not to call any out, but like, you know, using ggplot, for example, or R, like those tools can take a really long time to get caught up on. I mean, you have to learn a lot more of other things before you can even kind of dive into visualization. But I mean, we've had interns come on our team and pick up Datawrapper in like a day. I mean, we have, in terms of keeping the same color scheme and everything, Datawrapper makes that really easy with, you know, our company theme that makes it so we just pop in the data and everything else is formatted as we would want it to be. So yeah, that's really streamlined getting people caught up and being able to use the tool. It's just like, in my opinion, the easiest tool to use. The fact that you can just paste the data in, you don't even need to like go upload it all, just makes it really easy.
Okay, thanks for that answer. I want to close on a more general question, but also on the process itself, I guess. And I was wondering, when I was viewing all these things, and you kind of, you know, you have all these different ways of sculpting the data that you receive, and no doubt you receive a bunch of data as well. Do you ever receive sort of data, drops and drafts, and then hit a roadblock in terms of messaging or narrative, sort of a writer's block in finding a story in the data? And if so, how do you overcome that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I would say it's twofold. I mean, the first step is kind of the exploratory step that I mentioned earlier of like, you know, in Datawrapper, when you upload data, you don't have to make the decision immediately on what type of chart you want. You can click around, see how different ones would look. So I spend a lot of time doing that, playing out with different options, different ways of sorting. That's something I didn't even get to, but I think is really important in terms of how your story is formed. And then the second thing is getting feedback from other people on our team. We have like an internal Slack channel where we'll share our charts and ask for feedback. Sometimes I'll share a bunch of versions and see which people like the best. So I think it's data visualization. If you're working alone, you're probably not going to get as good of results as you would working with other people, because it's hard to know how anyone's going to interpret a chart until others have had the chance to look at it and tell you what they think. So I would say those are the two things that I do to kind of play around and get past those roadblocks.
Amazing. Thank you. We actually have one last question. I just want to throw this one in before we close off here. We have it from Anastasia. Thank you, Taylor. Do you have any tips navigating and managing such a huge Datawrapper charts library among the team?
I wish I did. I wish I did. I have learned a lot so far, even in this in these different sessions. So I currently we have a pretty broad approach of tossing everything in one area, mostly because it's just so quick turnaround, and we're working on things really quickly. But I think that I'm excited to learn more about organizing them. But I think honestly, even just having them all in one place really hasn't caused any major problems for us. I think because it's so, Datawrapper has a pretty good search function, and we're able to create charts so quickly. A lot of times, sometimes I'll just even create a new one from scratch because it's so quick, rather than going back and finding an older one that I've done in the same format. So yeah, check out some of the recordings from earlier for some tips on organization.
All right. Taylor, we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much for presenting, sharing some insights into the inner workings of YouGov. It's really fascinating. Hope you stick around for the rest of the talks, also for these tips on the organization of folders. But thank you so much, Taylor.
Appreciate it. Bye.
So our next speaker is Lucy Block from the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, which is a New York-based organization fighting for equal access to affordable housing and strong neighborhoods. There, the main thrust of her work focuses on data analysis and the power of storytelling. This is also something that she teaches to urban planning students at NYU, and I believe she'll also be talking to us about today. So Lucy, if you're ready, I'll just hand over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Lucy Block, and I'm a Senior Research and Data Associate at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, which is also known as ANHD. ANHD is a 50-year-old community development organization in New York City, and we're an umbrella for over 80 other neighborhood-based and citywide nonprofit groups. Our mission is to build community power across our members to achieve affordable housing and thriving, equitable neighborhoods in New York City. And we do that through many different approaches. So they include organizing coalitions, developing and advocating for policies on behalf of our communities, producing research and data to support our work, and building capacity. In our work areas encompass many different issues. So that includes affordable housing, economic development, land use, banking, and more. So today I want to talk to you about an example of how we have merged those different approaches together, including how Datawrapper is a part of that. First, before I get into that, I wanted to share this Post-it note with you that I have on my desk. And I stole this from my boss, who is a data and research nerd like me. It says, "Don't put policy before power." And what I've learned from her over the years, and what this Post-it note reminds me of, is that our best research and data analysis and policy development really accomplish nothing if we haven't built up the power as an organization, along with our members and our partners, to actually change the things that we care about, such as passing laws, implementing laws. So no matter how cool and pretty and sleek my data visualizations are, they don't actually get us anywhere unless they're part of a larger strategy and vision, which I personally find really motivating. And I wanted to show you an example of how I try to make that a part of our larger work. This is a photo of us with one of our member organizations and a small business owner, the owner of a plant shop, who's been on a large commercial corridor in the Bronx for several decades. As part of what we call our equitable economic development work, we want to protect and get resources to the kinds of small businesses that we see as making up the cultural backbone of New York City. For those of you who live in or have visited New York City, I think you might have a picture in your mind of what types of small storefront businesses I'm talking about. And so our member organization pictured here is working with this business and others along that commercial strip to try to make sure that they don't get pushed out because they don't have leases or legal protections. And in the meantime, there are major development plans for a very large armory right across the street. And also on this slide is a statement of ours about how we do this work. We're fighting for affordable commercial space and an end to commercial tenant harassment, and we see commercial displacement as cultural displacement. So through our many member organizations, as well as a coalition that we run to protect and get resources to small businesses, we hear about all the different kinds of issues they face. So many of them can't get leases from their landlords even if they want them, or the lease terms are very short. The terms of the lease might be very poor, put them at a disadvantage. Some face active threats and harassment by their landlords, which can take many different forms, but are sometimes really egregious. And many others still haven't recuperated financially from COVID and were excluded from financial help from the government. So back when we started this small business organizing and advocacy work, our coalition would go to the city council and try to advocate for new laws and protections for small businesses. And those council members would respond like, where is your data? How do we know that this is actually a real problem? And at the time, the data did not exist because our government didn't collect it. So as a first step, that coalition developed a campaign and passed a law to require landlords to report information on how much rent they were charging their first and second floor commercial tenants, how long the spaces were vacant, and more information. And then a couple years later, that resulted in several really valuable data sets that are on New York City's open data portal. So this one, which I'll be showing you my analysis of, aggregates statistics about median rents, vacancies, total numbers of storefronts, and more data points at different geographies around the city, including council districts. So with that data, we've been able to create maps showing those council members, showing the public what the state of affairs is across these storefront businesses in these different districts and geographies. So the data goes back to 2019, which allows us to see how things like median rents have changed across council districts in New York City since before COVID and during COVID. And this map is from a report that we published last year showing changes in median rents from 2019 to 2021. So you might be familiar with the shape of New York City. You may not be. This long island in the middle is Manhattan. And you can see that in most of Manhattan, the storefront rents typically decreased from 2019 to 2021, as much as a 16.7% decrease at the very bottom of Manhattan. Whereas in Upper Manhattan, in the Bronx, in Queens, in most of Brooklyn, in a lot of districts, rents increased significantly, even though businesses had lost major revenue because of the pandemic. So as you might imagine, Datawrapper is an incredible tool to be able to tell this story with. Bear with me one moment while I switch over to the Datawrapper backend. So, okay, looks like you can see that now. So one thing that's great off the bat is that New York City has all kinds of administrative districts pre-populated in there. So city council districts is already a geography. I don't have to upload any shapefiles. And then I just copy and paste this very simple table that is essentially just a reshaped version of the data from that data set that is already available based on the advocacy that we started a few years ago, showing the council district by the number, the total storefronts, the median rents each of the years that we had at the time that we produced this, the percent change in rent, and the net change in rent. I used really simple visualization with a diverging gradient to show decreases and increases, added some annotations for the districts with the largest increases in rent, which we wanted to highlight in our report. And then my tool tips. So the major difference between this and a map that I would have created in GIS and Illustrator is that this is essentially all I would have gotten, and probably just bucketed values. So somebody looking at this would be able to compare and see where there were decreases, where there were increases, but they wouldn't be able to dive in and see like, what are the actual values? the fact that median rent started at $2 per square foot per month in 2019 in this part of Southeast Queens, including the Rockaways, whereas in Manhattan, it started at $9 per square foot, as well as looking at the net number of storefronts. So people who really want to understand this detail or this data in more granular detail can hover with the tooltips, and I think just get such valuable additional pieces of the puzzle so that you can get that overall simple version of the data story as well as the detailed version. This is what Datawrapper, this map looks like embedded on our website. This is the web version of the report that we did. I'll drop the link in the chat after my talk. But I guess I don't have to convince this audience that Datawrapper is really valuable. But this is one of those examples that I just absolutely love, both the simplicity and the level of detail that it can offer with a bit of interactivity in a way that I just would not be able to build without Datawrapper. And I teach urban planning students data analysis, visualization, and mapping and data storytelling. And we actually have to just hide the fact that Datawrapper exists and that you can make maps in Datawrapper until the end of the class, because we need them to learn spatial analysis. And being able to just pop a CSV into Datawrapper and put together a map like this is way too easy. And we need them to learn more GIS than that. Let me switch back over to my presentation. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay. So this is another Datawrapper chart from that same report with some of the major findings that we found really important to get across. So we compared some demographics of districts where median rents increased versus decreased or stayed the same during that time period. What we found is that in council districts where rents decreased, 47% of the population is people of color. And in council districts where rents increased, 72% of the population is people of color. And so those findings verified what we and our members hear and experience on the ground and have for a long time, which is that displacement pressure on small businesses has been hitting communities of color the hardest, which is also illustrated by the map showing where the decreases and where the increases have happened. So this work was also covered by the New York Times, who did their own version of the map that I showed you and their own reporting on these data findings. And my data visualization skills definitely do not hold a candle to the New York Times. But in this particular case, I think there's really a lot of value in the Datawrapper chart with the interactivity that it offers. The static chart gives that bucketing of values and the comparison, but overall is definitely a much more simplified picture. And I really like that we were able to offer more detail and context in the map that we put in our online report. As a side note, the business that was featured on the cover of this article, this is the woman who owns a business called Nepali Banchagar. It's a Nepali restaurant in my neighborhood, and they make my absolute favorite food, which is called jol momo. And I highly recommend visiting that restaurant and trying that food if you're ever in Queens. This is another example of how my organization has used Datawrapper in what I think is a really valuable way. So the purpose of this map, this is from a couple years ago, and the reason we made it was to take something that's a very obscure and confusing topic. It's AMIs, or area median incomes, which if you're diving into housing policy in New York, you can't avoid kind of affordable housing policy in the United States generally. It's basically a proxy for income limited housing with a bunch of benchmarks, which are pretty hard to wrap your mind around. And we wanted to show what it meant. This policy was being proposed by our governor, which would have offered a tax incentive largely for the production of apartments that would have rented at $2,300 per month at the time for a 2-bedroom. It's a couple of years ago. Now it would be more. And so the map shows that that rent would have been higher than the median rent in 92% of census tracts around the city. And so our position was that it's not worth the large tax breaks that the developers would get in exchange. And we embedded this map into a blog on our website, but I really like that it has enough text and information within it to serve as its own kind of self-contained infographic. And I think this one stands alone really well. So whereas the other map was embedded in a report that had information surrounding it, this one I think is really nice to be able to share on its own. And we also often do things like make a static version of this by exporting the map, putting it in Canva, and really simplifying the text, and then having that, putting that on social media along with a link that would take you to the full interactive version. And finally, I wanted to show you a very kind of simple and less splashy use of Datawrapper. I've heard folks talking about how Datawrapper is primarily an explanatory tool, but can also be useful for exploratory purposes. And this is just an internal Slack message where my boss had asked for a breakdown of this income metric for different race and ethnic groups in New York City across recent years. And so I made a couple of different Datawrapper charts to try to illustrate it for her. Actually, the speaker just before me was talking about how they use kind of a few different Datawrapper charts and send it over to their team to see what lands better, what's more helpful. And this is something that we use just when we have internal questions we want to answer in the process of developing our strategy and figuring out what our public messaging might be and what the data story is to start with. So I just find that popping some simple data into Datawrapper, spending, you know, less than an hour putting together these charts and sending them over is an extremely useful and efficient way to be able to get my colleagues some answers that they need in order to do their larger work. And I want to wrap up with some of my lessons and takeaways. So this applies to Datawrapper and all data visualization and kind of like all work generally. Purpose first, always ground your data visualization in its purpose. So you'd want to think about, like, are you trying to just quickly answer a colleague's question? Are you trying to demonstrate the scale of a problem? Is it part of a large report? Like, where is your data visualization fitting and what is it moving forward? And with those answers, that can help you know whether you need to just throw together something that's really quick and dirty and just simply visualizes the data, gets it into a visual format so that you can hand it over to someone who already has lots of context on the issue. Or do you need to go through the full explanatory process of carefully choosing each element of your visualization based on what your audience does or doesn't know? So going from, you know, those quick charts that I sent over to my boss to the map, which is a bit simpler, to the first map, to the second map, which has kind of a full paragraph, if not more, of information about what the map is demonstrating. And where are you going to put it? Is it going to be on a website with surrounding text to explain what's happening? Does it need to stand on its own? Will it be circulated on social media? Are you going to just send it to somebody in Slack or an email? And then finally, my favorite, which is to make use of the tooltips to add complexity and additional information to your very simple and beautiful visualization. Currently, tooltips are only available in maps and scatterplots, but I'm hoping that by having a little bit of a platform at this conference, I can push my agenda of having Datawrapper add tooltips to more of their charts and options. You know, I think they offer an incredible functionality, and to me, it's really the largest value add over what I can produce with a static chart. So I absolutely love that feature. So that's it for my talk. You're welcome to contact me. It's my email address, lucy.b@anhd.org, and you can follow all of our work at anhd.org. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Lucy. That was a really fascinating talk. I think that was also echoed within the comments, sort of gaining insight into the data that you were sharing, but also everyone was very, very impressed by your maps. A lot of people also requested, and I think you said that you're going to share afterwards in the comments links to some of these charts and maps, because I think a lot of people really want to take a closer look. So thank you for that. Also for preaching the gospel of tooltips. I think it's a massively, massively useful tool that we will hopefully then expand also to other chart types. We have quite a few questions here for you. sorry. Let me try to sort them out a little bit. So we'll start off with this one from Niels. It says, hey, Lucy, thanks for the great contribution. Maybe you can give a little bit more insight into the importance of open data for your work. Do you have, by any chance, any experience in encouraging official institutions to collect specific data for public use?
Yes, this is one of my favorite topics. We are so lucky in New York City to have really strong open data laws. There's an organization named Beta NYC and others who were advocating for open data definitely as early as 2011. I think their efforts went farther back than that, but under Mayor Bloomberg in 2012, there was a series of laws put into place that would require our agencies to publish open data. And so if I'm remembering the law right, I believe that any administrative data set that doesn't have personally identifying or otherwise confidential information is supposed to be published on our open data portal. And there's just been so much work done over the years to try to make that data useful and reliable. And it can be overwhelming. We have thousands of data sets on the New York City open data portal. And so there's additional work to try to make sure that the administrative data is useful for analysts and advocates and folks who want to use it. So I know that many places have great open data resources, but lots of places don't. And so I don't necessarily have an easy way for someone to get the same kind of robust open data infrastructure quickly. It requires advocacy from the civic sector, I think, to make sure that the government, is both legally required to publish that data. And in New York City, we've had some real mayors actually prioritize it and put resources into agencies that were going to follow up and make it happen. But that being said, I think most governments, probably all governments are maintaining data in some sort of format. In the US, basically all counties maintain property data. And so there's always something that you can do to try to get a higher level of access. Sometimes that's in the US Freedom of Information requests, and then advocates will publish the data on their own. I'm part of a group that has worked to obtain housing court cases from our state office of court administration. So that's in our judicial system, and they're not bound by the same open data requirements. And so we get our own feed and we set up an ETL process, which I'm not going to remember what that stands for, extract, transfer, load. But we set up, our own processes to handle the data, which comes in XML format, and then put that into CSVs on a GitHub page and be able to open that up. So there are, formal legal processes that you can advocate for to make open data a real core part of the way that your government functions. And then there are other kind of workarounds and external ways that you can advocate for and try to get that data into your hands. I feel like that was a quite long answer to the question, but I do care about this and I like talking about this. So I'm happy to talk to folks if they want to talk more about open data after today.
No, I think on such a specific topic like open data, it does help to get a very specific answer as well. So thank you for that. We have 3 questions. I'm going to limit it to 1. And the other 2, I think, if you rejoin us, hopefully in the chat afterwards, you can maybe answer them there. Because people are wondering what browser you're using, but also the name of the restaurant. But I'll close on this question from Val, which is, do you define audience first before generating charts, or do you use your data and EDDA to inform your audience?
I really see that as an iterative process because I think you can generally separate your data visualization process into the exploratory phase and the explanatory phase. So in the exploratory phase, your audience might be your internal team. It could be yourself. And, you need to define your audience basically to just know like what you're doing and what's the question, who cares about it, and what's it part of. But then there's some more to do in terms of figuring out how much information to include and exclude, even for that more internal behind the scenes audience. And then I really always think that defining the purpose of what you're working on is the absolute first step. So you might have gone through your exploratory process and kind of latched on to something that you think is interesting and important. But there, in my mind, is another step of going through and figuring out why does this matter and what are we trying to do with it? What are we trying to communicate with it? Who cares? Why do we want them to care? And I work for an advocacy organization, and so we have an agenda. We want to get certain laws passed in the interest of the communities that we work with and on behalf of. And so our data questions fit into that larger process. So the map that I showed is part of illustrating the kinds of pressures that these small businesses that I think many people would say, oh, yeah, I understand the importance of small businesses in New York City, and we want to make it really clear. People might say, oh, I understand why it would be hard to run a plant shop in the Bronx for 30 years. But they might, unless we do this kind of work, they don't know what the actual changes in median rents are in that specific place over the years and how that compares to Manhattan rents, the fact that Manhattan rents have decreased while rents in the Bronx have increased. And so, we're trying to highlight those issues, illustrate them with really concrete data, and that's our longer term agenda. And so that's where it fits in. There's a lot to defining the audience, but I really think that purpose comes first, and then audience isn't too hard to determine once you have that.
Lucy, thank you so much for the talk, for the insights. I hope you stick around, and in the comments, there's still a few more questions to answer. Thank you also for your advocacy work, for the education that you share. And I'll move on to our next speaker at this point. So thank you very much, Lucy.
Thanks.
Our next speaker will also probably be interested in the name of the Nepali restaurant, because we have Matthew Montesano with us here, who's also from New York. So Matthew is the Director of Data Communications at the New York Health Department, and he's a public health professional with over 10 years of experience working with agencies at the local, state, and federal level, sort of shaping how they communicate data and overcome barriers to build great data communication products. He's also authored a very insightful piece on our blog that you can read about the health department's COVID-19 dashboard, which was built in Datawrapper. But I don't want to take any more time from you. So Matthew, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks so much. Brief moment before I get started to thank the Datawrapper staff and also express some appreciation for the other speakers. I've really been enjoying the opportunity to learn from other people's practices in these talks. For those of you who don't know, the New York City Health Department, my employer, is a local government public health agency, and it's responsible for monitoring and improving the health of New York City residents, all 9 million or so of us. And as that great introduction said, I manage web-based data communication products at the agency. In my talk, there are a few things in particular that I want to do. So first, I want to speak from my position within a government agency. There are unique constraints to working within government, and I want to, make sure that I communicate that I'm speaking from that context. And with that in mind, I also want to speak to other government workers who are here. We share unique responsibilities and missions, right? So I want to connect based on that. And lastly, I want to speak to people who use public data, and I want to talk about our collective responsibilities around working with public data. But overall, the purpose of my talk is to talk about how we've made major changes to our online data communications over the past 5 years or so, and how Datawrapper has supported and fit into that. And I want to start with a little bit of history. So before COVID, I was working on a project called the Environment and Health Data Portal. And it's a website that we use to publish data on ways that environments shape health in New York City. You can find it by Googling New York City Environment and Health Data Portal. The URL is on the screen. It's a really messy URL. That's okay. And so with this website, we had done a bunch of user research on the sort of previous version of this website. And from our users, from talking to people who were trying to use our data, we heard some really interesting things. And we found that people wanted data less than they wanted the story in the data. Even when our users had proficiency to analyze a data set and draw conclusions, they still didn't necessarily want to do that. They wanted us to tell them what our conclusions were, or they wanted to know why something was the way it was, right? So this is less about the data. This is less about the asthma rate for a certain neighborhood than it is about, people asking us, why is this the way it is? What's going on? What's connected here? And so what we took from this, from a lot of user research that we had done, was that our users, what they wanted out of data was something, frankly, more than data, more than the numbers. And so we started to develop strategies to communicate more meaning and more information, more than just the data. And so one of these strategies was narrative data stories. So we started creating these brief reads using conversational language to communicate insights into the data, explanation, nuance, interpretation, the why something is the way it is. And so for this, we use Datawrapper heavily. I'm going to just throw a quick couple of examples onto the slides here. With Datawrapper, of course, we could quickly prototype things and test them with our internal partners. We could embed them into our web products, right? And of course, Datawrapper, as we know, has all these great sort of meaning and message-focused features. They let us highlight aspects of the data and annotate charts, and you all know why it's a great feature. So here are a few examples, right? So we're sort of writing these flows right from copy to visualization and back to copy, using a variety of information design techniques in both our text and visualizations to highlight key points. And overall, we're using this to explore really interesting and important findings in our colleagues' research, right? So that we're taking that in-depth research and delivering it in a way that's easy to access and understand and use. And so overall, again, this is about telling a story, and it's about making access to the information, making understanding a really core part of our data communication strategy. So you can explore all of our data stories on the website. Again, the website is called the Environment and Health Data Portal. We have dozens about air quality, about housing, about inequality and injustice, about violence, extreme heat and climate change, and so on. And so this is all to sort of preface what we were doing before the COVID-19 pandemic hit. Because when COVID hit, we found ourselves with a great need to publish data and to do it fast. We wanted to publish our data in ways that people could use, right? We wanted to carry on those constructs that we were implementing on the Environment and Health Data Portal and bring this over to this new situation. And so when we were early on, right, in March, April 2020, when we were thinking about how to publish COVID data in ways that people could use, we started working with a strategy that for some people, that means gaining a visual understanding of what's happening. And for others, it means being able to download the data, right? And so there's both the need to balance both the exploratory and the explanatory data and provide data for different people's use cases. Also at this time, we needed to be able to spin something up really quickly, and we needed to be agile. We needed to build and change and iterate and evolve as the pandemic conditions shifted. And this is where we sort of ran into a few interesting limitations about how government usually operates. If you're hearing a little bit of background noise, apparently my dog over here, my office mate, is getting a little bit excited about the fact that I'm talking to you all. So it's just some background noise about a very cute dog. Okay, so with this need to be quick and iterative, we hit some limitations about how government usually operates. Government agencies are designed to be durable and reliable and long-lasting. And sometimes this means being resistant to change, and this means not always being agile and flexible, right? So there's a little bit of a sort of tension in process here. But because of our experience doing this more innovative and agile and iterative work on the EH data portal, we decided early on to use Datawrapper for the COVID data reporting, because it was something that we could do now, right? We could grab the data that our analysts were producing, make epi curves, get quick approval, and drop Datawrapper's iframes into the health department's website via its content management system. And over time, this changed a lot, and we wound up building a fairly extensive set of pages, a dashboard, if you will, with a whole bunch of custom interaction, and at its peak, over 100 different charts that were being updated 7 days a week. And so a few notes on what we did with this. I'm skipping forward in my slides. A few notes on what we did with this. We published our data files on GitHub. So each chart was reading a CSV file that was publicly available on GitHub as its data source. And so this let us, first of all, let us track and make available every version of every file through all of the updates. It was really easy to update these, right? So we spent 2 years working 7 days a week updating these data. And it also let us add in the GitHub repository a lot of documentation for the power users who were just grabbing this data and downloading these data. We were also using simple JavaScript to power interaction on the pages. So for those of you who don't know about the sort of website of things, we're basically putting buttons on the page, and each time you click a button, it runs a little script that says, oh, you click the hospitalizations button, we're going to hide the cases and the deaths charts, and we're going to show the hospitalizations chart on the page, right? So this let us go from Datawrapper's sort of single charts to a more structured system of interaction, choosing which charts are displayed. JavaScript is the web language that powers interactions, and we had limited options to bring in new technology, right? So this leveraged CSS, HTML, and JavaScript, which are the web's sort of 3 core languages that the agency's web content management system could deliver to users. Another thing that we did is that we used tables extensively for accessibility, right? So screen reader technology doesn't really work very well with visual charts, but a properly structured table, a screen reader can go through it in an organized way and read off the values associating the values with their labels in a proper way. So what we would do by sort of bringing all of these Datawrapper tools into a larger system in a web context, we would hide the visual charts to screen reading devices, which are used for people who are have visual impairments or are blind. The screen reader would not encounter the visual charts, and instead there would be tables that were sort of visible or exposed only to the screen reader technology for the same data, and that would allow users using screen readers to access those data. And so, as I mentioned, we built a fairly extensive dashboard out of these parts. At its peak, like I said, it had over 100 different charts on several different pages, and all of these were getting updated daily. And in retrospect, I'm not entirely sure that this is the best way to build a dashboard, but it used our existing platforms and internal capacity, right? Tools that were already at our disposal. It leveraged free services and free accounts that we could start using now. And when I say now, I mean early April 2020. For staff internally, there were no new technologies, right? There were no downloads, no installations, no permissions. Those of you who work for government agencies might know that it can be very difficult or not a non-starter, or at least very time-consuming to get a new piece of software that you can use. And with this reliance on sort of more simple technology, we could train new staff to manage visualizations or manage the GitHub repository or do page content management as people rotated on and off assignments to do this emergency work. And this was really important because in an emergency situation, people aren't doing their regular job, right? They're sort of recruited into this emergency operations. And some people are doing that as their whole job, and other people are rotating on and off of assignments, right? So by relying more on this sort of simple collection of interoperable tools, we could ensure continuity of operations. We can ensure that something didn't rely on really limited knowledge internally. We can make sure that we were training staff coming on and off of this work. Overall, it let us build and deploy something fast too. And so those of you who worked any job perhaps through COVID are probably familiar with that feeling of building the plane while flying it, right? So this approach helped us do that. It helped us meet the moment under those circumstances. So stepping back again out of the specifics and into the big picture, before COVID, within government, it was my experience that a lot of the opinion, a lot of the perspective about communicating data was saying that, yes, data are great, but who uses data? Probably a minority of people out there, some wonks, some professionals, data science people, etc. COVID changed that. It was a situation where data mattered to a much wider audience. And we've seen that repeated again. Last summer, New York City was blanketed in smoke from faraway wildfires, and we saw a massive volume of web traffic going to our web pages with real-time air quality data updates, right? So there are these situations where a lot of people, the general public, if you will, are interested in data. So with COVID, we saw the opportunity to lean on our experience from prior work on the Environment and Health Data Portal and the data stories and these other explanatory data features to focus on explanation, to focus on a variety of specific use cases for data, and use data to draw people in, build trust through transparency, and also see opportunities to connect them to other resources and health information. And that's a big change in how we think about data. It's a move from an older paradigm where we might say our job is to present data and let people draw their own conclusions. And it's moving to a new paradigm where explanation, accessibility, usability, and understanding are core components of this work. And with data, we try and visualize for impact and explain it and hope that in doing so, we're creating a tool. We're putting a tool into more people's hands and more people can use that tool to improve health. And so the last point that I want to make about why this is important is that in a government agency, we're working with public data. It's data about the public. We're funded by the public. And so in a way, the public are the owners of these data. I think it's vital that we make sure that we democratize access to data about the public. And that means that we release it in forms that people can access, understand, and use, that we explain the knowledge that we use the data to create, and that the end users of our information are our highest priority. Half a bridge doesn't get us there. We need to take the extra step and make sure that the public can make use of the knowledge that we generate by and about them. So this is how we do it at the New York City Health Department. I think my time is up, but I'm extremely open to continuing to talk about this. If anyone wants to reach out to me, I'll put my email address in the chat, friend me on LinkedIn. I really welcome questions and comments and inquiries and just talking with people who are engaged in similar work. Thank you so much.
Matthew, thank you so much for that talk. I think it's super impressive, how you broke down such a complex process into a very understandable, very simplified presentation in the sense of easy to grasp. But I'm also very impressed by what you managed together with your team to build during a very wild time. As you said, you were building the plane as you were flying it. But given that you built a very impressive plane, also with the free data wrapper and everything that kind of went into there, the considerations that you also had for accessibility, Dan in the comments pointed that out. So thank you very much for that. I would urge, based on the time that we have left, as you kind of already pointed out, that if listeners have any questions or viewers have any questions, that they maybe put them into the chat, or as Matthew said, reach out, friend them on LinkedIn, continue the conversation there. Matthew, I don't know if you're going to stick around a little bit in the comments to field any questions that might come, but perfect. Then thank you very much for that and also for the talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker, last but definitely not least, is Taylor Bednarz from the Maricopa County Department of Public Health. As the department's senior data visualization epidemiologist, Taylor focuses on building data viz capacity within the department. So that means developing trainings, compiling resources, or consulting on projects. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, Taylor also helped to update, streamline, and improve the county's public vaccine data webpage using Datawrapper. Taylor, I'm very keen to hear more about this process. So if you're ready, I'll just hand over to you. Thank you very much.
So hi, everyone, and good morning from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Taylor Bednarz. Like Mishi said, I am the Senior Data Visualization Epidemiologist with the Maricopa County Department of Public Health. And I'm here today to talk to you about the rapid deployment of a public COVID-19 vaccine data webpage using Datawrapper. And I really want to thank Matthew for that fantastic primer, because I think it will tie into this presentation very well, a lot of the same concerns about data in government. So moving on, just a little bit of background about us. So Maricopa County is located in the state of Arizona, which sits to the east of California along the US-Mexico border. And we have about 4.5 million residents, which makes us the third largest health jurisdiction in the United States. And we were one of the first jurisdictions in the United States to identify a case of SARS-CoV-2. And by March of 2020, COVID had overwhelmed our local health resources, just like it had many other places around the country and around the world. We had a significant number of staff members assigned to additional duties, supporting the response, which strained our overall operational capacity for an extended period of time. Like Matthew just said, and I'm supposed to click something. There we go. But in December of 2020, the first COVID-19 vaccines were authorized for emergency use, which gave us a new type of data to track in this response, vaccination data. So almost as soon as the first doses of the COVID-19 vaccines arrived, we began receiving questions about vaccine uptake from both partners and the public. We knew we had an important responsibility to provide transparency on the local rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine. So we sought a way to share this vaccine administration data publicly so we could reassure our community that the vaccine was getting out to those who were most at risk for severe disease. And so we developed the COVID-19 vaccine public data webpage so that we could share this data with our community. And we chose Datawrapper because it allowed us to quickly and easily create beautiful visualizations, especially when we did not have a lot of time on our hands. So here's a little snapshot of the first iteration of our COVID-19 vaccine data webpage. We'll walk through the figures as quickly as users would have seen scrolling through the page. We created a bar chart showing number of vaccine doses administered overall and by dose type. We also shared these data in a donut chart showing the proportion of doses administered by dose type, and as well as a stacked column chart showing number of doses administered over time by dose type. We use split bars to show demographic breakdowns of the vaccinated population, including by sex, by age, by race, and by ethnicity. And what was so great is that Datawrapper charts were easy to share on social media, and so we were able to get this data back out into the community, not just on our website, but pushed out through more avenues, which prompted further public discussion and engagement with the data. So these figures were updated in March of 2021 because, as many of us remember from COVID, things were constantly changing. And so this first update was to include the newly authorized one-dose vaccine series. As previously, every vaccination series required 2 doses, all the approved ones at that point. And then again, we updated these figures in August of 2021 when a 3rd dose was recommended of the mRNA vaccine series for immunocompromised individuals. Like Matthew was saying, the adaptability here was a really important feature for us. We updated all our other relevant figures to include these new newly approved dose types, including the donut chart and our stacked bar chart. We also added a chart showing overall daily doses administered and a 7-day rolling average in our version 1.2. And we followed that how to combine line and bar charts tutorial in the Datawrapper Academy to make this line chart. And we started adding annotations in here to add a little context around data lag times and label our data. So things were constantly changing. They never stopped during the COVID pandemic. In September of 2022, the CDC updated their recommendations, requiring a booster dose for individuals who completed their primary series at least 1 year prior to be considered up to date on COVID-19 vaccination. We posted a disclaimer on the webpage temporarily as we went through and updated all the figures to align with new CDC recommendations. And once again, I'll walk you through how these figures would have appeared on our version 2 of the page. So we added an election donut so you could really quickly see what % of our population was up to date. And we also added some HTML formatting for the text in our titles and descriptions so that we could reinforce some of our data legends throughout the visualizations. We also updated the stacked column chart to show primary versus booster doses instead of those series that we showed in the first place. And we also use the split bars to display the proportion of the population who are currently up to date with recommended doses side by side with those who had ever been completed a vaccination series. And as you'll see, we use that text HTML text formatting to reinforce those legend colors throughout all the applicable figures. We also used the split bars to show the same data by race and ethnicity, and we followed the how to add tabs and drop downs Datawrapper Academy tutorial to add HTML buttons, allowing users to view the racial or ethnic breakdown for specific age groups, which I'm going to try and demonstrate for you now. Hopefully we get back to the presentation without issue. Oh, there it is. So this is a demo of how those buttons work. So here we could click on that 5 to 19 group if we wanted to know what was going on with school age kids, and we'll see a breakdown of that data just for those ages 5 to 19. And we can always go back to our all ages here. And while it looks like it's just one figure, each of these is a separate figure, as you can see in that tutorial. And so we update 6 different charts, like Matthew was talking about in New York for that interactivity. We use kind of a similar feature here with 6 separate editions, one for each age group that we want to feature. See if I can get our presentation going again. There we go. So jumping back into our presentation, like I said, each button links to a different page. And here I wanted to give you an example of some of the HTML code that we actually used for those. So we've tweaked a little bit. It's not exactly everything that you would find in that tutorial. So here's some little snippets of how we applied the colors in the description, made space and instructions for those buttons, and then actually added each LinkedIn view button. We actually updated the style a little bit. You can see there's a little shadow and some other fancy HTML features we played around with on the 2nd edition for continuous quality improvement. And the really special thing about these is that they're set to fill that container when you open that link, so it won't link you out. It'll just replace the chart you're looking at, which is a really neat feature that makes it look like just one chart. So in 2023, the CDC again updated their COVID-19 vaccination guidelines, now recommending most people get an updated booster dose for the current respiratory virus season. We updated our figures to only display the proportion of the population currently up to date with this guidance, since that original vaccination series is deprioritized now as we have new vaccine formulas. And this iteration of the webpage is still live, so I'm going to try and demo this live version for you as well. Should be right by our presentation. There we go. So as you can see, we have that election donut here that we updated with our percent of population up to date with a current seasonal booster. And then we use the split bars here to combine that age and gender data. I believe it's sex here, not gender, sorry. Misspoke. And then because we didn't need those comparison of the primary series and currently up-to-date groups, we were actually able to replace that all residents comparison bar that you can see. We have an all groups comparison bar up here with a line, which made it a little more easy to compare. We actually used the overlay to kind of create the pseudo benchmark line. So it's easier to compare each individual group to the overall average for all groups. So popping one last time back into the presentation. Thank you all for jumping in and out with me. Here's a little snapshot of just how we used that overlay to create that kind of benchmark line. So we just added the overall vaccination rate for that age group as a second column with the same data in each row for each age group chart, so that when you actually apply the overlay, they all line up on the same data point and it creates the illusion of that solid benchmark line. So that's where we are today. And luckily we learned a few things from our experience. We learned that no dataviz tool is one size fits all, and sometimes different tools are needed for different tasks, especially when things are changing so quickly and need constant adjustment. Datawrapper is a really useful tool for creating both beautiful and accessible visualizations when resources are spread thin. And in our case, Datawrapper helped us rapidly increase our data visualization capacity during the COVID-19 pandemic due to that accessibility and ease of use. So of course, before I go, I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone who contributed to this project. It takes a village, of course, and they were recognized by many outside of our department as well. We had local news affiliates, local public health association chairs calling out our visuals on Twitter, which was really great to see that we were delivering what our community wanted to see. And I'm just throw my information up here. If you have any questions or want a copy of any of those code snippets, here's my email. And I just want to thank you all for taking the time to talk with me today.
Taylor, thank you so much for the insight into how things kind of went during that wild time in Maricopa County. I do have a question for you, actually. We have a bit of time if some people in the audience also have questions, but watching that and kind of seeing as you were walking through the webpage and also understanding that it is a webpage for, I guess, the broad public, but it's going to be used presumably by all sorts of different stakeholders. I'm left curious how that process of kind of thinking about your stakeholders, having those discussions internally about how you communicate sort of for which audience, and how do you, yeah, I guess I don't know if that's making sense, but.
Yes, I think I know what you're asking. It's a constant issue we run into, honestly, where we have a limited amount of time or space to produce this kind of work, and we're trying to get the biggest bang for our buck, And so we do have resources for, to direct internal efforts to track this in kind of more granularly on the internal level. And sometimes we will share some of that data or, create reports for partners that want to target their interventions, but then we also want to have a place for the people who don't know who to ask, who to come to, the students, whoever's doing research, to be able to access it. So we do try and make it really broad appeal, but we try to thread the needle where there's some features of it that might be a little too much for the public. They might not be interested, but we try and just make sure that's, lower down on the page, and the simpler, that donut chart of just how many people are up to date with their vaccination is right up at the top. And so we kind of try and stagger it that way so we can reach the broadest audience when we don't have a lot of resources to work with.
Did you ever get feedback? You shared sort of the screenshot from Twitter, but beyond that, sort of feedback on how receptive stakeholders were to, or are, to sort of the data visualizations that you're putting together and presenting?
Yeah, I think we've had really fantastic feedback across the board. We have made a more conscious effort. We were already starting this process pre-COVID, and COVID, set us back a little bit of being more intentional with our data storytelling and making sure our data is accessible to the public. And so that's something we've been working through more and more, and just coming up with creative ways of how to make one dashboard that might work for two different audiences, but just figuring out how to set it up right so that the public's going to get what they need and your partners are also going to be able to dig in and get what they need.
I guess sort of on that question of transferability, by no means is this something in the past, but sort of looking forward, and maybe also since then, to what extent have you been able to transfer sort of the learnings from this, and also, I guess, the framework and even just generally the structure into other contexts, if at all? Were they more receptive to that now that sort of you have a proven dashboard in Datawrapper?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's just made dataviz seem more accessible to our employees, which is really great. There's so many people who are just overwhelmed at the idea of trying to create a visualization from scratch, and really showing them that it's easy. You can walk through it step by step, and you can create a really beautiful, powerful visualization without, spending a month reading 10 books on it.
Fair enough. So looking at the clock, I think I'd like to hand over to the next host, so there's a bit of time. Thank you for being with us today, presenting and giving us some insight into sort of the inner workings at Maricopa County. Thank you everyone else as well for being here for the entire block. I hope it's been interesting. I hope you've been able to see sort of how Datawrapper has been used and applied in a variety of different fields, in different contexts, both organizational, but also industries, and can take some inspiration from that. I found all these talks excellent, and there was a lot of discussion inside the comments, so I hope you did as well. At this point, I'll hand over to the host of the next block, who will be talking to us about news and media, or hosting rather, the block on news and media, and that's Elliot. Elliot, if you're there, then I'll just pop you in now. And thank you everyone for being with us.
Hi, hello, thank you so much, Mishi. Hello everyone, my name is Elliot. I am a data visualization developer at Datawrapper. And I'm going to be your host over the next few hours for the news and design block. We have a great set of speakers, as you can see on the slide here. And we're going to start with Julia Wolfe. Julia, are you there? Julia is currently the editor of the Americas graphics team at Reuters. And Julia and I actually go way back. We used to work together at the Wall Street Journal for a few years.
2016 election, yeah.
The 2016 US election in that war room. Between then and now, she worked at 538, and in fact introduced their newsroom to Datawrapper. Julia, welcome. You have the stage.
Thank you, Elliot. So good to see you again at this conference. I'm super excited to talk about this because Datawrapper has done this for me, which I promise it will do for you. It's helped remove a lot of cruft from my life, from my team's life, so that we can focus on cool, original, bespoke things. And I think, yeah, I'm just so grateful it exists. Thank you all. So as Elliot mentioned, I am the America's graphics editor at Reuters, which means I run a team of graphics journalists that covers news from the top of Canada down to the tip of Argentina. So a pretty broad direction. But before I was that, before Datawrapper, as Elliot mentioned, he and I go way, way, way back. So here is us trying to, after a long cross-country journey to get to SourceCon, a news conference, where you can see me and Elliot hanging out. I had more embarrassing photos, Elliot. You should be happy I went with this one. And our friend Andrew and somebody else we're going to get back to later. He will show up again. So a little bit about how I came to be a Datawrapper user, advocate, acolyte. I was first introduced to Datawrapper when I was teaching at the Graduate Journalism School at CUNY, where it was used to teach the students how to make charts for the first time. And it was so exciting. I had seen charting tools before, but it really did democratize charting, to these journalism students who were inundated with all these new tools, and they were really able to dive in, and we could put aside technical things and really just focus on what it meant to make a good data visualization. And so I was pretty excited about that. And then I went to work at 538, where we had an internal charting tool. But when I became the head of the data visualization team there, one of the first things I pushed through was retiring that tool and switching to Datawrapper. I'll talk about this a little more later, but that internal tool is just not worth it. And I think it's pretty easily the biggest legacy I'll have left on a newsroom, switching that tool over. It made a world of a difference. And then I came to Reuters, where they were already on Datawrapper, but because it's an enormous newsroom, I am still onboarding people constantly. I support our newsroom, think of new ways to make the tool work for us. So what I wanted to talk about today was my experience onboarding at 538 when it was a small newsroom and it was totally new, and at Reuters where it's an enormous global newsroom, because the challenges are a little different at those two places. But hopefully I have some advice if you're already on that journey or you're thinking about taking that step, some tips from my experience of doing that. So I'll start with the small newsroom experience first. When you're introducing a small newsroom to Datawrapper, or just a newsroom for the very first time that's never used it before. The first thing I did was really work to build consensus early. I felt pretty strongly we were switching to Datawrapper one way or another, but I didn't tell the whole newsroom that. I got some of the reporters who liked helping us with charts. I got the copy editors to play with the free tool and let them believe that they had a lot of say with whether or not we went ahead with it. Because I trusted correctly that once they spent time with the tool, they would be really excited and they would back me up in that this was something we had to do. So by the time the tool came around, everybody felt like they had been a part of bringing that on board, which meant that, with any new tool, there's going to be some bumps, but people just really viewed those through good, optimistic, excited lens. And if, the people who hadn't maybe been brought on early, they didn't just have the graphics team advocating for it. They had people from different directions saying, no, this is great for us. The other thing I would suggest, which I didn't do right away and I wish I had, would be to commit to a project management system if you're going to be bringing this on for the first time. The Datawrapper folks are so wonderfully flexible. They'll work in whatever thing you want. They're not going to make you submit JIRA tickets or whatever if you've worked with different groups before, which is great in theory, but there is so many little details that go into making sure that the Datawrapper built for your newsroom has everything your newsroom needs. At 538, we had a very specific style we wanted to meet, which required a lot of back and forth tweaking. And I wish from the very beginning I had set up a really rigorous Notion board or GitHub project board or whatever your tool of choice is. That just would have made it easier to keep track of that stuff. We did eventually switch over there, and I think the Datawrapper folks were happy we did. That would be one tip. You are the one starting from the ground up. The other thing Datawrapper will offer you is the ability to lock some features down. And this is really going to vary newsroom to newsroom. But you should think very thoughtfully about what chart types you want, any particular use cases of those. Something that we deal with a lot at Reuters is reporters using the small multiple pie charts to make over time pie charts. And so we've talked about maybe just removing that charting ability completely. You know, if you think that there's some chart types that your newsroom might make and you don't want to have to look over their shoulder at every single chart, you can remove features. The last is that in these early days, and especially in a small newsroom where you can do this, as many quick, let me show you that, let me hop on a call with you as you can with different people who are using the tool. I highly recommend. I've brought so many people on board because it's a lot more exciting to watch me do something and feel like they can do it too than to try to bump around in a tool or not know what's possible or not have those ideas. And so those early days, anytime somebody would ask me for help, I wouldn't just do it for them. I would say, let me show you. And we'd either be in person pre-COVID or hop on a call, because that really got them excited and also let them start fixing things for themselves in the future. Finally, accept Datawrapper's wonderful help. They have fantastic newsroom training, which they ran for us at 538 and brought a lot of people on board. One thing that Elena had said to me at the time, and really stuck with me when I asked her for advice on this, was that a lot of people think they have to be tier 1 customer support for their newsroom, but you don't have to be. Datawrapper will do that for you. You know, obviously there's the fantastic Datawrapper Academy documentation, but also in a small newsroom, if you're on Slack, they'll make a collaborative Slack channel. I would start just sending, if I couldn't help a reporter, I was busy, I would say just post in the Datawrapper Slack and somebody would get back to them. And so realizing that I didn't have to carry that weight was huge. That was my quick lightning talk of the small newsroom. I'm trying to move quickly because I know we don't have a ton of time and I want to make sure that if anybody is going through this now, they have time for questions. So the other half of this experience for me has been rolling onboarding at Reuters, which is a completely different challenge than 538. The tool's already there. We're on the enterprise level, but Reuters is a enormous global newsroom with people constantly joining or people who have been there for 20 years hearing about Datawrapper for the first time, because you can do all of the promotion you want, but in a newsroom that big and that spread out, lots of people won't even know it exists. And so I've learned a lot in the few years I've been at Reuters that have made things a lot better and made our charts, our Datawrapper usage better. Internal docs and email templates for the big newsroom is so important. Datawrapper has fantastic documentation, but it's not designed for your newsroom. We, for example, are a wire service with a whole other CMS just for our wire. We have rigged Datawrapper to publish directly to the wire. We have all sorts of technical things that aren't going to show up in Datawrapper's documentation, and it would be a nightmare to keep walking people through that stuff all the time. And finally, it took me too long to do this, but I finally created an email template because the way that we add new users is they send to our listserv. And I was writing the same text over and over to say, I've added you, you know, here is our link, and you can see on the left what that goes to of our own documentation, including a link to Datawrapper documentation themselves. And also, in a small newsroom, I didn't have to worry about my colleagues remembering that I'm a real person and not, you know, an AI chatbot or something. But in a large newsroom, sometimes I try to think about ways to add a little bit more humanity to the Datawrapper stuff, so they don't think that, you know, they know there's actual people using this tool. They can ask for help. They can get excited about it. The opposite of the small newsroom, you can't have quick, let me just show you for every single person, because there's tons of people in the newsroom and that would be all your time. So what I try to do instead is I identify people in different parts of the newsroom who are doing cool things with Datawrapper, are really interested in pushing how they use it, and I spend a lot of time with them. And those people have started spending a lot of time with the people on their teams, and they are, I had a desk editor who's been at Reuters for 20 years, no technical experience, who's one of these people for me, and he did a map of the fire in Texas, where he found the GeoJSON, downloaded it, uploaded it to Datawrapper, the kind of thing that I would have thought 5 years ago only the graphics team would get to that level of complexity. But he and I had spent so much time with the tool, and I assured him, that's something you can do. You don't have to be able to open that file. Just look for that .geojson, and the map ended up turning out fantastic. And he now helps the desk debug and handle and all that stuff, which has been great. As an example, I pulled all of our users and I sorted them by how many charts they've made. Number one is Ben Welsh. He and John are talking tomorrow, I think, about automated charts. So if you wonder why he's at 21K and everybody else is in the hundreds of thousands, you should go to his talk. But I have two people in here in our top 5, top 6 who are not even on the graphics team, but they make so many charts. They use Datawrapper just for their own exploratory reporting, but also for publishing. And that tells you how much this chart has meant for us, because those are charts pre-Datawrapper they would have been asking our team to help with. Find your people who are in production. When you're running trainings and in a big newsroom, you're going to run a lot of trainings. Whenever possible, bring somebody from production with you. Whoever it is, the desk, copy editor, a specific production team, whoever actually puts stories together, they're going to know better than you what the common pitfalls are, because a lot of graphics teams, the Reuters team included, we don't actually use the Reuters CMS and all that. We have our own server, so I don't know that much about how to debug when there's issues embedding a Datawrapper chart there. The production team does, and also graphics teams seem very mysterious and technical to some folks in a giant newsroom, so they don't necessarily believe us when we say it's an easy to use tool. But when they hear that directly from the mouth of a desk editor or copy editor, someone they trust, saying, no, this tool is really easy, you can figure this out, I found they're a lot more likely to be less terrified and give it a go. One more talk for Ben, plug for Ben and John's talk, Datawrapper's API. It has taken so much work off of our plate automating Datawrapper charts, because we had to do the jobs report, earnings reports, Fed stuff. I mean, that's just my region, but every region has their own cyclical financial whatever charts that are happening constantly. And since we started automating those, that's just a lot of work that nobody in the newsroom has to do. We can tell reporters, don't worry. We actually had somebody from the legal team ask for some help on making job state charts for the legal sector. And I was like, oh, let me connect you to Ben, who already automates a bunch of those charts, and he can just add one for legal. You'll never have to make this chart again. And he was pretty excited. Okay. That's how you can bring Datawrapper to your small newsroom or to your big newsroom. Very quickly, why should you bring Datawrapper to your newsroom? Your graphics team is magic. They have skills that nobody else has. They can code, they can draw, they can map, they can write, they can report, they can do 18 different things. Do not have them spending their time making bar charts. Because the thing that I believe sets the great graphics teams apart from the good graphics teams is largely determined by how much cruft you keep off their plates. And so if you can get those daily charts away from them, if you can get maintenance of stuff away from them, if you can turn more reporters to the tool, more automation of the tool, that means your team is doing more original, bespoke graphics journalism that no one else is doing. And that is a much better use of their time and your team. Internal tools are too much work. Elliot and I can tell you all about the joys of the journal's internal charting tool and the maintenance of that and asking for help on maintaining that. At 538, it was the same thing. Before I was at Reuters, they had a tool, and it's basically become somebody's full-time job to support, but probably somebody who does not have a background in software, who does not have the setup the Datawrapper has. You're not going to end up saving money when you end up needing employees spending full-time maintaining a tool, or not maintaining the tool, which begins to fall apart and have a million bugs and not do what you need. So yeah, don't have an internal tool. Use Datawrapper. It's great. One last thing, it's great for collaboration. That person who I said would come back, this was a very important email we sent the Datawrapper team about a project we were working on together, which was our child, because the wonderful people at Reuters sent me and him this great onesie that you'll have to get the file from somebody at Reuters. I don't know if the Datawrapper folks have it. And it was really cute and sweet. And that's it. That was 15 minutes, supposed to be 20, but I said maybe I could leave time for more questions. So yes, I would love if anybody has been working on this or has any questions about what it's like to onboard Datawrapper into your newsroom, big or small. I'd love to talk, or teach with it. I'd love to talk about that because I love Datawrapper. Thank you, Datawrapper people.
Thanks so much, Julia. Things that have landed in my inbox, I have to say. Really fascinating work tasks and the different problems you've had to face.
Okay, Lisa said this, Elliot, you sound a little strange to me, I think. You sound a little bit like a robot at the bottom of the well.
Do I still sound a little robotic?
Yeah.
I
see a comment. I see a question in the comment. I can start with one of those if that helps for you. Great. Oh, Elena said hands down, best support email I've received. Elena, I almost included your answer to that because she really kept the bid up. It was so good. When I allow non-graphics people to make graphics, how do I maintain quality? This is such a good question. When I was at 538, we were a small newsroom, so we reviewed every single chart. And it still went through a chart edit. And that was possible at 538 because we published 5 stories a day and not every story had a chart in it. That's not possible at Reuters. We have taken a bit of a calculated risk in that we don't have a formal review system other than we can look at all the Datawrapper charts. What we do is nothing automatically moves to clients. We have to manually, the graphics team has to approve to move it to clients. But it does mean that charts can end up on Reuters.com that we are not wild about. And that gets me to my point about locking some things down. I think in retrospect, maybe we should go back to the Datawrapper folks and turn off some charts that I see some problem. Yeah, Elliot, if you want to.
I don't know if my audio has improved yet.
Your audio is much better. There's a weird lag between your video and your audio, but it sounds great.
Wonderful. We love technical issues.
Yeah.
I wanted to jump in with a question of my own, which is, what would you say to someone worried that putting charting tools in the hands of reporters might result in a kind of reduced quality of charts?
It does. I mean, yeah, that's the trade-off, right? I mean, I think if I look at the charts made by my team, if we didn't let the newsroom make charts and only we made charts, the charts on Reuters would be better. There would be 1/50th of them. The reality is that we are a small team in a large newsroom, which is true, I think, for most graphics teams relative to the size of their newsroom. And I think it's a choice as an editor. You're always deciding where to spend your time. And I just really strongly believe that your graphics team's time is better spent on the high value work only they can do and let some mediocre charts go through. When we can help out, we will. I really encourage people always to reach out if they're not sure if something's working. Luckily we've trained up enough of the desk to help us with any of the big misleading problematic charts. But yeah, do I see some spaghetti charts with 30 colors sometimes? Sure. Do I see some things we would have done differently? Yes. But to brag a little, the Reuters graphics team was named by 2 different orgs last year the best team in the world. And I think part of how we reach that milestone is that we just don't spend time on things that other people can do for us.
Great. I've fiddled with my audio settings some more, and hopefully you can hear me even
It's
more clearly.
great.
Fantastic. Wow, we love technical issues. All right, so we have some more questions from the, I think we have time for more questions from the comments. Let's see, Laura asks, when someone from outside the graphics team makes a chart, is there any supervision? And do you set boundaries on which types of charts the non-graphics members can do? For example, only tables and bar charts, or do they have freedom to create?
Yeah, there is not any official supervision other than the fact that it'll go through an edit from their editor and from the copy desk, like the story itself. So there is in that sense, but there isn't necessarily chart supervision. Again, this is different at 538. If you're in a small newsroom and you can look at every single chart, great. But we couldn't do that at Reuters. This one I say we don't currently lock down anything, at least on the news side. I think Datawrapper might have some charts for other kinds of clients. But if I was going to, honestly, the only one I would probably lock down is the small multiple pie charts, because that's the only one I've seen. And I'm not like a pie chart hater, but I've seen some wild uses of that one. And I'm not sure the newsroom needs that one. So if we're going to lock down, I think that would be the one.
Okay, so another question from Patricia asks, what other tools did you use in your team?
What tools do we use? I mean, we don't use a ton of, I mean, we use Blender is a free 3D modeling tool for some of our 3D. Again, that's specifically the graphics team. The newsroom is not using Blender. I use the programming language R, so I use RStudio to make charts sometimes. Although I will say Datawrapper's small multiple line feature has made R suddenly less important for my workflow, because I think that was the moment I would switch out of Datawrapper and into R. We use Illustrator, of course. I mean, with Datawrapper, you can export to SVG. So often a workflow for us will be using Datawrapper to get the data in and then bring it into Illustrator to touch it up or do something special. Otherwise, we're doing a lot of custom coding in JavaScript with Svelte, which is what our rig is built on, which is stuff that we have time for because of Datawrapper.
Great. All right, here's a classic question from Connie. Do you have tips about getting non-graphics folks to use the tool? There's sometimes a gap between who I train and who actually makes charts.
Yes. Yeah. And again, I mean, that really varies to my mind on the size of your newsroom. I think if it's the small newsroom, get on the call with as many people as you possibly can. And if people who haven't reached out to you much, just say, I'd love to see how you're using it. Tougher on the big newsroom. So there, you can see in Datawrapper, if you're saying who I'm training and who's using it, you can see in Datawrapper who's using it a lot. So you can reach out to those folks proactively. I think that whole be human thing I shared, that's been really important because, Reuters is huge. They don't know who's friendly, who's helpful. And I try to be very super friendly whenever I do those things and remind them I'm here if you have any questions. I'll do a lot of demos where if somebody's struggling that I think I can help them with, I make them watch me turn a math chart into a great one only using Datawrapper. And there's something so soothing about watching someone who's good at something do it. So that often gets them very excited about Datawrapper and makes them realize. And it just gives me a chance to teach a lot of DataViz 101 stuff. But the other thing is don't worry about some people just won't really use it, and that's okay. I think that's the other thing. It's great that we have it, but I'm not out there trying to make every reporter put Datawrapper charts in their stories. I'm just trying to make the ones that want charts in their stories bug us less.
Great. I've got a next question is from Natasha. I hope I said that correctly. Hi, Julia, fantastic speech. Do you use some kind of template system for people outside of the graphics team?
No, I mean, we have, I think when you bring Datawrapper into your newsroom on the paid accounts, they will style the charts. So we do have a template in that sense that all of our charts come in the Reuters fonts. We have some default colors for them to choose from. We have the way that we format our Dateline and notes and all that is in their template. And that was the same thing for 538. That's why like that PMing process was so important, because getting the styles just right was a lot of back and forth. But now the template is just when they go to make a new chart in Datawrapper, it comes with all that stuff.
Great. We have time for a few more questions. I see one from Gregor from Datawrapper.
Gregor.
Who says, I'm curious if you experienced any cases where people in the newsroom showed forms of resistance to being forced to use a new tool being introduced in a sort of top-down way.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's why in the small newsroom, I did that before Datawrapper was officially brought on board. I made several people, including some people who I knew would love it and some people who I expected that resistance from, brought them on before we had signed up Datawrapper. So that they felt like they had the chance to discuss concerns. And honestly, the risk of sounding like a shill, it's such a good tool that once people use it, the resistance tends to go away. And because there's a free version of the tool, you can get people using it right away. You know, at Reuters, I think I just go back to that voluntary aspect when people seem stressed. I know the reporters are really under a lot of stress. And so if they feel like, I don't have time for this right now, I say, that's fine. We also don't have time to make a chart for you. So then your story just won't have a chart in it. But I am not somebody that believes every news story has to have a chart in it. So I think when they realize nobody's going to force it down their throat, it's just another option for them. I can see the like resistance melt away, and then they might give it a shot when they're, you know, less busy.
Every news story needing a chart. I've never heard that idea before in my life.
You have only worked with better editors than me, Elliot. There are some people outside of graphics teams who think apparently that's a good goal.
Okay, it's a question from Will. Do you give the non-graphics people a data visualization style guide, or do you communicate best practices in other ways?
Yeah, we have it. So the style guide, we don't have to do as much because the base styles are built into Datawrapper, thankfully, and the bounds of Datawrapper keep them from going too wild. But we do have in our documentation a DataViz 101 talk that we give a lot. So we have different Datawrapper trainings that we give, but whenever we give any Datawrapper training, we always make some time at least to just like, you know, the big things we want people to know about charting, like some tips on color, some tips on, you know, when to use certain chart forms, when to not, the things that we see a lot that we're more concerned about journalistically. And honestly, I send a lot of people to Lisa's writing on the Datawrapper blog because that does a lot of the work for me. So like she has some great write-ups about, you know, really picking your highlight colors cleverly and what a line chart is good for. So we'll give those talks, but then additionally, I'll often send them a very specific article if they have follow-up questions about that from Lisa.
Cool. Another question here. We're almost at the end of our slot, but lots of great questions coming in. Richard asks, how quickly do journalists publish their charts after a non-scheduled news event?
This is great. So fast if they want to, because we have connected Datawrapper directly to our wire, to our CMS. So when they publish, when they hit the Datawrapper publish button, it goes automatically into our internal CMS. So at that point, the desk can themselves move it to the wire. There's also an option that just the graphics team can use from Datawrapper to even skip that and immediately push it live to the wire. So as quickly as they can make a chart in Datawrapper, which is very quickly, it can be on Reuters.com, it can be to our clients. It's lovely.
Great. Let's see. Okay. Another question from John, who asks, at both 538 and Reuters, were you on the enterprise plan with Datawrapper?
We were not at 538 because we were so small, but we are at Reuters. We were at, I can't remember what it's called, whatever the one below enterprise is.
Okay, well, I think that is all the questions in chat. Thanks so much, Julia, for coming in.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Elliot.
Yes, you too. So next up He leads the data visualization team at ZEIT Online. And he and his team, like many of the speakers we're hearing from this week, frequently push the boundaries of what Datawrapper can do. So Julius, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to talk about how we ditch D3 and mostly use Datawrapper. That kind of means D3 is a charting library where you can do very special charts, and we use a lot. But nowadays, Datawrapper can do a lot of this stuff. But first of all, who is we? We is these 10 people. We're 10 people working in an interdisciplinary team of journalists, developers, and designers for the German news outlet ZEIT Online. And our team is called Data and Visualization. And what we do is we do a lot of data stories and visualizations. If you want to check it out, you can find all our work here behind this link. Yeah, we do a lot of data analysis, as you can see here. We publish interactive tools such as this calculator that tells you if you're middle class or not. That's one thing we do a lot. We do personalization of charts. We do a lot of interactivity. And since COVID, we do a lot of dashboards like this one. This is called our energy monitor, where you can get daily updates about the energy mix or the status of wind turbine expansion in Germany. And you can find that information directly on our homepage, for example. What we also do is very special stuff like this one. We experiment a lot with new visual formats, like this piece about space debris, where we calculated hundreds of thousands of debris based on data by the European Space Agency. And the examples I just showed you, I mean, they kind of look fantastic, but some times ago, our charts didn't, as you can see here. On the contrary, our basic charts look really bad. Like this one, there were no labels, there was unnecessary interactivity, and there was no focus in the chart. Or, for example, this one. There was a really long caption where you have to read like 1 minute to get the idea what's the chart about. And I think it's not a good chart if you have to read first. And we also had pie charts, and pie charts like this. So that's about the recommended daily food intake, but you can see it. So we really had to stop this madness. So we decided that from now on, all our charts should have the same quality standards as our bigger pieces you saw before. So, and most of the charts that were a little bit better than the ones you just saw were made with D3. D3 is a charting library to create special chart types such as small multiples, animations, interactivity with search inputs and stuff like this, which wasn't possible with Datawrapper those days. And we created, for example, we used D3 to create small multiple maps like this about the rent burden in German municipalities by income, or like this, for example, animations about the development of corporate taxes in Germany. But the good thing is all that can now be done with Datawrapper. And that's I'm going to talk about in the following slides. But first of all, we had to make our charts beautiful. So, so the first thing is we had a look at all the great charts we know from other outlets, or the great charts we did maybe to have sort of an inspiration. And we had this Figma file here where we also created better color palettes for light and for dark mode. And it was kind of a long process. What you can see here is our old chart design with a lot going on, with a lot of horizontal lines and different font types and sizes and new chart type. It's kind of subtle, but at first glance, probably changed a lot of details. We deleted all unnecessary lines. We had better spacing, font sizes, and overall, we had a better visual hierarchy with bigger headlines and more subtle sources and notes. So that every chart from now on is something we can directly put in the text and don't have to create ones with D3 for ourselves. But we also started to treat charts the exact same way we treat texts at ZEIT Online. Every text at ZEIT Online has to be read by a minimum of 2 people. So every chart now had to be edited in a 4 eyes minimum principle. What you can see here is a colleague asks, "Bügeln, please." We call it like this. It's translated to iron. So that means someone has to edit a chart. And as you can see here, there are 24 answers in the thread here in Slack. And sometimes there's endless discussions about small things such as colors or labels. So that really every chart is worth publishing. We also have our own Slack bot where we can see when someone publishes or edits a chart, because everyone at ZEIT Online is allowed to publish charts, and not everyone does it, but there are like maybe a dozen of people who create charts, and we want to see what they're doing and maybe helping them along the way and edit those charts. Yeah, so we had this new process, and now we had great charts. Like this, we had beautiful charts. This one is about additional burden of energy costs by income group. We have also new stuff to put methodology in there. We can click the small arrow next to the source where you can get more information, but you can't see it first. It doesn't distract you. Or this graphic about the pension by gender. So now every chart we publish is edited and looks better than the ones you saw before. But now that's still kind of normal charts. We wanted to do special things with them, like for example, small multiples. So now it's at Datawrapper you have pie chart small multiples, all in a new feature, line chart small multiples. But what we can do now is we can use every chart type from Datawrapper to create small multiples. And we can do it directly in our content management system, what you can see here. We can create embeds like this, but you can put it directly in the text where other colleagues maybe write the text. So you put in the embed, and you can put up to 6 Datawrapper links in there to have small multiples. And you can also tell it how many charts there should be next to each other on desktop or mobile. And maybe on the top left, in case you were wondering, our CMS has an octopus as a logo, and even cooler, its eyes are following the mouse pointer. I don't know why, but anyways, what we have now is small multiples with Datawrapper. You can have 3 maps next to each other. On mobile, they are below each other, so they're interactive, and we have the headlines and the sublines directly in our embed, and below that we can have these charts. We can put everything in there, also bar charts and stuff like that. And this was a huge thing for us. So we don't have to code it for ourselves. We just use Datawrapper in our embed, and we don't have to write one single line of code. Something like this we also did with switchers. We had different embeds like this. You can show several charts with switchers. This one is about the distribution curve or travel times to different kinds of hospitals in Germany. And it's now even possible for us to create scrollies directly in our content management system. Like this chart about flat prices in the biggest cities of Germany. And I show you the embed, how this works. You put in an embed that says like a scrolly starting now. After that, you can just put a Datawrapper chart that you want to show. And after that, you just put the text. And the good thing is we can just put in our graphics in there, and our other people in our colleagues from other departments can write their text inside the content management system. So that was kind of the game changer for us. But still a little bit, something was missing about the personalization of charts. So what we have here is a chart about drought in Germany over time. And not only in Germany, but also in every county in Germany. Because personalization is something we use a lot at ZEIT Online. We want to answer the question, what does it really mean to me? And what you can see here is 400 different charts. But you have to create them first. And how we do this is we use R and the library Datawrapper. I'm not going into details here because there's another talk, I think tomorrow, that covers this topic. But basically, what it does is we use the Datawrapper API and create several charts based on one template chart. And this is kind of how it looks like if you create charts, hundreds of them. That's how it looks like if you create those charts. That's way more easy than create every chart for yourself, but it's kind of a downside, because if you maybe have a minor change in your data, or you want to change your chart style, you have to recreate all those charts again and again. So, and we once had, I think, 2,000 or 3,000 Datawrapper charts for every municipality in Germany. And it takes time if you want to change something, or even if you're already online and you maybe have to fix an error, and it takes like 10 minutes to recreate all the charts. If there only was a better way to do it, but yes, there is. There's something called patch. It's an undocumented method called patch, where you can change style and data of Datawrapper charts directly in the browser. Let me show you an example. What you can see here is the increasing and decreasing value of real estate in Germany, and you can choose different states from a drop-down, but we didn't create all the charts beforehand. It's only one Datawrapper chart. So you don't have to create them beforehand, and there's literally no loading time. It doesn't add to your data volume. And this is how it's done. We use web components. That's the first thing, because since 1 year, I think now you can embed Datawrapper charts without iframes, only with web components. And that's important because you now can add things like a drop-down menu that can communicate with the code of Datawrapper. We show you one example. We have a huge community at ZEIT Online, and someone we created a chart, and he said, like, can you also add a search box to the bubble chart? At least on a cell phone, you can only tap on the outermost bubbles. And it was like several months ago, and we weren't able to do that. You have a scatter plot, and there's lots of dots in it, and you can't search for one item only with your mouse. But yeah, on mobile, it's kind of hard. But now the really nerdy answer is we can do that with web components and the patch method. And I'll show you how it's working. This is the scatter plot, and now you can put in a city there, and it only highlights that city. So this is a Datawrapper web component about the comparison of rents and salaries. And now we were able to personalize the data, what we normally do a lot, which helps us a lot. So that's how it works. Everything you do in the Datawrapper UI, in the Datawrapper tool, you can also see in the browser console. So if we tell Datawrapper, for example, here to have all bubbles in gray instead of the one from Leipzig in pink, the city, you can see that in the console, it's called as metadata access color. And now in the code, let's have a look at the code. It takes the name of the city inside here in the drop-down menu, and we can patch this patch to the property. And so it's just these lines of codes to make the Datawrapper chart even more interactive. And imagine like you can also put a geocoder right next to a map where people can use, can see the data from their municipality, for example. But that's not all. You can also create animations like this about the inflation in Europe with Datawrapper. But there's one tiny thing here. Here we didn't use the patch method. It was kind of the old way. We created a lot of images beforehand. And then we stitch them together for the animation. That kind of worked, but imagine you have to create one for light mode, one for dark mode, and the labels weren't great on mobile, so it was not that perfect. But it's way easier to do this with patch. For example, here, that's data about world map of obesity data from 1990 till 2022. You can see here each row is the country name, and each column is 1 year. So with the code, you now can we can now embed this Datawrapper chart on our website. Just change the column you just saw every second, so we can create an animation. So you can see it here, like before, the metadata access values, it gets the year, and for every second it changes the column where it gets its data from. Before I show the end result, one quick warning. I'm not a developer, so please don't ask me about the specifics, but if everyone is interested in this, I'll be happy to connect with one of my colleagues. And patching is still undocumented. It still has to be used with caution, but it's so great for us that we started working with it and have so much great results. And I have to show you this. This is an animation directly in with Datawrapper. It's perfect on mobile, in dark mode. It has crisp text, SVG instead of video compression artifacts like before. And wait for it, it's also interactive. So you have an animation of a Datawrapper chart, and in the end, it's interactive. So we definitely don't need D3 anymore for stuff like that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Julius. Really interesting talk. Wild the stuff that you're doing over there with Datawrapper, things that us developers of the products couldn't even imagine when we were building it, perhaps. So let's get some questions then. Let's see, Patrick has a question about how ZEIT uses Datawrapper. He asks, does only your team create infographics with Datawrapper, or is it every journalist free to use it?
Once we wanted to have every journalist to have Datawrapper training when they start their job in the onboarding process, but our company is growing and it wasn't possible anymore, and there were too many people. But I think we have on every department, we have 1 or 2 people who like to create charts themselves. So most of the charts are by our team, but we have people in other departments. And that's what I talked about. Like 2 years ago, they were able to publish it directly in their texts. But now we have this editing process where we definitely go over the chart and make it a little bit more polished.
Cool. Let's see. I think I may know the answer to this, but Jackie, if that's how you pronounce your name, asks, how did your team figure out how you could do this? What rabbit hole led you to this point?
Someone gave us a tip that it is possible. And if you have a look at the browser console, you can see stuff like this. And then we just hacked it. Yeah, but a lot of stuff I showed is in the Datawrapper API. And you can play around with it. And sometimes there's just an idea what we want to do. And then we have to have a look at the specifics we want to do. And most of it can be done in the code.
Great. I have a question of my own. You know, you say you've ditched D3 for Datawrapper, but surely there are still cases where there are visualization types that you just can't achieve with Datawrapper. You know, perhaps it's a Sankey or something that Datawrapper doesn't do. How do you find those boundaries? You know, how do you make that decision?
Absolutely. Also, one thing I just showed you is our dashboard, the energy monitor, which is directly on our homepage, that has really tiny charts, really special tiny charts. That would be maybe doable with Datawrapper, but therefore it was easier for us to do them in D3. Like maybe if it's gonna really special small charts for the homepage also. But we also have to look at the size of the JavaScript. So it's a minimum size that has to be loaded. But yeah, and as you mentioned, if it's not a kind of basic chart type, we produce a lot of maps, we produce a lot of bar charts and line charts because I think that's our readers are used to them and can read them. But we want to make them kind of special. But charts like Sankey's or stuff like that, yeah, we have still to use D3.
Cool. We have a few practical questions about practical implementation. Patricia asks, what coding language do you use for the patching method and how can I get started?
It's what we use is React. We might want to switch to Svelte, but yeah, it's in JavaScript.
And Nico asks, if Datawrapper changes something, will old charts change or are they stable?
They are stable if you don't if you don't have to you can't republish it. So if the chart is published, it still works even if Datawrapper changes something.
Stefan asks, do you have a funnel that brings all journalist created Datawrapper graphics to your consciousness?
Yes, we have a Slack bot. If I get this question, yeah, we have a Slack bot that shows us if a chart is edited or published, so we can see who publishes it and if we can help them. So yeah, but that's really important, and we can also see like today there's a lot going on. We might work a little bit more with our colleagues to help them with their charts. Sometimes the Slack bot is empty, so yeah.
Let's see. Priya asks, how does one access viz.patch? Are you willing to share your secret source with us yet?
As I said, I'm not a developer. I don't actually know.
Okay, I think that's all the questions that I see in the chat. Any last minute questions coming in? Otherwise, we'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much, Julius, for being here.
Sure, thank you.
So our next speakers then Welcome.
Hi.
Hello. So we
Hello.
have Paula Guisado, who is the head of DatosRTVE, the data journalism unit at the Spanish public broadcaster, RTVE. She has a background in data and investigative reporting, and she's joined by her colleague and data journalist, Jaime Gutiérrez. Paula and Jamie, welcome. The stage is yours.
Great. Hello, everyone. So we're going to talk about our workflow that we use to deliver quick dataviz to the newsroom. This is Jaime and myself. We work at RTVE, like Elliot said, which is the Spanish public broadcaster. And more specifically, we work at DatosRTVE, which is the data journalism unit, but it's also a visualization desk. We produce our own pieces with a focus on visual information, but we also produce graphics for the digital newsroom. In this sense, Datawrapper has become a core part of our job and has allowed our graphic production to multiply. So we come to have a really wide range of graphic production, many of them that we create regularly. But even though Datawrapper is super straightforward and allow us to create graphics quite quick, we still need time to produce them. And sometimes we need to do that even more quickly. So there are many times when the newsroom needs graphics almost instantly. And we acknowledge that uncertainty is inherent to journalism and especially to breaking news. We can't know beforehand exactly which charts we're going to need the following day. But we do know that there is a news cycle and some issues are more or less predictable. That's the starting point of our workflow. So the first step is identifying that there is an opportunity, which is to be faster with the news that we somehow can be ready for. Think about periodic statistics like unemployment or recurring issues like earthquakes or weather alerts. That's the case that you're seeing now on screen. So we usually get the alert from the news desk and like, hey, there's some new information about global warming. Then the breaking news team will start working on a first draft piece. In this case, they probably even have some embargoed information. And in parallel, DatosRTVE will be working on the new data once it's available and create the graphic. That's a graphic that we've probably done before. So the news piece with the text and the photo will come out within a few minutes, but in many cases, it will be without the graphic that will be included afterwards. So we have identified the chance to be faster. The second step is how usually do we have this problem? Like, is this happening too many times? Is also something that is very important for RTVE. Are we going to consider investing the time and effort that we need to make this thing faster? So that's the second step, to decide if we are going to do that. Then once we know that we have room for improvement and we have decided that it makes sense for us to invest the effort, then it's time to prepare. And we do that by creating a folder. We have an organized system that we constantly check when new issues come. And we make sure that it's easy to find for every member on the team, because the person who makes the graphics for the first time might not be the person who updates it a month later. So we pay much attention, a lot of attention to that. Then we select the graphics, because sometimes we will need maybe 2 or 3 graphics for a topic, but other times it will be maybe 9 or even 10 graphics that we want to have ready for use. So once we decide on that, we make our analysis, we understand the coverage that we want to do, then we create the ad hoc templates. And that's a very important part, because that's what's allowed us to be fast, because we only have to duplicate the template when needed. And then after that, of course, we have to make sure that we have the communication channels ready. It's a very important part, because if not, we would be sometimes doing graphics and nobody would know that we have them. And we have to make sure that we are also doing the graphics that they want. Like we need to make sure we are following the interests of the newsroom. And it will depend on the case. In some cases, we are closely following the event, and we will know that the news is ready, the data is ready before the news desk. In other times, we will get the notice from them and we will start working. It will depend on the case, but we have to make sure that we are connected, that we know each part of the newsroom, the team know what we are doing. And then in some cases, we go one step further and we do automation with code. This is Jaime, we're going to continue from here.
Yeah, because using templates is an effective solution, but we detected it could be better if we worked on automation, as Paula said. It makes sense for the chart in our samples, since it's something we do it every month. Basically, our Excel process could be adapted to be recurring. And all we usually did within a spreadsheet now needs to be done with code in R, thanks to Tidyverse package and Datawrapper API. First of all, we download data. To do that, we just need the dataset CSV link, and once we have data, we need to clean and transform them to fit in Datawrapper's line chart data structure that, as you know, is very specific. So as you can see, if Paula goes a bit in the next step, Paula, please. Okay, as you can see in the code, we just filter the time period we want to chart. Then we isolate a year from dates and create a month-day column that we call a plain date. And finally, we pivot data to have one column per year. I don't know if you are seeing the slides, because I'm not seeing them.
Oh. Sorry, I think now.
Yeah.
Can you see them?
So yeah, I can see them. Thank you, Paula. What we do is going from raw data to a clean data set that can work in Datawrapper. So the next step is bringing that clean data into our chart template that Paula explained before. And it is really easy thanks to Manic Rocker's Datawrapper package for R that I'm sure you have heard about before. We just need 4 functions to modify our plot through the API and to have it online. Let's go to them. First of all, we copy our template. It's called copy, the function, so it's really easy to identify, and we only need the chart ID, so it's really simple. Then we pass the clean data to the new chart that contains all the customizations we did in our template, so we don't have to edit it after uploading the data. In the third step, we change title and annotations. With this function, you can modify many other things, but for our chart, that's enough. And finally, we publish and recover the embed code that appears directly in our console. So you just copy and send it to the team. To sum up, once it's done, the process is very straightforward, and you can do it again and again. You open RStudio, you connect with data source directly, run your ready-to-go script to create the chart using your template, save it, and publish it. With this workflow, we not only can sync our timing with the breaking news team, but also we are even faster than them sometimes. And this way, RTVE can publish last-minute information already with high-quality charts. But we can publish multiple charts in minutes now, but our work doesn't end here. We always reevaluate and keep improving the process. For instance, we ask the breaking news team if the charts are still interesting for them, or if they have identified any new needs. We regularly send reminders of all charts we can create to the newsroom, because they forget they have charts to use, and it's really helpful for them to have a refresh on that. And we try to include everything we learn to improve our process. And I know it's something we'll definitely do after this instructive conference. I'm sure for that, that we are learning a lot and that we are using it. And that's broadly how we work. So thank you very much for your time. And now it's time for question and answers, I think.
Yes, it is time for some Q&A. Thanks so much for that. Really interesting stuff. I don't see any questions in the comments yet, but please, if you have any questions for our speakers, do throw them in. My first question for you is, you mentioned having a kind of big database, big folders full of charts. How do you organize those, and how do you enforce organization of those?
Wanna answer, Paula?
We have a lot of conversations, and we keep reminded that we are doing this job, and that this look how great it turns out when we can go with this piece and not only like a couple of paragraphs, and then there will be an ampliation, but you go with a few graphics at the beginning. So like maybe enforce, it's a strong word. So we try to convince. I don't know, Jaime, do you want to add anything to that?
No, it's like you said. I want to talk about our folder structure. I was laughing before, because we talk a lot about how to organize our folder system. And it is something that we use a lot of time on that, and it's not closed. It's changing, as Paula said in the presentation. It depends on the news and on what's happening, because sometimes topics change for one area to the other, and it's a live system.
Cool. All right, we've got some questions from comments. Let's see. Laura asks, how long does it take to make all those templates?
We don't do them all at once. We keep improving, like we said, our systems. So we started with some very common, like very obvious choices, like unemployment or some other statistics that we get regularly, like even monthly. So we would start with that, and we would create first the template. Then we would go like, okay, this maybe makes sense to have in code, and then we will go to that step further. And when I would say we keep growing on this when we have the time. Like we know it will save time eventually, but we don't always have the time to invest on making these all steps, like preparing for that. So when we suddenly like, oh, hey, there's some time here, maybe you can prepare this for the next time, which will be, I don't know, in 3 months. And then we do that. Like we have done that in the second screen somehow. So it is not like a priority per se, because we already have the basis, but we keep working on it, and that's how we've been doing it. Like we started with the most important and the most obvious choices, and then like step by step we keep doing it.
Yes, as Paula said in the presentation, normally we detect the need after doing the first chart. So when you have done it once, you just need to adjust that chart to be really polished, and then you use it. So it's something that it's growing with our work. Really, it's not a task that we have scheduled. Yeah.
Cool. I have another question here from Andre. How do you deal with units and date formats that us Hispanic speakers use?
Go ahead.
Yes, that's a headache normally. Yes, our studio is really helpful for that because you can change the codification system really quite easily. So when you read data, you can just identify with Unicode or which for example, in Spain we use UTF-8. So if you identify that it isn't in that codification, you just write that in your code and it changes the data. So it's pretty like that.
Great. I have a question here from Yannicka next. How large is your data team and how's the team split up by roles?
We are a quite big data team. We have 8 members, and we maybe not by roles. We are all journalists, and we are all growing in our data abilities. So somehow we are divided more like areas, like one of us more specific into economics topics, or other into more social issues or national, like politics. So it will usually go like that. Like after some time, we've had that like our beat somehow in the data team, and then we have one person who is more technical, and he's more in charge of like maps and some more coding part. But we are I'm very like proud to say that we're learning basic coding to more advanced coding. It will depend, but we are growing making up our coding level, and we starting to use all of us like more advanced tools to deal with the data. So I don't know. I would say we're kind of interchangeable in many tasks.
Very interesting. Okay, I think that's all the time we've got that's all the time we have for Q&A. But thank you so much both for being here and for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to bring on our next speaker now. Let's see, Phil. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Great. Thank you. So let me just introduce you then. Phil Holm is the lead creative for interactive news graphics at the Associated Press. In fact, he's worked at the AP for over 20 years. He's also the maintainer of its extensive style guide, so he knows a tour thing about custom themes. Very excited for this talk. Phil, you have the stage.
Hey, thanks a lot for the introduction. Appreciate that. There's my slides. Okay. Hi, everyone. Yeah, as Elliot said, I am Phil Holm. Thank you for joining today. I am the lead creative of interactive news at the Associated Press. Today, I'm going to talk about some of the essential reasons to leverage custom themes in Datawrapper. I've created a few different custom Datawrapper themes for AP, and I'm here to talk about why taking the time to set up a theme is essential to your brand. Also going to touch on some of the points about that I've learned along the way in the design process and show you one of our secondary theme types, which I believe you'll find quite useful, as well as some other of our theme variants that we've also applied. There are many advantages to syncing your brand, and there's a lot to cover, and I don't have a lot of time, so just kind of want to get right into it. So let's talk about some of the reasons like why we want to go this way. So like first off, you might be wondering why this is so important, or why when Datawrapper's default theme already checks a lot of the boxes and looks really great, why should I go custom? Why should I bother, kind of taking the time to implement this custom theme? Well, one of the main reasons why, I can't stress enough, like why doing so is so important, is that this really captures the essence of your brand. So whether AP's Datawrapper content lives on our own platform or someone else's, cross-pollinating our brand across Datawrapper's array of visualization options is essential in ensuring that their content stands by AP's integrity, its non-biased values, and is always advancing the power of facts. Next slide in here. Sorry, I'm trying to work on advancing my slides. So yeah, so the theme, custom themes ensure that your brand's voice resonates and is detectable wherever your audience chooses to consume your content. Custom themes can transform your DatawRapper embeds into a direct extension of your brand, reinforcing your distinct visual identity and brand recognition, which provides a trusted experience for your readers. A customized theme ensures that your brand's personality, its values, and messaging are accurately conveyed through visuals, fostering a cohesive and memorable brand image. The consistency not only extends brand recall, but it also contributes to a professional and overall polished experience, making for your brand to be more appealing and recognizable to your target audience. All right. Now, at the Associated Press, we strive to ensure that our data visualizations seamlessly complement our storytelling. Oh, sorry, I skipped a whole section. A custom themes ensures your brand's voice resonates and is detectable where your audience chooses to consume your content. Custom themes can transform your DatawRapper embeds to an extension of your brand. I kind of like lost my place. I have this slide here. Sorry. Oh, sorry. This is like a little confusing. At the AP, we do strive to ensure our data visualizations seamlessly complement our storytelling. Trying to get, sorry. Oh gosh, sorry. Start that over. Where am I? Oh my gosh, sorry. Strive to ensure that, okay, moving on. Yeah, so your brand's personality, its values and messages are conveyed. All right, so now let's get into some of the details that define a custom theme. All right. Oh my God. I am really sorry about this. Okay. Just have to find my place. This slide's, I'm on slide 4. My bad. Sorry about that. All right. I'm just going to start at slide 4. Sorry for the mix-up. I now have the slide advancing process figured out. So just like, I just want to say that like, God, sorry. Your brand's personality values are met. Okay, let's just get into the typography. Now, some of the details of like how we define a custom theme. In AP in 2023, the Associated Press relaunched its website with a more vibrant color palette and a bespoke font. Aligning all of our visual formats across the company rebrand was a significant undertaking and a high priority objective that also included updating our DatawRapper style guide. So getting our new colors into a document where I was going to work, work on in the DatawRapper redesign seemed like a practical first step. So I included a complete visual reference of the new AP color palette. And if you're working with a wide array of colors in your palette, like I was, like organizing them into a meaningful color groupings for DatawRapper's color picker was a must too. You want to just kind of think of that and just more of like a custom swatch panel that like you've used in other creative software applications. You can also add in things like predefined gradient ramps, which come in useful for choropleth mapping. In the color picker that was set up for AP, we kind of chose the primary colors from the AP brand and gave them like a top position in our color picker. It's just like the kind of the most used. And then I also created like color bucket sets for our election coverage to ensure consistency and accuracy. You can organize your color groups though in any way that suits your needs best. And yeah, so then, one other notable design choice we made with color in general was to only use true black in the main headers and the callout labels. So like limiting the scope of black text establishes like a visual tier of importance in our text elements. And like other labels are like various shades of gray to help the eye kind of define like what's most important, et cetera, and second most important and things like that. So like if we didn't establish like this visual hierarchy, we would run the risk of our labels sort of in descriptions blending in too much with one another. Like for example, our starter guide has a large, bold black header paired with some more condensed, lighter shade description fields below it. This kind of helps our headlines stand out. And then just like the color palette, I made a visual cheat sheet of all of our typography styles, which I used for reference throughout the redesign process. All the hierarchy considerations made are designed to let the visual dataviz portion of the graphics steal the show. Like we definitely believe data visualizations should pop off the page and contain just a few meaningful callouts around them that best guide the storytelling. To help with this, we've also toned down the appearance of things like our axis labels, horizontal grid lines. You will likely spend a bit of time like getting your visual hierarchies just right, as this, of course, all depends on your design goals. Now that I've talked a little bit about the essential setup, let's pivot into stitching your brands into mapping. With custom themes, your brand cohesion continues to flow into your mapping products. AP locator maps recently got a significant facelift with the emphasis of enhancing contrast in their appearance overall to better align with the bold new look of our website. So if you're just starting out and creating a custom Datawrapper theme or like considering doing so, like one of the areas you want to spend some time with is designing what your locator maps will look like at the various zoom extents. So this is kind of a fun challenge for designers. And I started out with the country view perspective. And then I worked down to the regional view, to the city, and then I finished up in the neighborhood level. The country view is typically the easiest because it's much less geographic detail to design, but it's also one of the most important as it sets the tone for what's to come as your users dive deeper into your maps. If you zoom in a few levels, you'll see like water and forest and urban layer areas begin to emerge along with interstates and motorways. And if you zoom in even closer, you will see like roads, more detailed roads appear along with parks and more smaller waterways and building structures. So getting the label hierarchy kind of set up was easy, going back because I had this typography cheat sheet that I made. So you can go back and reference it, which I showed a few slides back in that whole mix up of slides earlier. It ensures that you can like kind of stay on brand and make picking and choosing labels for your locator maps a much simpler task. So like another thing to like consider like when you're working with defining your map styles is to remember to like kind of color shift your stroke colors from like dark to light just past regional view. Why do we do this? Well, there's no sort of mandatory rule that says we have to. However, like, for our map style, we saw advantages in having darker roadways and like at some like global and regional views so that the sense of population like appears. And then like you kind of use like lighter roadways at city and neighborhood levels to prevent maps from kind of looking too noisy and allowing them, to like let your street labels be easily seen. Your call out markers, texts, and other like, annotations that you're going to be putting on the map, they become much easier to read with lighter streets at those levels. Again, here our goal overall is to like allow our reporting content to pop off. Like it's, and to be one of the first things your eye travels to and not like the underlying base map details. Okay, so like, this is definitely one of my favorite features when constructing locator maps. The presets menu for locator maps is like a bookmark of all your geographic styles that you're able to set up. Like, so you set this up once and streamline your production process for making maps. It ensures accuracy, brand alignment. It's a plus for your team as well. Like it makes them happier knowing that they don't have to fumble around with styling decisions and things like that on the fly. Especially when the newsroom is getting crazy. It's a relatively simple feature that just makes carrying content easier. So when like designing your organization's theme, it's imperative to consider which marker styles and presets you're going to want to add in for your team and your workflow. So, you kind of want to check your data too. Like, as I was walking through, like, kind of like working through the process, there was a bit of iteration going back and forth. And so it's important to test your theme. And, you're likely going to have a little bit of iteration involved to get it just right. Like, street data can, for example, be like kind of messy. It definitely pays to spot check the various areas of the world to ensure all of your road data is showing up as it intended to. And with a few rounds of trial and error on my end, I'm happy to say the Golden Gate Bridge has returned in our map styles, as it was kind of missing along with a few other road networks around it in earlier stages of our development. And cool. So that kind of like wraps up some of the mapping and the charting and the best practices and best uses for applying your themes and creating themes. I kind of want to like pivot a little bit now and talk about something that, as we sort of come up with, like, we've been using these for a while, like what other ways can we leverage the themes? And one of, we kind of sort of like examine, like, maybe there's a possibility like we can get these up and looking good on places like Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, or X. So like we started exploring the options for a social media theme. So at first we ended to define, and this is like the interface of like what our themes look like. We have various layout options for all of the themes that we have created at the AP. We have, you can see in the drop-down menu, there's quite a few. So like we just started to look at the different like content, like the canvas sizes that like these platforms are using to like, display their content. So we started out like then defining what those sizes are, using that as a canvas size in Datawrapper. And then we began like tweaking things. Like we began enlarging font sizes or increasing the margins around the graphics. We made our AP logo larger. Things that are kind of imperative, like when you're flipping through your phone and you think content comes across your eyes so fast, you want to try and have like an object that kind of stands out. So like definitely capturing with a big bold headline, using bright colors, to capture the audience are some tips there for that. Like I need to note that like this theme concept though, that does come with some limitation. So like locking in a canvas size is not conducive to every chart type. So this theme works best when the height of the graphics are not dependent on the data. However, like, when the requirements are met, the social theme like easily scales our content out to audiences on different platforms, which is what we're looking to do, like get our stuff out to as many people as possible. So in addition to this social media theme, we have another series of kind of like breakout themes. And so like we do have one for like partnerships. If you're an organization working with the AP, like we have in the past, like collaborate with folks on stories in series that are more longer term and that required some brand representation for the stakeholders that are involved with those projects. These are like, typically like will incorporate different like maybe like their company brands, colors, or combining logos, like and using those in the credits. Simple little like, switches that kind of like tailor the content for the purpose of your partnership. We also have a dedicated theme for like darker backgrounds. So like this is for like when special AP presentations like use black backgrounds for story pages. And it's, kind of proven pretty useful in some of our biggest stories. So I kind of ran through things a little fast, and I really apologize for the mix-up earlier on with the slides. I did get that after a while. That's all I have for right now in terms of how to put forth the best and custom theme. If you don't currently have a custom Datawrapper theme or have been considering one, I hope you can see some of the added benefits of syncing your brand to Datawrapper and the potential that unlocks for your organization. So with that, like, just thank you for listening in, and I can take any questions now that you might have.
Thanks so much, Phil. Really great talk. I mean, the whole like custom theme and multiple themes that you did for Datawrapper seems like a huge undertaking. Can you give us a sense of like how long that took to kind of define those styles?
Yeah, the first set was like, the first time we did this was like, you know, kind of a new space. So it took a little bit of time to set up and test out. But like, as I did it more and enhanced it a little bit more, it took, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks to back and forth, like mixing up with the day-to-day that I also have to be responsible for. Putting this, so like kind of doing this on the side. Yeah, it took a couple of weeks. I think this, you know, the last redesign brand that I did with you guys in I think we started in December, and that was through the holidays too. It was pretty much done by like mid to end of January.
Cool. Yeah. I'm curious because I know that all style guides, especially ones as detailed as the APs, tend to have their quirks. So I'm curious what the kind of trickiest thing you found when implementing it.
Oh gosh. The trickiest thing. Oh gosh, that's a really good question. I guess it's like, I guess the trickiest thing was like just making sure that people listen to and like apply the right presets and stuff, and making sure that our staff is like using it as it's intended. Like the execution of it in practice can be tricky, but like with a little run through and some familiarity of like what our like graphics need to look like, you know, everyone picks it up pretty quick. But in terms of our development standpoint, the trickiest part definitely is the roads. Like getting the roads and like the geographic for locator maps was, you kind of want to hit that sweet spot. So like I kind of looked around for like inspiration from other maps that I found online, and like, okay, like, you know, they're kind of doing this and like they're doing that, and you know, I think we can put a little like, you know, our own little, I think we can improve on both of those like areas, and we kind of like put forth our own suggestions and ideas. So like I spent most of the time working on like getting the roads just right.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm curious if you have any advice for organizations looking to implement their own custom theme in Datawrapper, but they don't necessarily have, you know, this detailed style guide already like the AP does.
Yeah, I guess like, you know, definitely come up with like a mood board, like it's some kind of like definitely go in with like some sort of brand assets, and you know, you don't have to make it super detailed to make it be successful. And some of the most successful graphics are very simple. You know, it's definitely just considering what your design goals is. You know, you have to take that into consideration. What are you trying to build? Everyone's projects and everyone's goals might not be the same. So, you know, advice there would be do what you feel is best. You know, that's always the right path forward.
Cool. I'm curious. Within the AP, when you showed them the Datawrapper theme that you've been working on, what kind of reaction did you get?
Oh, everyone loved the new. So we got a new font last year too. We have a new bespoke font that we've included in our new Datawrapper. So like, not only does the color palette change, and our, you know, everything changed last year. We launched a new website. We a whole new color palette, new font. So everything kind of changed. So like when folks saw it, they're like, oh my gosh, it's so much more high contrast. It's bolder. Like they liked, you know, the really bold color palette and the more bold font. And I think kind of like bringing that into locator maps, that's like where it was most visible change. I think folks were really pleased to see the improvements there. I think originally, like the biggest improvement was we had very washed out road layers. Admittedly, that was my fault. So like, you know, that was one of the things like that's why I really spent a lot of time getting it right this time, making sure that it was very, very eye pleasing. So I think folks are really responding really positively to that.
Great. This is a little bit off topic, but
Sure.
Something I was wondering, you know, you've spent 20 years at the AP, you know, what kind of charting tools and approaches to charting have you seen come and go over those 20 years?
Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I can go back in time and talk about Macromedia Freehand and things like that if I have to. But yeah, charting tools, like that's kind of where we started. And in freehand a long time ago. And then we I did a lot of print work when I first started. Like we did a lot of graphics for print, and we did pivot to Illustrator rather earlier on. But a lot of that stuff was produced there. We experimented with like building our own chart builders and things like that. And then like newer tools come around and like they're just easier to maintain. Like it's hard to maintain and keep things up to date on your own and still do all of the reporting and the data visualization work itself and the storytelling aspect, working with other editors. So taking that burden off of us and like looking out to other tools. Like so we kind of worked in Flash. We did some D3 and now we're kind of like leaning on tools that do this for us in a clean and well packaged way, and it's getting easier and easier and easier. It kind of makes our jobs like super easy, but like that takes the weight off of us for having to produce these things, and we could focus more on our storytelling and our narratives and really producing like higher quality content, because the like sort of like the repetitious parts of the process are getting like kind of like removed for us with these really nice tools.
Great. Well, I think we're ready to introduce our next speaker, but thanks so much, Phil. Really appreciate you being here.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Let's see. Hi, Muna.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. Let me just read out your little introduction. Muna Alebri is a PhD candidate at the University College London Interaction Centre, where she's investigating aspects of dataviz design for the general public. I'm really excited today to hear her thoughts specifically on how charts should be designed for languages read right to left. Muna, please go ahead. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So can you see my slides? Yes? Okay. So hi, everyone. I am really happy to be here, and I feel really honored to be invited as a speaker. Let's begin. So today I'm going to talk about inclusivity in the visualization, design, and research. And particularly, I'm focusing on the reading direction and scripts that are read and written from right to left. So during my PhD, I'm actually doing something different. So for my PhD, I'm investigating a particular design strategy that designers often use, such as using icons and pictographs to convey the visualization method. And my interest into the reading direction actually stemmed from the aim of my PhD project, which is to make visualizations approachable and attractable for the general public. However, I realized after 4 years investigating these aspects that I am actually excluding my own community. And I started researching for visualizations in Arabic, as it's my native language. I wanted also to have the vocabulary to be able to explain my research to my Arab fellows. But I found something else that was really interesting on my journey. I realized that there is an opportunity for researching script directionality impact on visualizations. We have over 280 million people who use Arabic scripts, more than 77 million who use Persian scripts, and 231 million who use Urdu scripts. What is common between these scripts is the reading direction. These scripts are read and written from right to left. Arabic, Persian, and Urdu are not the only scripts that are read and written from right to left. Kashmiri, Kurdish, and Hebrew are all scripts read and written from right to left. There are over 2 billion users of right to left scripts. So are these communities that use right to left scripts being represented in our research?
A 2009 analysis of the CHI proceeding, which is the most prestigious conference in human-computer interaction, revealed that 80% of the publications came from a handful of countries that all use left-to-right scripts. Similarly, an analysis of the Viz conference, another major conference in the Viz visualization community, revealed that in 2019, most user studies came from North America, where left-to-right scripts are used. But why does it matter? Can't we just translate everything? Reading directionality is a mindset. It's an expectation instilled from an early visual experience. I found this interesting work about directional tendencies by Fergat and Dahman, where they compared two groups of children, French, who used left to right, and Tunisian, who used right to left scripts. The children were given circles with dotted lines and were instructed to draw circles with solid lines. They found that Tunisian children more often drew the 5 and 11 o'clock circles clockwise. In contrast, French children more often drew them counterclockwise. They also asked the children to fill circles with dots in 30 seconds. They found that French children filled more dots from left to right, while Tunisian children filled more from right to left. Although these tasks are simple and intuitive, they demonstrate that exposure dictates what to expect and how our perception changes based on the direction. It also works as a reminder of the importance of localization. It is essential to display designs that speak to the audience, what they are used to, and what aligns with their mental models. This also contributes to increasing the trust and credibility of the visualization. Now let's move to how visualizations are designed for right-to-left readers in practice. So over the past few months, I have meticulously curated visualizations tailored for Arabic content from news outlets, Al Jazeera, Al Arabiya, BBC Arabic, and CNN Arabic. From this collection, I handpicked 37 bar and line charts because the direction matter in these visualization types. Each visualization was coded taking into account the orientation of the x-axis and also the position of the y-axis. The analysis revealed that a significant majority, 84% to be precise, of the visualizations commenced with the x-axis from left to right. Conversely, a mere 14% began with the x-axis on the right, with the y-axis correspondingly positioned on the right as well. Here is a sample of visualizations found on the BBC Arabic website. As is apparent, some of these chart their y-axis on the right, some of them have it on the left. Moreover, the x-axis sometimes starts from the left, and other times it starts on the right. For instance, if we look at the visualization with the multiples, it starts with September and ends with January. Here is another example from Al Jazeera website, so that I'm not biased. I collected these visualizations from the same article, where some visualizations had the y-axis on the left, other times they had it on the right. There is clearly an alignment issue. A reader must constantly shift their reading direction between reading the title, reading the content, reading the visualization, and also the numbers, because the numbers are written from left to right. Here are also another examples from CNN Arabic. Sometimes they have the y-axis positioned on the right, other times they have it on the left. During my research, another colleague brought to my attention an intriguing case from the Intifada website, which is an independent media outlet based in Tunisia, which the website presents its content in Arabic, French, and English, and they customize the visualizations according to the chosen language. For instance, in the English version, all of the text, all of the web interfaces, even the visualizations are aligned to the left. Conversely, in the Arabic version, they positioned to the right. The inconsistency of visualization design for right-to-left users found in the media shows that there are no clear guidelines, as this post demonstrates. Someone asking whether charts need to be reversed for right-to-left users, while mirroring might be a solution, it needs to be done with caution. In May 2022, I was really pleased with the announcement that Datawrapper announced a new feature to support designing right-to-left visualizations, where you can set the visualization's orientation to right-to-left based on your language. This includes flipping customizable design elements such as the annotations and legends, as well as basic visualization designs that are normally fixed, like the direction of the bars in a bar chart and also the x-axis for a line chart. So you don't have a reason not to be supporting right-to-left users if there are tools that actually makes it really easy with just changing one of the features. So what can we do? We could, the first point is to maintain consistency, especially if you're designing visualizations to be embedded in an article, and also utilize the existing tools that support right-to-left visualizations. We could also start to explicitly state the directionality on which a design guideline was based. This would emphasize that left to right is not the default and should not be generalized. We could also run our empirical investigations with two samples varying in direction tendencies to demonstrate a more universal knowledge. Finally, I would recommend getting inspired by the W3C web design guidelines, where the web community collaborated in creating detailed documents that handle interfaces and how they should be mirrored based on the direction. I hope that my talk would inspire some of you to advocate for a better representation of potential visualization users and better visualization designs for right-to-left users. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Muna. Really interesting talk. I actually saw a similar talk you gave at Information Plus. Yes. In November. And we actually thought it was so fascinating that we really wanted to invite you to Unwrapped.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important subject that us, especially in such an English-centric data visualization world, perhaps not thinking about so much. I'm interested in what questions those in the comments have. But my question for you is, aside from Datawrapper, which I appreciate the call out, of course, are there any other tools that you know of for easily creating right-to-left oriented charts?
Actually, when I was looking for tools, I only found Datawrapper to be supporting right-to-left visualizations. I mean, it's possible, of course, that you can use other tools like Microsoft Excel, Tableau, but it's not very easy to apply the changes. And you need to be very familiar with the language to be able to do it. But I think what Datawrapper is providing is that even if you don't speak the language, if you're not familiar with the language, then this is done for you. So the research is done for you. All of the design aspect is done for you. It's just a matter of click, which is very convenient, and it makes it very accessible to do that. So no, I was not able, unfortunately, to find any tools. You win. Wow. Datawrapper win.
That wasn't a loaded question. Let's see. Let's see. We've got some questions in the comments actually, so I'll read some of those out. Let's see. Misha asks, thanks for your insights and ideas. I'm curious what similar blind spots you've noticed with regards to accessibility in DataViz.
Yeah, I think also maybe in terms of literacy, I think there is this expectation that everyone knows how to read a visualization. And so you generalize this assumption. And I think we need more guidance in reading the visualizations, particularly because when I was looking also for visualizations in Arabic content, to be honest, I couldn't, because I did my PhD, I did a project where I was collecting a lot of visualizations from the news, like English content. So I used BBC, Daily Mail, Telegraph. I was able to collect a lot of visualizations, but then when I'm doing this project with Arabic content, I was not able to really see that the same number of visualizations. So firstly, I think they are not, so data visualizations are not very common. Partially, I think, is because of data literacy as well.
Cool. Let's see, we've got another question here from John. It says, great talk. Have you done any thinking about vertical languages?
No, I always get this question. I wish that I did, but I at the moment, I'm wrapping up my PhD, so I don't really have time to look at this, but I would love to, but I don't want to. So I feel like I can say stuff because about the Arabic, about right to left, because I speak Arabic and I write in Arabic, but I feel like I need someone else who's an expert in vertical languages to be able to not be ignorant in my research and bring their perspective as well. So yes, I would love to do that in the future.
Yeah, a whole new angle for it. I have a quick question of my own. You know, as a web developer, I've noticed that there have been new properties added to kind of CSS and things over the years to better support for, you know, right to left kind of directions. Do you get the sense that it is improving in the world of software in general and software development support?
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. And that's why I feel like, why are we not doing the same for data visualizations? Everything is now shifted for people who use Arabic scripts. You get to see your navigation on the right side. Even the rating, when you get to rate something, the stars start from the right. So everything is flipped, and that made me wonder why we're not seeing the same thing with visualizations. I think it's also it's a burden on researchers, because these communities have not been used as samples, have not been represented in research. So although the population is huge, so your target audience is really large. So it's definitely improving, and I'm happy to see that, and I wish that we can do the same for visualizations.
Room to grow, perhaps.
Yeah.
I have another question from a viewer. Noel asks, well, it says visualization literacy, so very linked to language literacy and other forms of literacy. Do you think the Arabic language has enough linguistic tools to speak or think data visualization?
Yeah, thank you, Noel. So I think that we do lack that. I think we do have the vocabulary, but I am ashamed to say that I don't really know it. I think that we do need like a dictionary or a taxonomy to help these languages, to help people who design those visualizations, how they teach those visualizations, and how to talk about them. So I think that we definitely need to improve that and make it more accessible for everyone to know how to explain those visualizations. But yeah, I don't know if there is one, but I hope to be able to see that, because in the Viz community we do have taxonomies that helps people to understand the visualization, to describe it, and to teach it as well. So we would, yeah, I'd be happy to work on a project where we could do, like, have a dictionary for every language in describing the visualization.
Sounds like a big project to me.
A lot of big projects.
Yes, a lot of work being put on your plate today. Let's see, I have a question from Alana from Datawrapper. Says, thank you for the talk. Do you think inverting everything that goes from left to right can be considered as a generally good rule of thumb, or do you know of exceptions?
So I hate to say this, but I can't really make any claims, because I did not do like empirical investigations. I don't know if it frustrates people or not, or does it improve, I don't know, their reading, they find information more quick. But at my expectation, I think I would hypothesize that it is expected to invert everything, to start from the right to the left. I think that if it was not a necessity, then we would not have seen the feature added in Datawrapper. And maybe one of the reasons that we're not seeing a lot of visualizations in these outlets is that maybe people are not spending time on them. And it could be that maybe because of the direction, people feel frustrated to just keep shifting between right to left, reading one article. So I think, yes, it might be increasing their receptivity to the visualization. But I think a rule of thumb is for, I could say that a rule of thumb for the timeline is always to start from right to left, because that's I don't think that we can negotiate about that. But yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mina. Really appreciate you being here. Topic that some of us are not thinking about as often as we perhaps should. So I'm now going to bring in our next speaker, Rose. Rose, are you there? Hello.
Hello.
This is my colleague Rose Mintzer-Sweeney. You may recognize her from the Datawrapper blog, where she edits the weekly chart column and our weekly regular roundup of the best in visual journalism, the DataViz Dispatch. Rose, please take it away.
Okay. So thanks, Elliot. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. As we just said, my name is Rose. I work at Datawrapper, writing and editing for the blog. I'm on the comms team with Lisa. And today I'm going to be talking about the past 3 years of trends in news visualizations. So why? Why am I the one to talk about this? Well, one of the main things that I'm doing on the blog is publishing this DataViz Dispatch column. So that's basically, if you haven't read it, a best of kind of roundup, most interesting, beautiful, exciting new visualizations that have been published in the past week. And although this isn't a rule in practice, it's pretty much exclusively focused on work that gets published by journalists in newsrooms. And we have published it, mostly I have published it along with some of my colleagues weekly from 2021 June until today. So almost 3 years, which adds up to a lot of hours looking at really beautiful news data visualizations. So I've had a chance to kind of see the developments and trends in the field firsthand as it has unfolded, and from a kind of bird's eye view of trying, although of course also failing, to actually see every new news visualization that has come out every week as it happens. So for today, I basically reached out to practitioners, people who work in newsrooms themselves, as well as other fellow watchers of the dataviz scene, as well as some of my colleagues in Datawrapper, to ask them what trends they're seeing in news visualizations. And I looked into my own archive to ask myself what trends I was seeing. And so what we're going to do for the next 10 minutes is really, really simple. I'm just going to give you a big list of the most interesting trends that I heard about and noticed myself, along with some of the especially beautiful examples that we've seen of them. So let's get going. One thing that various people mentioned in one way or another is that the moment in dataviz is about going beyond dataviz. And by dataviz in this case, I think most people are referring to charts and maps and other kind of straightforward numerical representations of the kind that you could make in Datawrapper. And that these days, there's a sort of movement of finding a way to go beyond that or go do something further in some way. So one kind of straightforward way that we can see that is in trying to mix up the way that we're visually representing data, using creative methods like sort of analog or photographic imagery. For example, in numeric terms, this chart is basically a totally standard bubble chart that's using the size of a circle to represent a number, but it sort of gets taken to the next level by this photographic friendship bracelet motif. This may or may not have been actually made physically. This one definitely was. It's a cross-stitch embroidery. This one is from the 30-day map challenge, and I often find that the 30-day map and 30-day chart challenges are a great place to see people trying out experimental methods of all kinds, including in Medium. Again, this one is probably digitally created, but it's also using a sort of embroidery motif. This is from Reuters about tennis. Another kind of beyond dataviz technique that I heard mentioned was the use of satellite imagery, both satellite data for analysis and also using and sort of annotating and presenting satellite imagery directly as part of a data visualization. So, for example, this is a recent piece from the New York Times that takes satellite imagery of northern Gaza and analyzes it to try and visualize the position of the Israeli military. This is from Bloomberg on electric vehicles, Wall Street Journal on, again, military positions in Ukraine. So, of course, I had liberty to pick whatever 3 visualizations I wanted, but in this case, I don't think it's really a coincidence that 2 of these have to do with war. I feel like satellite imagery is definitely a case of something that comes up pretty often where the trends, if you can call them that, or simply the events of the news itself, what's happening in the world, has a kind of pretty one-to-one relationship with the trends in the visualization techniques that are being used to represent them. Because one type of data is especially salient, visualization techniques that are suited to it sort of have a moment alongside. And so unfortunately, as we've seen so many occasions to visualize war and conflict data over the past 2 years, that satellite imagery as a trend kind of goes along with that. Another place that we've clearly seen that is with pandemic data. So the 3 years time frame of this is ostensibly because that is the amount of time that I've been working at Datawrapper and publishing the dataviz dispatch, which is true. But it's also clearly, I think, sort of a real era in news visualizations, in that, you know, the pandemic in 2020 was such a huge event in the world, but also specifically in terms of the the salience of data and data visualization and data reporting and around the world. And the 3 years since then have been kind of coming off of that era and seeing what has stuck and what hasn't stuck. So my colleague Luke thinks, and I tend to agree with him, that the dashboard, which was such a major piece of all COVID reporting, is probably not here to stay, but it really had its moment. So I've just chosen a few to show you here, but picking them was basically impossible. We did, in fact, like a whole special edition of the Dispatch that's just focused on the dashboard specifically as a sort of genre, the COVID dashboard. And yeah, whether or not, it seems like, in fact, most organizations that developed this great expertise in that sort of form over the course of their COVID reporting have more or less chosen to pack it away. We've seen a few dashboards on topics like energy, but for the most part, it doesn't seem to be a lasting form for news visualizations. Nevertheless, obviously, like, it was a real defining moment. Meanwhile, something from the kind of post-COVID era that I feel like is here to stay is a more kind of conceptual, I don't even know if you can call this a trend, but the concept of humanizing data, or the efforts to humanize or individualize personal stories within data, especially when the topic is somehow sad, however you want to construe that. I think because this was a story where the vast numbers involved were obviously such a huge part of what was being reported. At the same, there was a real struggle to figure out how we could continue to tell individual people's stories and not sort of flatten out the human element, even as, of course, some amount of flattening and aggregation is necessary, or else, you're writing thousands of biographies and you're not doing data reporting at all. So I feel like there's just been like a sort of real flowering of techniques for doing that and creative ideas for doing some amount of narrative disaggregation within a big story. So this piece from the New York Times on 100,000 American deaths from COVID obviously was kind of a landmark, but then, there's so many more. This is an illustrated piece from The Guardian just a few weeks ago about the fate of people in Gaza. This is a piece about loneliness. And really, any time that you see a kind of negative news story, I think from now on, you'll almost always see some effort towards including this human or narrative element. And I would really say that seems to be here to stay. Overall, though, if that's a new rule, I would say most people that I talk to have said that the rules are, the trend is overall towards fewer rules and breaking rules. Andy Kirk of Visualizing Data said, the shouty voices saying, don't do that or never do this are a bit less shouty, which I like. So what does rule breaking mean? John Schwabish said he sees a softening of the dogmatic rigidity in the field, and he and more than one other person specifically mentioned the data inc ratio and other kind of bits of dogma that maybe people are either moving away from, or just generationally a younger sort of cohort of practitioners haven't been exposed to or haven't kind of taken to heart in the first place. So I see that for sure. I immediately thought of this chart, which I love, in that it's a pie chart. It has all of these little doodles that don't, necessarily represent everything in the most hard, efficient, little ink way possible. But at the same time, I think anybody who sees it would have to say it's totally successful and effective, and not like gratuitous in its use of those elements. Likewise, this little animated chart from Politico, which has all of these sort of fun graphical and animated elements that could a line chart have told the same thing? Yes, but basically I think you can put all of these charts under the headline of having fun with it, which, just to editorialize, I love to see people having fun with it. I hope that everybody continues to have fun with it because it's fun for me as a reader to read. It makes it more fun. Okay, so maybe there are no rules, but there are still some constraints. I can't believe the rise of mobile. Can we still call this a trend? It's still a trend in the sense that it's continuing to increase. And as it's continuing to increase, or at least just proving to be a durable change in how people are viewing visualizations, you're continuing to see people apply all of their creativity to the question of how to make it look good, which basically means it's the same problem, but you see new solutions to it all the time. So I've just collected a few. New solutions can take the form of a different map projection so that the area in question actually has a more mobile-like vertical orientation. It could mean just chopping up what you have so that it fits on a smaller screen, which also, of course, means making decisions about the sequentiality of the visualization and kind of deciding what order you're going to present information in that maybe originally had a more holistic design. It could mean taking something that was one visualization and just making it two separate visualizations. So this, again, this is impossible to choose 3 examples because literally every single chart and map that we see, if it's from, a publication that's putting any amount of effort into digital presentation, every single visualization is grappling with this, more or less successfully in one way or another. So it's always very cool to see someone bring a new idea to that problem. Another kind of medium delivery that came up was the use of video. I have to admit, this is a real blind spot for us because we've never included true video formats, not like animations or scrollytelling in the dispatch. And so I myself am not as plugged in to what's happening on platforms like TikTok or YouTube. But every now and then I have a peek. So I can say I've seen visualizations take a few different forms. I can't tell, this is meant to be a video. I can't tell whether it's playing on the slide that everyone sees here. But basically, okay, either you can see it or you can't. It's the columns are scrolling by and sort of effectively annotating with real economic data the sort of talking heads video. Another sort of format that we sometimes see in video is like this one from The Economist, where it's basically a sort of videoified version of a chart that was already published in a static or scrollytelling format on their regular digital channels, sort of reformatted to suit a video audience on TikTok. And finally, of course, these are, this is a social channel, so we also see social interaction happening. Like, for example, this video is from ZEIT Online, and it's a sort of examination of or response to a chart from The Economist, presenting the chart to their readers and kind of explaining what it shows, which is cool to see. Okay, but there's definitely an elephant in the room here, which is the other social media site. So people that I talked to almost all brought it up. They had different language to describe it. Someone said Twitter is getting less popular. Other people had more dire assessments. Twitter is essentially gone, the demise of the dataviz Twitter community. This is real. I am on Twitter every week looking for visualizations, and we can't deny that this is something that we're seeing. It's a real shame for everyone, especially for us. So having taken on this project of attempting to see every new visualization every week, everywhere in the world, it's really easy to see where we're falling short of that goal. This is a map showing sources that made it, the geographic origin of sources that made it into the dispatch just in its first year. So we've expanded a little bit since then, but not as much as we'd like. And you can see major geographical blind spots. And not just geographical blind spots, but really that clustering represents a clustering of just a few big publications with a lot of muscle and money and human effort to throw behind their data visualization teams. So this is just like the top 15 sources. Obviously, we have included hundreds of individual sources, but it's undeniable that there's sort of an echo chamber, and the social media had been a really great way to kind of break outside that and discover individuals and publications that were not already commonly known to you or your circle, and that the fragmentation that's happened over the past year or so is a challenge. And basically, this is a trend that I hope is not a trend, or a trend that I hope reverses itself soon, because if we can't see each other's work, we can't learn from it, and getting inspired from seeing other people's data visualizations is a really great thing and can only make everyone's work better. So this is something that we're seeing now, but I hope that we stop seeing in the future, and hope that we all can continue to share work and learn and get inspiration from each other. And that is all that I have to say for now. You can get the slides online and check out the Dataviz Dispatch if you have not already.
Thank you, Rose. Fascinating stuff. It's always really interesting to take a step back and see the trends from the bird's eye perspective. Looking for some questions in the comments, but I'll start with a couple of my own. Actually, I was curious about your last slide about fragmentation in the DataViz community, which I have definitely noticed myself. Where's everyone gone? Where's the party now?
Yeah. I think the party has, to some extent, just broken up and gone to different places. I mean, I know this from seeing individual people that I follow closely enough to kind of take note that, you know, they're taking their things and going to Blue Sky or to Mastodon or to Instagram or any of these other sites that have presented themselves as, you know, the next Twitter, or trying to create the sort of worldwide community that Twitter did. But I think it's not unfair to say that at the moment there is no place that can serve that purpose of not just connecting you with people that you already know, but with people that you don't know and have no connection to. So I hope that one of them takes off and becomes that again.
And to put you on the spot, is there anything you would like to see more in the visual journalism space? Any trends that you were expecting to see or hoping to see that did not come up in your research?
That's a good question. I guess I am always hopeful that we'll just see more outlets, and especially more outlets that have a local or a national, but not the same 10 nations that we're always seeing focus, covering data stories from their perspective, because, you know, when it's always clear that when there's a big story that has a clear data angle, that it's easy to see how that's unfolding in the US, in Germany, in Spain, in the UK, and it's not easy to see how it's unfolding elsewhere in the world or at a more local level. So fingers crossed for that.
Let's see, what other questions do we have here? All right, we've got some DataViz Dispatch superfans in the chat. So perhaps a bit of inside baseball. Simran says their Tuesday afternoon ritual is making chai and going through the projects included. So they'd love to hear more about the process of curating the visuals, the questions you reflect on when deciding what projects to include. How are you finding source of inspiration now that Twitter isn't as active?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you, Simran. That's very great to hear. The process is extremely simple. It's brute force. I have a list of sources that I like, and I go through them every week. Or now my colleague Vivian, who isn't here right now because she's in Taiwan, where it's very late at night, but is curating them every week. And we literally just look at the sites of hundreds of individuals, newspapers, RSS feeds, aggregators that are faster than us, of which there are very few, and see what we like. And of course, we're always having to pick and choose because we look at hundreds of visualizations every week. And it's a mixture of always wanting to include anything that's visually remarkable, whether or not it's totally successful, and also including a variety of perspectives on a topic or a data set that is getting a lot of attention.
Essential reading for sure. All right, I think that's all the questions in the chat. So thank you, Rose, so much. Really interesting distillation. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Elliot.
So we've had a great afternoon of talks. That's the end of the news and design block. Coming up in 10 minutes, we have Keynote from Amanda Cox, who's from Bloomberg, who's going to be talking about making better simple charts. And then we're going to hear from the Datawrapper co-CEOs, who have a product announcement and are also doing a Q&A. So please stick around for that. Lisa will be back in 10 minutes. Thanks so much for being with us.
Hello, everyone. And we are back after 2 blocks with amazing speakers hosted by my coworkers, Michi and Elliot. We're here for the 2 highlights at the end of this conference day, which are the keynote and the product announcements and the Q&A session with the Datawrapper co-CEOs. Just to let you know, I think you all saw it when you joined the conference Slack. We have this channel where you can put questions for this Datawrapper Q&A session. No one of you has done that, which is okay. You can also ask questions later just in the chat, as we've done so far. I just wanted to remind you that this possibility exists. All right, but now I'm thrilled to introduce the keynote speaker to you for this blog, Amanda Cox. Amanda is currently the executive editor for data journalism at Bloomberg, and before that spent 16 years at the New York Times, where she served as the editor of The Upshot and as the organization's data editor. That's also where she met Datawrapper co-founder Gregor Eich, who also was on the graphics desk of the New York Times for 4 years. And that was big luck for us. It's still big luck for us. Amanda indirectly had a huge impact on Datawrapper. I remember Gregor once saying, "Everything I know about charting, I learned from Amanda," which is great because I feel like everything I know about charting, I learned from Gregor. So I'm really looking forward to hear from the source directly now how to create better, simple charts. Amanda, thank you so much for being here. The stage is yours. I think you need to unmute yourself with that little icon. Yes, it works. Hi, Amanda.
Hi, thank you for having me. Do you see my slides already?
Yes. I will put it on right now. Well,
awesome,
one more.
Thank you. Good. So Lisa asked me to talk about better simple charts today, or when she asked, I thought that is an interesting choice in that if you know the work in my heyday when I was making charts as opposed to managing or whatever else it is I do now, I don't think simple is the first adjective that comes to mind, right? Like we were making string graphs and we were making squishy Voronoi tree maps, we're making connected scatter plots and connected scatter plots of second derivatives of things. This one came back from the Flash graveyard recently, and I was like, my goodness, what was going on over there on that stage? We were making network diagrams that were not just network diagrams, but I was encoding the error in like little loops in the connections between people. I was really obsessed with error for a while. So simple, I was like, simple, that's an interesting choice, but it is also in some ways a choice of in my career that does make some sense. About 2 years ago, I left the Times. I joined this little startup in Seattle, where the design ethos is these like single little kind of pink spark lines, single line charts. And about 6 months ago, I joined Bloomberg. And Bloomberg is an organization that makes all kinds of charts. But I think the ones that actually make the money are like the high frequency line charts. That's not an official statement. I don't know that for sure. It's also true that in my personal life, the charts that I stare at now are pretty simple charts. You know, the ones I spend the most time with are these ones out of Google Sheets about my net worth and my weight that I've taken the labels off to be polite, but very simple charts. And so I thought, okay, maybe I have some things to say about better simple charts. So there's 4 things, I think, advice that applies to charts that you make in Datawrapper or elsewhere for simple things that I think can make them actually better. The first one I've been preaching for more than a decade, which is to just use your words. My favorite example of that is not something I did myself. It's an example I've stolen from Lee Byron and David McCandless back when Facebook was more popular. They made a chart of peak breakup times based on Facebook messages. Except they didn't make the chart that looked like this. They made it actually with an annotation layer. And so if you look at the chart this way, you can see that there's a little Valentine's Day bump, there's a spring break bump, There's 2 weeks before the holidays, things really pick up and Christmas slows down. And I like this chart because in some ways the topic is so simple, right? Like it's not an advanced thing to recognize that there's some seasonality in this, or if you know when Christmas is or December is, to guess when springtime is. But the annotation layer on it, the words on a chart, make it a completely different experience. And Datawrapper happens to be one of the few products that actually take annotation seriously and think about ways that can make charts better. My classic other example of talking about this is an old jobs day chart example. Where normally you can just make a bar chart on jobs day that say like the economy added this much jobs and this many jobs, and the unemployment rate is whatever percent it is. This one was before a presidential election, so we were just having some fun, and we said, look, you can put on your Democrat goggles and say there have been 31 months of job growth, and the unemployment rate has fallen more than 2 points since its recent peak. Or you can put on your Republican goggles and you can say, look, the economy is at 150,000 jobs a month just to keep up with population growth, and the unemployment rate has been above 8% for 43 months now. That's the sort of example that, these are complicated examples kind of about annotation, about how using the words to actually pretend your chart has a message changes things a lot, or can change things a lot. I realized that in particular, some of the words on charts that are most interesting to me are verbs, and some of the art that is most interesting to me are verbs too. So if you know the artist Richard Serra, you may think of things like this. This is in Bilbao, I think. He makes these kind of giant steel sculptures, and it's always been a puzzle to me why they are so impressive to me, because ships are kind of the same, and ships actually sail in the same way, but I find them stunning. But earlier in Richard Serra's career, when he's trying to figure out what sculpture is, or what it is that he's trying to do, he made this list of verbs. What am I actually trying to do here? I'm trying to rotate, to swirl, to support, to hook, to suspend. And I find that verb list really inspiring to think about it in our own work, that the verbs are the thing that drives something, that the verbs are the words you might use in your chart, in your headline, in the annotation, to really change things. Skip this. When I was first getting started in my career, I spent a couple of years at the Federal Reserve Board, and so you say okay, that's fine for artists, but it doesn't apply to the kinds of charts that I am making. At the Fed, there was a list of verbs that people passed around there too, about describing the sizes of increases or decreases in increasing order. So something could tick up, inch up, edge up, firm, or it could collapse, plunge, plummet. And there's also an accompanying list of adverbs where you are encouraged to use sparingly. So tad, touch, bit, slightly, those kind of things. So I think that the idea of verbs changing things, being serious about using the verb with your chart, instead of just saying, this is a chart of X, tell me what the chart is actually showing, changes things a lot. The example that has inspired me most on that recently has been Matt Conlon, who's been playing with aggregating public data and presenting it and visualizing it automatically, right, without human involvement. He's pushing on some of the AI sentences. And so this week he said he was proud of a chart, proud of the system that he's been building. And they tackled an inflation report. Said automatically that this code was able to say the consumer price index rose whatever percent, 0.5% last month, and it's surpasses expectations for the 4th consecutive month. That kind of context, I believe, makes this a much better chart than if you lose the verbs entirely. If you just say, this is a chart of the consumer price index, all of a sudden, if I don't know much about it, and machines are doing this now by themselves, right? You have to be better than this, I think, to want to claim that you should still be in the craft, right? You have to do better than the baseline. And so I think use the verbs, use the words is a really important thing. That's my number one tip, especially when I go talk to academics. I say, look, it doesn't need to be a sexy verb that you put in your headline. You don't have to push the bounds of meaning. You can say is doing something, just whatever I'm supposed to see in the chart, use a verb. My other advice, especially for academics, especially if you've ever been to an academic poster session, and you see how they design their layouts, to think about this. There's no sense of hierarchy at all. And the tip for that is to remember what a cereal box looks like. If you've ever been to an American grocery store, you've seen an aisle like this. These boxes, mostly marketing to people who can't read, honestly. So, giant font, maybe a cartoon character, maybe an advertisement of a toy. But there's another side of the box, and then there's the nutrition information on the side of the box where it will tell you, this cereal is actually just like eating half a cup of sugar. Like it's really 50% of sugar is what's in the box. But the thing to note is that information is not the same size as the other information, right? Like you have some control over size. And it's tempting to think in the era of mobile graphics, none of this hierarchy stuff matters anymore. And I think that is completely untrue, right? Like you see, if you kind of some of the classic like design hierarchy things, if you've ever seen this example, probably you read the biggest text first. And then, if it actually works and if it actually kind of feels like magic, if you read the text at the top last, you're like, they have control over me. Even, you have control over how someone else's eyes react to something, or how many people, it's not 100% of people, but how many people encounter your work. And so where I think that shows up in charts, where I think that shows up in a charting tool like Datawrapper, especially, is your choice of what the words you are using or what you're using in your headline, right? I am a believer that the headline should tell you what the chart shows. This is a simple chart one of my colleagues made at Bloomberg recently. The headline, it just tells you what it is. Whatever this bank increased failing, it made the penalties paid to something else increase, right? That's a concept I don't know anything about, but the headline tells me what's going on in the chart. And both of the newsrooms that I have worked in, the New York Times and Bloomberg, have changed that style, right? At one point at the New York Times, the style for what the headline should be, it was just like a jokey little, it was kind of like you would like kind of throw away words. You would say, a tale of two cities, or like getting warmer ? Or something. It didn't tell you actually what the chart was. It was basically throwaway words. Bloomberg, same idea, but changed that policy, changed that style more recently about what the headline should be. My claim to you is, if you remember the cereal aisle, we're going to read the biggest thing first. So it's crazy to use that headline to not just say, tell me what it is. Tell me what the chart is showing. Use a verb in that headline. Use a verb in that space. That's the biggest thing you have. So it should be bigger than less important stuff. In particular, if the units on your chart are less important, that should be definitely smaller, right? Like, and if you think you still have hierarchy, even if you're making a simple chart for mobile in a tool out of the box. An example I think of so if we go back to cereal for a second, this is a chart made from one of my opinion colleagues, right? Kind of breaking the headline rule a little bit, like this is just a chart about how much sugar is in a cereal box, right? At Bloomberg, the official style right now is to describe what the chart is in a noun in this readout. And that works fine for some charts. For a chart like this, that's like a pretty simple, straightforward chart, I think it's fine, totally fine to use that space to just say, like, this is a chart of sugars as a percentage of the weight of what's in your cereal. Kind of a little bit of cleverness going on here to like introduce one package of cookies amongst the cereal. So that Honey Smacks, the box that we were looking at, it really is like 50%. So, you want to make that information, if you're selling Honey Smacks, smaller than the other information. That is a style using this text here, using the deck, using the readout to describe basically the units of the chart is a perfectly fine choice for very simple charts. I think when you want to start to get just a tiny bit more complicated, it stops being such a good choice. So for example, if you look at a chart like this, which is one made by one of my colleagues, which is about how much is sold on Black Friday. Black Friday is a very important retail day in America. So at different stores this year, so Amazon, it's as important as about like 3 average days. Crocs, it's as important. It's like a much higher percentage of their whole sales over a year. So both Amazon and Crocs had a pretty good Black Friday. Their sales rose over the year. But I'm saying to you, this chart is pretty complicated. If I just look at it right now out of the screen, it doesn't work, right? Like I can't, because I need this space. I need this deck to lend me a hand, to tell me what it actually is, and to break Bloomberg style and use that space to actually just use the words to tell me what it is, instead of just repeating the units. And this is a choice I never really thought that very much about it before, right? Like I never, because I was raised in a certain way about like what should go there, I have beliefs. And sometimes some of my friends send me like kind of taunting examples. Now, this was an example also came out of the opinion section. It's an interesting idea, but you'll see this footnote that's like, no, time on y-axis is a 24-hour clock expressed in decimals. And you're like, what is going on over there? Similar, not so dissimilar from that. Like what is going on in the Flash era of the charts we started with? Why that is because as a tool, the charting tool that Bloomberg uses assumes you are putting your unit in this space, whereas the person who made this chart decided instead to use that space to describe what it is. And part the reason I like Datawrapper as a product is it gives me control to play by reasonable rules within a reasonable set of defaults. So I said, okay, you have 2 minutes. What do you do if you want to keep the units on this chart, but make them normal, right? So the way I was raised, you tuck the units in the axes when you can. So we just say like, here's a time in recognized units that I understand. The other thing I felt myself wanting to do when I made this chart was that if this chart is supposed to be about younger Americans eating dinner earlier, I should just make it be about younger Americans being earlier, right? Like I have control over things like the color. And if I want the young one to be the most important, I can clearly make it the most important. And that is tip number 3, which can apply. So use your words, tip number 1. Tip number 2, remember your cereal box that you have some control over hierarchy, even when you are doing pretty simple things. Tip number 3 is just be brave. My friend Lena Groger, who now is the graphics director at ProPublica, I like some of her slides. She is the one who like crystallized this idea in my own head. And her phrasing of this is don't be a wimp. So if it's going to be different, for goodness sake, make it actually different. And the detail that she filled in for me on that is that like, you can't contrast 12-point font with 13-point font, and you can't contrast dark brown with black. So if you're going to be different, make it different. When we talk about this, we often talk about this in terms of design choices, right? Like, so if you're going to make your colors different, make them actually different. If one piece of text is clearly more important than the other piece of text, you want me to definitely read the headline first and definitely read the units only if I'm confused and absolutely need them. Make one a lot bigger and bolder than the other. Make one a lot smaller than the other. But I think it also applies to what is the data that you're putting in your chart. When I was working on this talk, I was thinking about what are the charts that are my favorite, that are the sort of charts that you can make in Datawrapper, or you want to make in Datawrapper. You should make in a Datawrapper or a tool like that. I thought about a chart like this. This is the how effective is the Pfizer vaccine for COVID-19. And the reason that this chart is fun is because you don't have to squint at it. Like you don't need the confidence intervals to see that the lines are different. Thought about a chart like this. This is what's the price of sardines you buy on the beach in India before and after the introduction of mobile phones. So before mobile phones showed up in a place, the price was all over, right? Like it was crazy. When phones showed up in a place, like it becomes a true market, and that does a lot to smooth out prices. This chart, I think, is a beautiful example of a chart that lets me do some thinking. So the idea of small multiples about like, okay, if you just told me what happened in this first region, like maybe it's because of phones, maybe it's not because of phones. But then when I start to add the second region, I start to say like, okay, this giant change, this change that I don't have to squint at, like a bold, non-wimpy change happens over and over and over again. And now I can start to use that chart as a vehicle for thinking. I also thought about a chart like this. This is a distribution of marathon times. I like this one because it's actually about a bigger idea. This one, you'll notice the chart, it's not smooth. If you think of most like just random histograms, they're very, very smooth. This one, it's lumpy, right? Like there's way more marathon finishers at 4 hours than there are at 4 hours and 1 minute or 4 hours and 2 minutes. And that's because goals are important. So like I think the big idea around this, the data, hyper specific, how fast does it take people to run a marathon? But the idea behind it, are arbitrary goals important? It clearly shows like they are, this chart. Structure is important too. This is another chart that I love. It's about how many people apply to liberal arts colleges in America, depending on how well they're ranked in one ranking. And you see that there's this big drop off after 50 schools, right? So the top ranked liberal arts school, controlling for some other stuff gets the most applicants, and then goes down and down and there's a big drop off, and that happens to correspond to where there's a page break in the printed version of these like college ranking guides. So there's actually no difference in the world between the 50th best school and the 51st best school. I like these because as data, they're structurally interesting, the patterns in them. There's also enough data that you have a chance of seeing if something's wrong or weird, right? Like I want to know what some of these dots are. Like they've plotted me data that's actually rich enough that I have a chance of understanding the patterns in it, which isn't true for all types of forms. Similar kind of one where I want to know more about the countries. This is someone on Reddit looking at how does the tallest flagpole in a country, does that have any association with the amount of freedom in that country, right? And it turns out the countries with really tall flagpoles, they tend to play at places with really low freedom scores, right? It's an interesting idea, but I love seeing the dots, right? Like I just want to know more. And I think good charts do that. They say like, here's one level of detail, give me enough to think about more. I contrast that in some ways to thinking about like kind of a bar chart. You may know that I'm not the biggest bar chart in the world. And that's because when I picture them in my head, I can remember so few of them that actually reveal structure, right? Like they talk, you should sort it. And then they all kind of look the same. There are times, however, where even bar charts, I close my eyes and I can remember. I remember this chart of the different prices of different liquids, in part because the comparisons are so interesting, right? It turns out that printer ink is about twice as expensive as human blood and way more expensive than vodka and Red Bull and crude oil, right? On a per liter basis. This is a chart that I remember because the choice of what went in it was an interesting choice, right? Like you don't have to stay so confined to data that comes from a single source, that comes from a single place. You see that in the same, like that earlier Bloomberg opinion cereal example. It's fine if it's just a chart of cereals, but once you throw the cookie into it, now it becomes a more fun chart because I have different sets of knowledge to link it to. If this was just a chart of printer ink, there's no chance I'd remember it. But as soon as it becomes a chart of printer ink and blood, now I remember it. It also happens to be a terrible chart. This is a chart that came out of the Excel defaults in an era when this sort of weird 3D and legendy stuff, like all bad ideas. But I remember it because the choices of the data are interesting. Which leads me to my fourth and penultimate point is think about whether you should. Think about whether you're doing what you're trying to do. Datawrapper as a tool mostly encourages you to make excellent choices. Like mostly the guidelines are all there. Not all tools do that. So for example, the Bloomberg charting tool, I think encourages people to make a lot of charts like this. This is a chart of how many migrants have new court cases in various parts of the United States. It's a chart that it's hard to extract a pattern out of. I looked at this chart recently and said, like, what are we actually trying to say with it? Can we just tame this chart into something that has an actual point? So this is a chart that the tool out of the box encourages you to make. You can show all the data. And the question here is like, do you need to? Could we be closer to having a point with this chart for existing and extract any meaningful insight out of it at all if instead of showing all of the data, we just reduced it, we reduced something? Still not a great chart, but it's at least a chart with a message, which I think is one tiny step towards getting better. That's the thing I type most now in my work Slack. I think there's these false hierarchies in the world that more charts are better in people's heads, and with some of my colleagues too. They'll see these plans and they'll be like, and here are the 7 different charts I can make. And constantly I'm typing, like, one good chart is better than like 7 okay charts. And the other false hierarchy I hear a lot is like, especially now that I'm not formally attached to a graphics department, is like that interactive is better than a static chart, which is not true at all, right? At least not true in terms of some kind of insight. I think, I encountered this at my last job at USAFX too. I personally believe, and this is a radical belief, that it's like one of the exceedingly rare places where Datawrapper lets people go wrong, or not lets, but encourages people to go wrong some ways, is the tutorial where it says like, look, I can teach you how to make tab charts, which are appropriate in some places. So like you can have this kind of like false interactivity where you can click on charts. Here's a chart of COVID cases. Like we made it for Spain, and you could see it for Germany or Italy or whatever too. This kind of false interactivity is appropriate for some places where you are just saying, really, here I am to just share the data with you, right? Like this is really a vehicle for you to be responsible, you, the reader, to be responsible for the insight. It's not really on me. I've made it slightly easier for you visualizing it. For a long time, I was showing this doctored screen grab from the New York Times about how silly that would look if on a banner headline day, we titled the whole page, like just here are some words, there's something in there. That is the equivalent of sometimes what we're doing when we make these dashboard type things, which is okay if you know that is exactly what you are doing. That's my goal. The problem becomes when there's confusion about like whether you're pretending to play in a space where you're offering insight and you're really just making a display of data. Which leads me to my last and final point, which is, and this is a point that I've been playing with in my head a lot lately. It's about my favorite art has fingerprints left in it in some ways, right? The reason I been thinking about this is I left the Times about 2 years ago now. I can still tell when an editor there named Jonathan Coram makes a bar chart. And you would think that there's nothing at all in a bar chart where there should be fingerprints of authorship, right? Like where you can recognize the style, where you know exactly. Partially, it's because Jonathan uses this blue in his palette a lot, like way more than anyone else. He often contrasts with this little green. So there's like easy kind of tip-offs right away. Partially, it's about the thoughtfulness which he does things. Like Jonathan is a thinker, and so there's always, the labels are always drawn to be exactly where you want them, nothing more, nothing less. He does a really good job of telling you what the chart is trying to show. So like this one from a few weeks ago was that, people taking this drug have 30 times the odds of reporting abnormal behavior. Like, that is a full sentence. That is not like, here's a unit of some whatever, right? But there's also like a delicateness to Jonathan's work that I've never been able, even myself, to be able to quite mimic. And the thing when I look at like kind of some of the style transfer work that is going on with AI now, there's part of me that wonders if we are not so far from, anyone being able to pick up that delicateness and that some of that intentionality. Like Matt Conlon has proven to us that the words part is already taken care of or very close to being taken care of and being spread. Like I have an easy time imagining a future where you're at least presented with like options out of the box about like, what is this chart attempting to show, or what is the pattern that you see that is revealed in this chart. And often with charts, like we saw with that jobs example, there's not a single pattern, there's a few. I also think that innovations are ready to be made in the design space about what is it that Jonathan Coram is doing with the bar chart that makes it so like lovely and like the hierarchy is right, like you read the first things in the right way. I believe that is going to be easier by machine in the not so distant future. In the meantime, if you don't have access to any special technology or any special like thoughts on that, I do think that the thing you can do no matter what, which is my final takeaway, is just use some verbs. Use verbs in your Datawrapper chart headline. Take advantage of the fact that Datawrapper's annotation is serious and designed by people with serious charts in mind. And you do that and think about if you actually have something to show. Think about if you combine data from a different place entirely, if what you had to show would become more revelatory, more interesting, and you will be well on your way to making better simple charts. So we have a little time left, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any, and if not, we can all have a break.
Thank you so much, Amanda. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for your really great examples of for driving home so many points. I really like your heuristics. Like I do spend a lot of time thinking about what really helps people to hear when they create charts, what helps them to create better charts. And so I really liked your heuristics. Like if you want to make it different, make it different. A headlight should tell you what the chart shows. Yes, definitely my opinion too. One good chart with a clear point is better than 7 okay charts. Interactivity isn't necessarily better. I wonder, like, how do you bring these heuristics, like, in this editing process that you're doing? I mean, as I understand it, you've been an editor for such a long time, helping others to create better chart. How do you go about it in practical terms? Do you have any tips for attendees here who edit other people's charts? What helps them?
I think, the editing of charts, and in particular simple charts, it depends where they are, right? Like, so I work with a team now at Bloomberg that is titled, there's data journalists. So not focused so much on design, on data visualization, is more in the reporting and the analysis. That comes out of a field where I have been astounded by like the number of bar charts that I see that are not sorted. And I'm like, good grief, where did you people, like, where is your background? What is this coming from, right? And so some of it is that kind of like, really just thinking about what is it that I'm attempting to show in this thing. And it's also about like my current tip, or the current thing I've been like my current test is like, do I want to talk about this at dinner? And that's partially more in the idea space than in the graphical design space. But the like, and then my other thing is asking yourself, like, do I need it all, right? Like there's a temptation sometimes to be like here, but also, it's about like, I have better advice, really. My advice for people like editing really simple charts is to get good enough at a tool, and it doesn't matter what the tool is. My favorite, actually, truly, I'm not just saying this because we're at Datawrapper, it is Datawrapper, to be in a place where you can make the chart almost as quickly as you can think, right? For a relatively simple chart. So you want to be able to try on choices. You want to be able to iterate. And so for me, when it's sketching with data, like totally on process that used to be R, and really now it's often closer to Datawrapper, is that like you just try it on and you're looking for the best one. And then when you're editing, it's also thinking about like, what are the units on this chart? Like, do I actually understand it? Do I understand, thinking a question in your head, do I understand where this data came from, right? So there's sometimes like a tendency to just be like, source, Bloomberg. And I'm like, maybe that's true, but like Bloomberg probably got it from somewhere else. So like, are we actually using the space in the way that we could use the space? And so the editing of charts, I think, really is mostly in my field, which is not true for everyone's field, but is mostly about, does this have a sharp point? If it doesn't have a sharp point, is there data that we should throw away or acquire to make it have a sharp point? Or are the design choices that we can make it have a sharp point? So could we emphasize something? Like, if you have a sharp point, you should emphasize that sharp point. If you're like, no, it's all like equal hierarchy, like maybe that's okay for what you're trying to do, but maybe you need to think more about what you're trying to do with this chart, as opposed to just, we have some data and we could make a chart. So I think that's my number one editing tip, is like, it's not about arranging the data in a space. It's arranging a data such that some pattern or comparison to scale or some insight is clearer. And maybe you have a chart, maybe you don't have a chart. Maybe you need to do more reporting to get a different chart. When you're reporting the data, you want to be thinking about structure if you want to make good charts, right? Like you want it to be deep enough so that if there is a true pattern, you can see the true pattern. That's all messy, but the answer really is like, it depends. It depends what the chart is.
That's some great advice. Thank you. We actually start to get some questions from the audience too. Let's get this one up from Elliot. Great talk, Amanda. Thanks so much. In my experience, it's easier to sell 7 mediocre charts to editors rather than 1 great chart. What's your advice for pitching a letter?
If you work in an organization that has scroll depth, you can say like, no one's even going to read the last 4 charts, right? Like, and we know that, not no one, but rounds to no one in reality in the version of what, if you are making public facing internet content, if you're working a different job, I cannot speak for you. So like, is anyone actually going to read it? I think it's also helpful sometimes to have, the comparison side by side. And so like, here's the one good one. We could also like tack, 8 things on the bottom, but go home and sleep on it and tell me tomorrow what you remember. And like, you know, by the time tomorrow you remember, that's like, oh yeah, there were just like charts I could scroll through. Like I can, you know, it's not a thing. So one, you know, my advice is like, one, accept that the way the internet works now, not entirely, like there are people actually thinking in a thread of 7 charts. So I'm not opposed to 7 charts in general. Like if you think of like John Byrne is a master of this, right? Like he makes these Twitter threads where the charts actually build on each other. So if you got to make 7, I think, you know, you just have a boss who's just a mediocre person and just thinks that 7 is better. You can say like, okay, I can rise to that occasion and think about how do these build on each other and end up as tools for thinking, as opposed to like miscellaneous things strung together. And then I would say, I bet if you look at the analytics of whatever your organization is, I bet it will be clear that the top chart gets at least twice and possibly 10 times as many eyeballs as the bottom chart. And so that is one argument that is possible to make too.
Thanks, perfect. Okay, we have another one from Catherine Smith. In which cases do you think interactivity is a good call?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pro interactivity. Like interactivity is definitely a good call when people want to find themselves in a chart, right? So there are certain types of data that I remember, you know, and this is many years ago, but one of my colleagues, Sean Carter, had first had children, and his editing philosophy changed, like thinking about schools, because he was like, I just want all the data. I want all of it possible, and I want to know everything possible about my situation. There are also cases where people you expect them to bring a lot of knowledge to the thing. So I'm thinking about in the United States, it's things like census data and neighborhoods and block level data, where it's really me thinking about the context that I know as a human being and can bring to this chart is going to make it such a personalized local view is the thing that is really helpful. I think there's other cases where the detail is interesting or helps you understand things that are wrong. Like some of the examples that we looked at today, like that Reddit one, like I do want to know what the countries are that have the shortest flagpole or the highest flagpole and the lowest amount of freedom, right? And you can get those on with labels, but if you start to think instead of like 30 countries or whatever that is, if I had 200, like at that point, like where the detail is actually helpful, like I think when you want to drill into the detail, that's another case for it. You know, Gregor has made this argument super well. He has a lovely talk on it, pushing back many years ago about like kind of the anti-interactivity space, saying like, no, it's useful for thought, it's useful for catching errors. And so if you want to think more about this, I would definitely encourage you to, I think it's called like In Defense of Interactivity or something. And it's very thoughtful and very good. And I co-sign everything that Gregor says in that space.
Yeah, agreed. Me too. We have 2 more questions about text and data visualization. I mean, you made lots of points about that. Use your words, use verbs. Leon Homan is asking, I see many colleagues using only 1 or 2 keywords for a chart and don't tell what the chart is about. On the other hand, you can have way too much text and visualization. How can I find the right balance?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend probably on what the chart is and who your users are, like how much hand-holding they actually need. Like that is in some ways like a different case sometimes for some of the interactive stuff. Like I'm not a personal fan of the like storytelling era, but there are times where you can build it up, right? Like where you can say like, look, first you want to understand this, and now you want to understand something a little bit more. And that's a way that like you don't have to dump all of the text at once, but you can like, you can build on it and like make it more palatable. I think the context, the right amount of text, there's not an exact answer, because for some data that's super easy. Well, how much sugar is in a box of cereal? I don't need much help. I don't need much hand-holding. Like I don't need many words, right? Like I got it. Okay, let's move on, right? For some things, like that chart we looked at about penalties paid in the federal home loan banking system, and the first, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Like I need more words, right? Like I need you to help me understand. So the right amount of text is the amount that you need to understand it. I think you know, if you have too much, you can think about like, should this be 2 charts? Like, do I, I don't have to do everything in 1 chart. Like, can I do some of it this way and then like maybe highlight something else and do it in a different way? The too few text is probably easier to solve, and that like just add more text, right? And the balance is going to depend on how complicated is the thing that you're trying to show, how familiar is your audience with the thing that you're trying to show, and then are you trying to do too much, right? Like there's a simple, like in the answer, if that is true, then you can just try less hard, right? Like and win at a smaller problem if you have the opportunity to change the problem.
Great. Okay. We have another one from Yubidai wondering how you write a title or subtitle for the chart. I mean, I guess you already shared a lot of advice for that one, but maybe he means more like in practical terms. Maybe there's something you want to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it is interesting that like to think about one kind of practical tip is to just like turn to the person sitting next to you and tell them what the chart is about, and then like type that into the box in whatever software you are using to make the chart, right? That is better than like thinking too deeply about what it, there are bonus points, right? For chart headlines, you get a bonus point if you keep it to one line, one mobile line. So keeping it very short if you can, or 2 lines, if you need to at most, I think, in terms of some of the practical how. And then the subtitle, it's going to depend what your style is. Like, I said earlier, the Bloomberg official house style, you're just describing kind of what more it's more of a unity like kind of thing, or like exactly a noun phrase about what you're trying to say. Works super well for very, straightforward, simple things. What I was trying to say with that Black Friday example doesn't work well at all when the pattern's more complicated. And so, probably wherever you work has an official style. I am kind of a rule breaker, so you can break the rules if it's not working. If you understand the rules, you can break them as soon as you understand them. As long as you understand, like, am I doing this with intentionality? And the how is like, it's again related to the same questions of like, what do I want to see in this chart, or what do I think this chart actually reveals? Not want to see, like, have control over what it shows, but what if you're going to spend more time with your chart if you're working in most contexts than any individual reader. And so to respect them, you spend 10 minutes staring at, or whatever the context is, staring at it and saying, here are the most interesting things that this chart shows, or the one most interesting thing. It's a very simple chart. You're dedicated to mobile. You don't have room to do them all. This is the point that this chart supports or reveals or raises questions about, or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. We have another very practical question from Pupil Chatterjee. Hi, Amanda. How do you face a map versus chart situation? Would you make a map where a chart could tell the story quicker?
Yeah, I mean, people do like maps, right? Like, these interesting, I forget, I think it's Kim Reese. This is actually her idea about like, why are maps so attractive is because they're like space filling, right? Like they actually do a good job in the design. Like they fill all the pixels of the shape that or not all the pixels, but because, like some countries have better aspect ratios for phones than other countries, but so there is the real answer though is, are you trying to show geographical data? Is geographical patterns the most important thing? In a map, the dimensions, like already out of the gate, you've given up your 2 most important dimensions. You've given up your X dimension and your Y dimension by just showing the geography. So in making that choice, you are declaring geography is the most important part of this. I think sometimes it's the wrong choice. So for example, my work that probably has had some of its teamwork, but that has the most eyeballs on it. It's election night work in a newsroom. There, the question I think that traditionally graphics were answering was where are candidates winning? And I think that is not the question I actually care about on election night. The question I care about is who will win. And where did the person who won? That's a different question than who will win. And so if the question is really about where something happened, you should make a map. It's also true that maps in some cases can be like semi-efficient displays of like lots of data. So for example, like I rarely want to look at 50 states. There are 50 states in the United States. A 50 state bar chart, it gets kind of deep. It gets kind of boring, right? If I don't really care that much about precision, if it's just about like, it's a lot in these places and it's a little in these places, I can probably do that in tighter space with a map, but I lose a ton of precision. And so if I don't really, if you don't really care about precision, map might be more space efficient solution, depending on the units that you're showing. Or more, more appropriately, is it about geography? Because you've given up your best dimensions out of the gate to geography and not about the data that you're showing. So the thing that you're showing with the data better really actually be about geography if you're making a map.
Thank you so much. I don't think I've ever heard that expressed so clearly. That's super helpful. You do have a lot of strong opinions, which is great. But so Jeff is wondering, what have you changed your mind about?
Oh, I changed my mind about all kinds of things. The interactivity is one of them, right? Like, if you remember that example from the beginning, that it was real. I didn't describe it, but it was the crazy one that looked like a scribble, right? Like just and that was about econ data. It was about recessions. It was about what stage of the business cycle we are in. I remember Steve Duenas, who was running the graphics department at the time. I was never like the world's best interactive developer, but I would dabble a little bit occasionally. And it was really important to me that you have a slider on the bottom of that so that you could change the time range to like any arbitrary thing that you wanted. And like Steve was like, just cut the slider, just make it like basically like, it's just a tour of this. Like I was like, I remember fighting with him. I was like, this is the most important thing. If we cut this, it's pointless. And like now I looked at him and I was like, what a moron I was about that. And about, a lot of the choices in that era too. Like when you look at some of that work, especially in the transition from that work to other, or like, the parts of that era that hold up are the mobile ones, where we had to like really be like really strict about the editing choices that we made and really edit things down instead of like being like kind of like bad interface designers, right? And so that is like, we should have just been like, mobile first the whole time. And part of that is just about the change of what the era is, right? I think some of me now is really drawn to like more, insight stuff. And so that's just change of taste and change of era a little bit too, so.
Thanks. And related to that, Jannica Berg is wondering which was the most difficult lesson for you to learn in the world of dataviz, if any?
I'm sure there have been many, many difficult ones. I think, what's the most difficult lesson that I've learned? Because I've spent so much of my career in news, the lesson there is just that like news always wins, right? That like you don't control like what actual like the most important thing is today, and so that just being drawn more to breaking news than sort of like these kind of like weird thought experiments is still a lesson that I struggle with a little bit, but that just news always wins is a lesson that, it's not a dataviz at broad question, but it's dataviz in the context of my career. And I totally acknowledge that some of these points may be the wrong points for people using dataviz in other contexts, right? Like that it is context dependent. So that is one for me that is still, I don't know that I fully learned it yet, but it's still a struggle in my heart.
All right. Let's see, we have another question. I think I want to maybe have a last, okay, we have more questions coming in, definitely. Maybe a quick one. What are your thoughts on using double access? Datawrapper doesn't allow them.
This is actually, sorry.
Do you think there are good use cases for it, especially given the complexity of economics data?
This is actually a super interesting question in my current job, in that at Bloomberg currently, Bloomberg is it has, a lot of different teams doing a lot of different things, a lot of different norms and cultures. Like they're all kind of related, right? But there's probably like, people at Bloomberg officially use, I think it's like there's two main charting tools and like 4 auxiliary charting tools. So like to publish charts, it's a series of mergers that never really finished, right? One of the big, in the terminal, designed for especially sophisticated clients, the dual axis charts are an option. People use it, people love it, people think that way, right? In the more newsroom oriented public web facing charting tool, they are not allowed. That option is not happening. Those tools, they're merging, right, to be more design consistent, which Bloomberg has work to do. And so there is actually like, I visited, so as I made clear, my job is not really even about charts right now. It's about more the analysis, the reporting, data journalism side of things. So I visited the Hong Kong bureau. They're hiring in Hong Kong. I was like, it would be good to step foot in that country before you hire someone there. So I visited there, and my colleagues there were like, not even my colleagues, but people on the other teams. All they wanted to talk about was whether the new charting tools would have dual axes, would allow dual axes. And I was like, it's not my job. Like, this is so weird. But like, people really deeply care about this. So my answer to that is it depends on the context of like who you are showing the charts to. There are fields where these are normal. People understand the ability to cheat with them, right? There are there's also places in the world where you might be harder. So, my own view is that like most of the time, stacking a chart is not going to be that much worse, right? Like you just make one chart, you stack it on top of the other chart, like it'll show you the same basic thing. There are examples where I think it's cleaner and that like the actual axis is more helpful. My answer to them was like, if you want it, you can probably still cheat, right? Because if you're making a dual axis chart, you probably don't care that much about what the actual units are. So just index both of your series to something and then plot it as an index. This is an index of, whatever benchmark to 2007. Like I think there are ways, and if you're the tool of choice does not allow dual axis charts and you want it as a user, I believe most of the time you can cheat to get it for yourself by just changing the data such that it's something indexed to something. And if you need to rebase something into something, then or divide it by whatever, you can get there is my own. So depends on the context, depends on who your audience is. I acknowledge that there are audiences in the world for which this is a normal thing in their field and they feel like they've learned how to read it. And so for them, probably makes sense.
Thanks. Amanda, I'm going to ask you 2 more questions if that's okay for you.
Yep.
One of them is a quick one. This one isn't it. You have always been an inspiration to me. Do you think artificial intelligence will design better graphics than us?
That is my hope, right? Like that's like in part, I have never been an amazing designer, right? I say the New York Times was my journalism education and it was my design education, not a bad place for either. But I was lucky enough to have colleagues who are much better designers than me. What I was trying to say with that Jonathan Coram bar chart, that blue bar chart at the end, I think no artificial intelligence will ever design a more graceful, thoughtful, not ever. In my lifetime, I'm getting old now, so in my lifetime, artificial intelligence will not design a more delicate, lovely, thoughtful bar chart than Jonathan Coram. I believe it's possible that artificial intelligence is able to capture 80% of Jonathan's magic and therefore will develop a better bar chart than me, is my actual belief. I've talked to Lisa a tiny bit about this too. I believe Datawrapper is one of the companies best positioned to do this because of the log of charts that go from, here's something I pasted in from my Excel spreadsheet or whatever to actual publication. Like that actual data, I believe is gold in thinking about. So when you say better than us, I think not better than the great masters, but better than the 80th percentile people by now. I don't think we're even that far away from that. I think we are 3 years, 5 years, 7 years away from that is my own belief. So yes, if us means me, no, if us means Jonathan Coram is my answer to that.
Perfect, thanks. And here's the last one, a quick one. Rab wants to know, if you could only recommend one Dataviz book, what would it be?
One Dataviz book, what would it be? I have a cheaty answer to this, that it's about It's a subject matter specific book, right? It's not about dataviz. It's about whatever you are charting in the dataviz that you are making to actually understand that it's domain knowledge. Domain knowledge is the book that I would recommend as opposed to charting knowledge. It's domain knowledge.
That's a nice diplomatic answer. All right. Thank you so much, Amanda, for coming on here. It was amazing to have you here. Thanks for all the wisdom you shared with us. I couldn't say it better than Don Kayawal, who says, I'm going to take this talk and Clockwork Orange my colleagues, forcing them to watch it. I can recommend that we all do that. I'm looking forward to rewatching it. Thanks again, Amanda. It was great having you here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everyone. Let's go back here. Yes, this was the keynote with Amanda Cox. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. We have 6 more minutes before the product announcement and the Q&A session with the Datawrapper co-CEOs, which I will also host. But let's take a short break, digest what we just learned, and I'll see you back here at a full hour. And we are back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your tiny break. We're back to the part of the day that many of you might have looked forward to, the product announcement and Q&A session with the Datawrapper co-CEOs. Unwrapped, the conference, is all about sharing and learning from each other. You might have noticed that by now. And I'm excited that now David and Alana will announce something that makes this, sharing and learning, easier directly in Datawrapper. I would hand it over to the two of them. Hi, David. Hi, Alana. It's all yours now.
Hello, everyone. All right, does this work layout-wise? Hello, everyone. Great to have the session. Thank you, Lisa, for the introduction. This is the moment if our sound is somehow not working for you all to shout. Otherwise, I'm going to assume it works. If you've been here yesterday already, you've already heard from Alana. If not, then you get a chance to introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Welcome from the Datawrapper office, our little conference room here. Yeah, as David mentioned, I'm Alana. I'm co-CEO of Datawrapper and also leading the visualizations team, which is the team that is responsible for developing the visualizations and all the associated options. I did give a little bit of a talk yesterday, giving some insight into how we make those decisions around visualizations and also a bit about our building process and how we run projects. So if you're curious about that, you can, I think, watch the recording still, and that will be also put on YouTube later. But also, if you have any questions that you want to ask, you'll have a chance for that in a moment. But first, I will hand it back over to David, who has some other exciting new stuff to share with you.
Exactly, yeah. So let me bring up some slides here, and then we can get going. So as the schedule says, we want to do a product update and a Q&A session. But before we get started with that, I wanted to say thank you for joining. Really happy that we have so many people here. My notes say I'm supposed to say good to see you all, but it's an online conference, so it would be a lie. Still, when we organized this conference, I remember that we thought, if we get 30 people to tune in, then we're going to be really happy. And now seeing that we have hundreds of folks watching the talks, interacting in the chat, asking questions is really fantastic. So thank you all for joining. And as I said, we want to do a product update first and then some room for Q&A. So you can ask questions either here in the chat, or we also have the Slack channel, which we'll look at later. And for the product update first, I want to talk about a couple of trends that we've observed over the past years, and then some product changes we are making to address them. And if we look at that and if we start sort of with the motto of our conference, which is to bring Datawrapper users together, then I would say so far this has been working out pretty well, and I'm very happy about that. And that's also what I want to talk about in the context of our product. So as Lisa already teased a little bit, we want to talk about the parts of Datawrapper that allow you to work together and to have a good experience creating charts with your colleagues. And the most important feature we have to work together in Datawrapper are teams. So if you use Datawrapper, then you're probably familiar with this. Teams are a simple and straightforward way to work with a shared chart archive with your colleagues. So to manage who has access to what, to create charts, edit charts from your colleagues, and adding and removing team members and all of these things that are related to that. So this is how it looks in Datawrapper. If you're a Datawrapper user, this might look familiar to you. Folder structure and all your visualizations within that, so you can access them and find them after you've created them or your colleagues have. And since we launched Teams originally, they've been a part of Datawrapper since the very beginning, and sort of initially that was more of a sort of a slow growth. So I created a chart here that shows the number of teams using Datawrapper. So that's like how many individual team accounts are there. And then sort of around 2020, we made a decision that we wanted to make this feature available to everyone. So we changed that from that being something that sort of a paying customer gets, so that to that team functionality being available to everyone that uses Datawrapper. And right after we've done this and we made Teams a feature that everyone can use, of course, the adoption of this feature really picked up. So this is what we've seen afterwards. And since then, they have become an incredibly popular part of Datawrapper and an incredibly important part for the experience of all the people that use Datawrapper around the world. And more important than that, the visualizations that are actually getting created are by now more often created in a team rather than by an individual. So the chart that you're seeing here now shows all the share of visualizations that are created as part of a team versus the ones that are created from individual accounts. And you see the dark part there, the share of charts that is created in the team is over 2/3 now. So that's quite a lot and has grown significantly from the very early days where it was basically mostly an individual thing. And we try hard to make that experience as good as possible with features like our shared folder structure. So having the ability to create and share folders with your colleagues, with things like the Slack and Teams integration, so you can get notified when updates get made, and when people publish something, you get a notification in your workspace. Or things like our global search, so you can have like one place where you can put in a keyword and find the chart that you're looking for. But so far, these features and these collaboration functionality have mostly been centered on sort of the chart archive and folder structure. Whereas editing visualizations themselves in what we call the visualization editor, the page with the 4 steps that you go through to create a chart, that was sort of more of a solitary experience. So if you look at the Datawrapper visualization editor here, it was designed in a way to make it as easy as possible for a journalist in a time crunch to go from having some data in a spreadsheet to getting to a publishable chart. That was very much the vision in the beginning. And when Datawrapper started, the visualizations that were getting created looked a bit different than they do today. Now, we still had, of course, line charts and bar charts and all these things that are sort of staples, but they look comparatively simple. So I took out 2 examples here from 2014. These are real examples of Datawrapper visualizations from about 10 years ago. And they look fine, but they're really not too complex. You have 3 lines on the left side, you have a couple of columns on the right side, and they're not too complex. Whereas if you look at the visualizations that Datawrapper users are creating now, it looks like a whole different world. So of course, you have significantly more visualization types, you have significantly more customization options, but also things like the annotation layer or the labeling or all the customization features on the individual visualizations really made this sort of a more detail-rich and visually interesting experience. And of course, also meant that there's a lot more decisions that need to be made when creating a visualization. Or if you look at locator maps, for example, you can see, they combine points, areas, lines, other elements in one single visualization. So it looks drastically different, from those charts that we saw 10 years ago. Similar for tables. In tables, you can have cells, you can have things like spark lines, you can create heat maps. So it can sort of be a combination of multiple chart types into one. And all in all, we see that these visualizations have gotten a lot more detail-rich and complex since we originally started out. Another thing that we saw is that the way the visualizations are getting used has also changed. So when we started out, visualizations were almost always sort of a point-in-time snapshot. Like you create a visualization, you add it to your article, and then it remains there. It shows something, it explains something, there's some text above it, there's some text below it, point-in-time article, and then tomorrow you do a new one, essentially. But over the past year, we've seen that in addition to creating those sort of one-and-done kind of visualizations, so visualizations that are essentially created once with static data and then are part of the published archive, visualizations sort of have a longer shelf life. They get created, but they also get kept up to date. They might have a live data source, or they might just get refreshed every now and then. And now we see more and more customers building things like dashboards, various kinds of trackers, and quite in-depth experiences with visualizations that are not just created once, embedded, and then forgotten about, but that get new data and they're getting updated and getting continuously fine-tuned over and over again. So we have 3 trends here, or 3 observations that we've made that sort of all interact. And the first one is, as I said, that more and more people work in Datawrapper within teams. And they are creating visualizations that are getting increasingly powerful and detail-rich and are relevant and kept updated for extended periods. And I'm seeing a loading indicator here. I hope my Wi-Fi doesn't break down. By now it looks better again. And a lot of folks have used Datawrapper successfully for this. Well, we also got a lot of feedback from our customers on this, and there were some things that we felt we could do better to improve this in particular. And that's what I want to talk about. And the first big thing that I want to talk about is something that we call live collaboration. So what is live collaboration? It's the first feature that we want to launch today. And live collaboration, to put it very simply, means that you can edit Datawrapper visualization simultaneously together with your colleagues. Your edits will be synchronized across browsers. So if 3 people edit the same visualization and someone changes the color scale, that will show up on the other 2 folks' browser as well. So you all work sort of on the same version, and you'll be able to see what your team members are doing. So how does that look in practice? If we look at the visualization editor here, so sort of here you have a Datawrapper line chart. In Datawrapper, you see a new element here in the top right corner. It's a bit hard to see on this in the screen share, but sort of what you see there in the top right. And these are the users that are currently editing that visualization with you. So here you see my account, and you see Guillermina and Martin in this case, who are currently editing this visualization together with me. And now as they make changes, not only will my preview of the visualization update, but I can also see what exactly is happening. So for example, if the visualization type changes, what you see here is that there's a little avatar that shows, in this case, Guillermina cycling through the different visualization type. And that way I can both sense what is being changed, but also who is making that change. And I can pay attention that I don't get in the way and make sure that we really work together rather than work against each other on the visualization. Similarly, if I refine that visualization further, you will always find those avatars showing up where a change gets made, and you'll always get the changes synchronized so everyone ends up with the same state and there's no confusion on that. Even for more complicated things like annotations. So if someone goes in and takes annotations, you see on the list of annotations that we have here, you can always tell what is being worked on, what exactly is happening, is someone moving something, and then you see the annotation moving as that happens. So that's live collaboration. And I show you some of these things in screen recordings, but we can also take a quick look at how this works in practice. If I move over to the second tab here, where I have a line chart like this, and I can go in and edit that visualization. And now you see here in the top right corner that I'm not alone on this one. So here we have myself, and we have Elliot, who's also in the visualization, editing it, and Ilana as well right now. And now without doing anything, we're essentially already starting to collaboratively work on this visualization. So as you see here, there's something happening here on the left. So I know maybe I shouldn't interfere with that right now. And as these edits get made, they get synchronized. So for example, we have a range update now. And on the other side, if I make a change, that will get updated to all my other colleagues as well. And as I migrate through these steps and sort of work on my visualization, and I want to see what the other folks are up to, can always go in here and see, all right, Elliot is currently here in step 3 doing something. So that's how live collaboration works. Now, we started testing this internally, and what we've noticed is, particularly when doing these things together and when working on visualizations, it can be easy to get a little bit lost. And that is what sort of the second feature is about, which is what we call the edit history. And now when you work in Datawrapper, you always, of course, accumulate making edits to the visualization. And when you work together on a visualization, that can happen at an even more rapid pace. And one of the big time savers is that when you publish something, you can make edits and hit republish and have that take the place of the published version of that visualization. And to make that really easy and to make sure that you never lose work or never accidentally overwrite something, we want to launch edit history. And edit history, right corner, which you see there, very small, but I can make it a bit bigger. So that's what it looks like, edit history. And when you click on edit history, what you'll see is a list of all the past versions of your visualizations. So essentially different points in time where you can see what the visualization was looking like at that point. And you can browse through past versions of your visualizations to review them. So essentially you click on one and then you see what the visualization looked at that point in time. And for each version, you then have the option to either restore it or to create a new duplicate to essentially use it as a starting point for something new. And you can go all the way back. So here we have a multiple line chart. It's the one that Guillermina created if you were there on the first day on the intro session. So you can go back here and sort of see this is what it looked like before the customization. This is what it looked like at the very beginning when it was just a simple line chart. And that way you can go all the way from the oldest version to the newest version, essentially. And for each version, you can also see who in your team made those edits. So you can see the point in time where it was created and the people that were working on it, and essentially what went into that particular edit and how it differs from the ones before. Now, what you'll also notice is that there are some of the entries here that sort of have a little special badge there with the green badge with white text. And if you can't read that because it's pretty small, that one says published version. So essentially, every time you publish or republish your DataWrapper visualization, we'll create a special entry in this versions list so that when you go in, you know exactly what the state was that your readers are currently seeing, and you can go back to that in case you made some edits that you don't want anymore, or you just want to have a clean slate to work on the next version. If you publish something multiple times, you'll find these additional versions in there as well. That is that other gray badge there that reads previous publish, so you can always go back to those states as well. And that is edit history. Let's take a look at edit history as well. Go over here again, you see our visualization that we were just editing. So I can go in here and look at an edit history, and we see that we have a couple of versions here already. And then I can simply go through. If I want to take one of these and restore, I can do that, or I can click duplicate and go into a new version. Then I have a new version from that older state. If I go back, we can take a look at one from earlier in the conference, see how this looks if there's a bit more in there. Here, for example, we have that choropleth map that we can take a look at. In that choropleth map here, for example, we see our current version now. We see a couple of edits that have been made by my team. You can see how this looked in the published state, or maybe in the very early version, when it didn't have an annotation yet, for example, here. And that's edit history. We hope that these features are going to make working together in DataWrapper easier and hopefully save some time, make it clearer what is happening, and make it easier if something goes bad for you to be able to get to where you want with DataWrapper. We are super happy that there are so many people working together in DataWrapper. We are also super happy that so many of them are here. So we were really excited to use this opportunity to show this new feature. And the good thing is it's going to be available today. So later today, we'll drop an update in Slack once the update went live. It'll be available on all of your accounts. It will also be available regardless of the pricing plan that you choose. So even if you're working on the free plan, you'll have access to live collaboration, working with your colleagues, and you'll have access to an edit history of the edits in your visualization. We'll also publish a blog post on these. So if you want to read up on the details and look at the documentation, all the details, you'll be able to do that later today. And that was the product update part of this. I saw a bunch of things in the chat I didn't look at yet, but
mostly enthusiasm.
If you say so, I'm going to believe it.
Exclamation marks more than question marks so far.
Yeah, people really are loving it. Like we can have some comments here. Newsrooms, editor stream, loving it from the first second. That'll be extremely useful. I think you announced something there that people are going to use. Thank you so much for announcing that. We are, as David said, are going over to the Q&A session. So if you have any questions for David or Elana, please put them in the chat. Unsurprisingly, nobody actually used this Q&A section in the conference Slack besides me. I mean, I posted a question there. I just posted in here to later reference to it. But we do have some questions in the chat already. Let me bring them up. We can have this one just as a reminder, just signing now and catching up on these awesome features. Are these only for premium accounts, or are any available for the free tier as well?
Yeah, that's a simple question with a simple answer. So they are all available on the free tier as well. So teams are a feature that we're always, since 2020, since we sort of added them to the free plan, have been available to everyone. And now essentially, as soon as you start working together in the team and two people open the same visualization, you'll have access to that. So that's not something that is in any way tied to a plan. Edit history is also available for all accounts, though on the free tier, there's a retention for these versions. So past versions, we will have 7 days of past version time, and then on the paid plans, you'll have some extended retention, so you can go back to versions that are even older and restore to them as well.
Slight addition to that, I believe, for like previous published versions. So if you publish your visualization many times throughout its existence, I think those are all retained.
Yes, if you publish visualizations, you will be able to go back to them. Yeah.
Thanks for the answer. We have another one from our speaker today, Jaime Gutiérrez. Will edit history work for old visualizations or just for the new ones?
Yeah, that's also a good question. So to give you the most precise answer on that, it will also work for old visualizations, but it will not contain all past edits. So it's not like if you made like a version 5 years ago and you log in now, we somehow like dug it out and we'll show it to you now. But if you edit the old visualization, we will begin storing those versions. There's one exception to this, which is particularly the feature to go back to the last published state. So that is something that it will immediately be available to all visualizations. So even if you have like a month-old visualization and you want to restore to the last published version, even if that published was 2 months ago, that's no problem. So you can do that on the edit history. So it's not something that is restricted to only things you create starting today or something like that.
Thanks, perfect. Okay. Anyone, if you have any questions about DataWrapper, about how we think about data visualization, about how we work, about why we implement features, again, I mean, Ilana gave an amazing talk on that yesterday, but she can make some more points on that, I guess. Please put them in the comment section. We have one from Philip David Priest. Does collaboration also work on maps and markers? So 3 people could move and edit markers at the same time. I guess it's about locator maps. Do you have an answer for that?
We designed the collaboration feature to work in every aspect of chart editing. So that also includes the markers. So you can have 3 people editing, and you will even see in the live preview how all the markers are moving around, how the zoom is changing. You'll also even see sort of the list of the markers, like who's selected which one, who's editing which one, and the same thing also for sort of similar editing situations like annotations. So we definitely wanted to make an experience where you have like that fine-grained editing as a shared experience, also in locator maps.
Great, thank you.
Even more than 3 people. Try it out. Let's see.
How many people did we test it? Or like how many people can work in one chart?
We've done like half of the company or so, so like 50 or. I wouldn't recommend it. Like technically it works, but you hit social limits that are even harder.
All right. Does anyone have more questions about collaboration or edit history? Then you can also post it here. Otherwise, well, there's a question I'm really curious about. I don't actually know the answer about that, but I was wondering if there's anything. Oh wait, that's not the right one. The one above. What differences do you see between how different sectors or industry, like media, stats offices, government offices, etc., like use DataWrapper? Do we know anything about that? Like how has that evolved over time, or what do you know about how different sectors are using us?
I think we can, like, I wouldn't say we haven't sort of done a breakdown analysis sort of what type of charts are people from different industries creating, so we don't have sort of like research on that based on our users, but I think even reflected in the talks that we saw today, we can kind of feel some of the differences, like Taylor's talk about the work at YouGov, where she mentioned really using bar charts almost all the time, because that really makes sense when you have the survey data. With the news, you do see this really strong focus on the storytelling features, which is something that's super important to DataWrapper in general, and we like to see that being explored in other industries where it's maybe a bit newer, or like maybe a little bit sort of learn a bit from news. But I would say sort of in the news, you do see that really strongly. In other industries, you might see more of what David spoke about before, sort of these like long-lived visualizations that you're sort of editing for a long time. Maybe with statistical offices as well, it might be more sort of the charts that are created in bulk, like maybe the same type of data for like many municipalities and then many years, or you update it every year. So you might not sort of annotate all of those individually. You might use more automations in those cases. Definitely. But I would say that people are converging on this storytelling aspect, but there are definitely different use cases that we see and different choices of chart types that people use depending what their use case is. I don't know if has anything to add.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely also say like there is more that is shared than what separates them. So it's often more interesting to see the ways in which it's actually similar and the challenges are aligned. And because at the end, it's all communication, and communication is something that is more inherently human than sort of inherent to, you know, the industry. The industry might mean that your audience is a bit different and has certain knowledge that you can expect them to have or don't expect them to have, but you know, these differences are fairly small. There are a couple of sort of more practical things though that I found interesting, and there was one when I thought about the question that I thought was relevant, which is one thing that happened when we started working with the statistical office, so government department. And it was specifically about the topic of labeling, where if you label a visualization, so it doesn't really matter which one, you have a lot of things to label. Sometimes you have to make a selection, you know, what do you label? And then you think about, you know, the interesting stuff. So when we teach people how to create good visualizations, we ask them to ask themselves the question, what do you want to say here? You know, what is your reader supposed to think, or what do you want to draw their attention to? So the instinct would be to, like, you know, pick the outlier and label it. Or alternatively, you know, you might pick something to label something that is just easy to label because it's short, for example. So if you have that and you're in a newsroom, that is like totally acceptable. And if you are a part of a government or you have some sort of official role, you don't always have that flexibility. The specific example that I was thinking about there is that we had this customer and they were doing, I think it was a scatter plot, and they had individual dots for the different sort of states in their country. And then you turn on automatic labeling, and of course, all the states with short names, they always get labeled. So if you have like a state like Berlin, which is like neat 6-letter name, that's great for labeling. So like Datawrapper would pick it and always label Berlin. And if you have like a state like North Rhine-Westphalia, it will not get labeled. And for a newsroom, this isn't really a problem. You know, they might say, okay, people can hover over it and they can, you know, have tooltip. But if you're a statistical office, it was actually super important to them that they cannot sort of pick favorites and like always label those people, because people have an expectation of neutrality. And that I thought was like one thing that I didn't expect, you know, when we set out to work with this customer, that is more like hands-on dataviz difference from, you know, news and in this case governments.
Thanks. We have actually a related question by Omri Wallach. Have there been any creators or organizations that have surprised you with how they use Datawrapper?
I mean, absolutely. And, you know, we started a conference and invited them all so they can tell us about this. Yeah, I mean, the folks that come to mind are definitely a similar group of the people that you find on the agenda. Or Ilana, do you have something that you want to highlight?
I wouldn't say that I have anyone specifically to highlight. I would say, yeah, I would agree that we're really excited to have the people who are speaking here today, and to have also already this day has been amazing seeing what they've been doing. And yeah, we're frequently surprised across the board. And yeah, we share those things internally with pride. Often, sometimes we post something internally into our showcase channel on Slack, and everyone's like, "What? How is this created?" So yeah, we're constantly surprised by how people are pushing the boundaries of the tool. But I would say that in one organization they aced it and nobody else did. So yeah, but we are frequently surprised and delighted to see the unexpected and amazing things that people are doing with Datawrapper. And yeah, for me at least today has been really, really, I don't know, heartwarming to hear from everybody how much the tool helps them and in all these different ways. So yeah, pretty great.
Thank you. Next question is by Laura Placer. We already know the successful updates you've made over these years. Is there any update you would really love to implement but can't find a way to do it?
It's a good question that I have to think about.
I wouldn't say, I mean, if you listen to my talk yesterday, I talked about some of the constraints or the things that we're thinking about when we think about what features we add, in this case specifically in the visualization area. And I wouldn't say that it's sort of like we can't find a way to do certain things, but we have certain constraints, like the really boring constraint of the resources that we have. Like we have absolutely more ideas for things we would absolutely love to build than we have capacity to build them in a short amount of time. And when it comes to sort of can't find a way to do it, I think we take an attitude that I talked about also yesterday, where if there is an idea that we have, we don't sort of decide at the beginning of, or we think the first step is always like research, think about it, explore possible ways to implement it, prototype it. So we would have to be very deep into the prototyping phase and then be like, oh my God, no, we can't do it. And this has yet to happen, I'm happy to say. Apart from that, I talked yesterday also about sort of a tension that we have. It's been really, really great to hear from a lot of people today that people find Datawrapper really easy to use, because that's a very big and important goal for us, but also that it's a tool for professionals. And we do sort of have to battle sometimes with this tension between wanting to be super easy to use, but also wanting to be flexible enough for professionals and to really get your data stories right. So that is one challenge that we have. It's not something that sort of, we can't find a way to implement something, but sometimes we struggle to find the way to implement it that is not going to make it complicated for people for whom we want it to be simple. Not really a technical challenge, it's more sort of a, just a sort of in a way a UX challenge or a design challenge. We usually just have very, very long conversations about those and usually come to a conclusion that we're happy with.
Yeah, the delimiting factor is more cognitive load than sort of anything particular technical, I would say.
Thanks. We have two questions about pricing. One from Mark Stevens: has there been any consideration of supporting paid plans for individuals, so those users can get access to the more robust export types or attribution control, but no custom themes, etc.? And there's a second one, maybe you want to answer that in one go, by Alf Lone. Have you considered a medium tier between a free and custom plan, perhaps only allowing a custom font plus colors? The free plan is so strong and I love it, yet thinking of going for the custom plan because of the custom theme, but custom font and 1 to 3 user licenses would meet most of my needs.
Yeah, I mean, if the question is, have we considered a tier that is between that and that is geared at individuals, the answer can only be yes, because we had such a tier for quite a while. So we had what we called the Datawrapper single plan, which was actually right at that point, if you saw the chart about the team creation before it took off, because before that was a single plan for individuals where it was not designed for teams and was a paid plan. It was built at a price point for individuals. And it had a couple of features, like, you could publish visualizations and embed them with unlimited views, and you could download them as PNGs and a couple of others. And these features might sound familiar, because what we did is we took that individual tier and rolled it all into the free plan. So we went from something where we had an individual tier and a team tier to something where all the individual features were free, and the team tier was really sort of built for organizations that have those customization needs that you heard earlier before from Phil and some other speakers. So that is sort of how we ended up at the situation that we are now. Not by saying, we don't like individuals and we don't never want to have individual customers, but by sort of learning that when we had that at the time, we felt it would be better to just give out all those features. It was not that material of a total amount that we felt, we can take that and make that available for free, and then we'll get, more usage and more chances for people to use the tool, also in context that, cannot afford any paid plan. If you think about, things like university and education or just students in general. So that is sort of how we ended up there. That being said, as we develop the product, of course, we also think about, could there be something that can be relevant, that, would be a good offering if we see that, and sort of if we find we have something that we can offer at a lower price point that will deliver additional value and let you do more things. I mean, that's at the end what makes a difference. Then we would surely also consider it. And it's not something that, is sort of in our immediate mind. We are happy with the organizational customers that we have. We are happy with the super strong usage on the free tier. We don't want to take anything away there. So that's sort of the setup that we've arrived with, given the historical context that I just outlined. But it's not something that I would say, can never happen.
Thank you. We have some questions, 3 questions, in fact, about timeline, about roadmap. First, past and present. First, about the past, by Emma Rubin. The small multiple charts were a really exciting visualization add-on to Datawrapper. Can you speak to the timeline of debuting that feature and the general process for expanding chart types and features available on Datawrapper?
This must be for you.
I don't know how much I can reveal about the duration of that project. I can definitely tell you it took a fair while. It took a little bit longer than we anticipated because we did end up increasing the scope. I talked a little bit about this yesterday in my talk. We did initially try to keep the scope fairly limited because we wanted to get something to you sooner rather than later. And we decided even to actually drop annotations out of sort of the initial plan of what we wanted to offer. And it was at a sort of stage of review where we felt we kind of have all the features that we want, that we sort of took a look at what we built and decided and got some feedback. And then we got the feedback or the question again, I know you didn't want annotations in this first round, but which was very rightfully so that we got that feedback, and then we decided to add it. But it was added a lot of complexity to that project and meant that it took longer. But we're really happy that we were able to offer then a more complete package to you. And in general, when we do want to offer these really complete packages that are sort of really polished around the edges, that we feel is like the special thing about Datawrapper, they do take a little bit longer. So yeah, definitely a few months went into that. In terms of the what do we have? Debuting new features, expanding chart types. Yeah, I mean, we absolutely also want to expand chart types. I spoke yesterday about how we have this goal of sort of meeting the needs of sort of 80 to 90% of general dataviz needs, so that professionals have more time to work on fun projects. Also, Julia mentioned this earlier. Don't make them work on bar charts. So we really do want to make sort of the easy stuff easy with Datawrapper, and there are definitely chart types that are missing from there. There are also like features, details in our existing chart types. So we're just generally trying to find the balance between sort of big new chart types as well as sort of improving the chart types that are there with extra features and improvements that really get you to that 90% of things that you might want to achieve. So yeah, I mean, you will definitely see lots of small updates, and the bigger ones will take longer, but we hope to always keep things interesting in our changelog.
Guys, thank you for the answer. Just for completeness, I want to show the other two questions about the roadmap. Maybe you want to add something to us. Philip David asks, I'm curious about Datawrapper's further roadmap after rolling out fantastic collab feature. Any plans for maps concerning scope, extent, or types? And then we have Bill Rapp asking specifically for a new chart type, tree maps, maybe.
All right. We'll note that with the tree map, as Ilana said, we have a list where we write down when someone gives a thumbs up to a feature request. So thank you, Bill, and anyone else. If you find yourself missing something, let us know. It is important to us. Even as Ilana says, it can take a while with the bigger things. We want to get the details right. It still helps us to learn about that. We always had sort of the philosophy of building those features out, testing them well, making them available, and then having them really be ready. And I feel like it would spoil the fun a little bit if we go too deep into what we're working on. But we wouldn't have the team in place, and we wouldn't have the developments that you've seen over the past months with small multiples, with now the collaboration features. If that was the end of it.
Thank you. It seems like there are no new questions. I mean, there's definitely excitement for the free tier. That's nice to hear. Then maybe let's end this Q&A section with going back to the new features we launched today, the edit history and the live collaboration. David W. asks, what are your personal highlights about the new features?
What are the personal highlights about these new features? I mean, the multi-user editing or live collaboration part, feel like really, if as a user, makes an incredibly large difference into how it feels to edit this visualization, just that you don't have to think about it anymore. A lot of time when you add features, it's sort of a little bit like one more thing to think about. Like, there is another button, another thing you can click or you cannot click, or, another switch where you have to think about, should I turn it on or should it off? Turn it off. But in this case, it's just like really a pure improvement. You can do this thing. It sort of totally gets out of the way. So it doesn't require any activation energy, really. It basically just happens as soon as you have a couple of people that are working together, and just that this is so incredibly accessible, that is, doesn't require a particular data set, like sometimes new features do. It's a great feature, but I don't have the data for it right now if it's a new chart type. But this essentially is for everyone that works together, and data visualizations will improve it. So that is something that I find very exciting.
Ilana, do you want to add anything to that?
Personally, I think this is just like a complete step change of the editing experience in Datawrapper. I don't know if I have, the whole thing is just, to me, very, very amazing. Also, this is sort of, I'm more focused with my team on the visualization features specifically and less on the editing. So this is, I don't even know the ins and outs of this. And so from my side, it's almost like getting this as if I was a user, suddenly this new editing experience, which is really exciting. I think, with recent developments, there's less and less needing to reload the page for stuff. We have our 4 steps. I'm sure some of you will remember a sad time, a long sad time that ended a while ago, where you would have to wait for a reload when going between your steps until, well, still the case, but once this collaboration stuff is live, you'll see edits from other people appearing in your chart without needing to reload the page, which, I don't know, that's just like, it's kind of like something that you might just expect, but with Datawrapper, you couldn't expect it, unfortunately. So I think, that's just really exciting and really, really new and feels great.
Thanks for answering that. All right, if there are no more questions, I'm very close to ending the second day of Unwrapped. Ilana, David, is there anything you want to say before we do so?
I want to just quickly say, because I feel like yesterday I spoke about the visualizations, and so which is one of the 2 development teams at Datawrapper, and there's also the app team who are responsible for this collaboration feature. I just want to give a little bit of recognition and shout out to them. They've also been in the chat a bit, but this is just such a cool project, and they really put everything in to get it ready for being able to present it today. So unfortunately, Martin, the lead of that team, is in Sri Lanka in a difficult time zone. Hopefully, I hope sleeping, but maybe not, because this is going to be launched soon. So, but he definitely deserves a lot of recognition for this. So that's all I wanted to add. Apart from big thanks, for this whole day.
All right, and thank you so much. As Philip David Priest says, we will start using it right away tomorrow. And I hope you all do so. The blog posts are online. If you want more information about the new features, try them out. Let us know what you think. Ilana, David, thank you so much for announcing these features, but also being open to answer some questions. And everyone else, I see you tomorrow at the same time. We begin again at like 2 p.m. Berlin time, which is 9 a.m. US East Coast time. I hope to see all of you there again, and enjoy the rest of your day. See you tomorrow. Bye.